The Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello, good morning and welcome to Spain, Andalusia, the heart of the Costa del Sol. Stellar players from around the world are coming together to rise and shine for the Western Shield. I'm Rico Full, you're watching European cricket and the action starts right here, right now. Buenos dias, mi familia, and happy Peacock Friday, and welcome to the start of match day 3. And we're going to start with an absolute cracker. When these two teams met yesterday, all kinds of records were broken. It's the British and Irish 11 taking on the European 11. Ian Rummage earlier had the two captains with him. Let's join him for the Ria Money Transfer coin toss.
Europe 11, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. British and Irish as the away team, you'll call. Here you go.
Ria.
It's been called Ria. It's come down, Ria. You've won the toss.
We'll have it back.
Okay, toss from the British Irish 11. Who will bat first?
Thank you very much to Ian Rummage. So the British and Irish 11 winning the toss and deciding that they are going to have a bat first. Now remember, go back a couple of days. On day 1, they didn't win a single match. So yesterday they had to come good, and they did. And it was thanks to their batting. They batted first and they won both their matches yesterday. So I can understand this decision from them. They've got some players in very good form. Connell has been batting well. Niels Priestley has been in sensational form. So those two combining together with good contributions from everyone else, we'll probably see them get to a big score again. And a big score they got in this fixture last time around, 203. But the European 11 came close. Within 6 runs, they got to 197. So it was a good day for the English and Irish 11 yesterday. But European 11, though they went down in that match, they came back well in the next 2 matches. They got a win against the World 11. Then in the night fixture last night, they got a win against the Asian 11. And the good news for them is that their icon player, Max O'Dowd, found his form, scoring 166 runs yesterday. Vinny Sandhu has got the morning off here today, but Tina Goff is in the commentary box to tell you more about those stellar players. Tina, over to you, and happy Peacock Friday.
Happy Peacock Friday to you as well, Rico, and warm welcome everyone to the Cartma over at Oval Western Shield 2025. We're already in match 11, which sees the European 11 take on the British and Irish 11. As Rico just mentioned there, B&I, they won the toss. They decided to bat. What a day we have in store. Another bumper day, 5 games back-to-back, all action cricket. Starting with a bit of a European flair this morning. Taking a look at the teams, a couple of changes. European 11, of course, they had the double header late last night, so they've made 3 changes. Sajid Afridi coming back in, as well as Fayaz Khan. And for the British and Irish 11, Samuel Keeling-Wright, he's back in the fray. They've got the idol Kevin O'Brien, hoping that he'll be scoring some runs. And look at that, right on the golden Goldilocks zone, 50-50. It's the coin toss that could do it. What a prospect we have in store. You can see maybe not as sunny as we've had in the previous few days, but hoping the sun will join us at some point today. And well, the sun was shining on B&I yesterday. They had a bit of a horror start on day 1 of the Western Shield. 3 losses in a row. They came roaring back yesterday with 2 wins, including that impressive record-breaking win against this morning's opponents, the European 11. British and Irish 11 put on 203 with a loss of 4 wickets. The European 11, they scored 197 in return. It wasn't quite enough. That meant there was 400 runs scored in just those 20 overs. So if we get half as an exciting game this morning, then we're surely in for a treat. Looks like it's Mohamed Atif with the 1 on his back. He will be bowling over number 1 for the Europeans. Meanwhile, it's William Smale the keeper, got his batting gloves on at the moment. He will be facing up the first ball, and he's joined out there in the middle by Johnny Connell. It's a Welsh-English duo out there for the British and Irish. Smale facing up first ball. And he digs right in. He's not going to get that all the way, but it is going to roll to the rope. Good start for the British here. Start with a 4. It wasn't quite off the middle. He's actually looking quite suspiciously there, Smale, at the bottom of his bat. That would be quite record-breaking if ball 1 of the day, we need a new bat, but yeah, right off the toe, but just about enough to get it to the rope in the power play. So just 2 fielders out on the boundaries. Emus Deploy of Hungary is one of them, but he's quite straight, more of a cow corner. This one's gone square, and Smale has found the middle of the bat there, because that's gone all the way for the first Maximo of the day. 6 runs. The British and Irish, they've found their touch after a rocky first day. They're looking to make it a hat-trick of wins after 2 wins in the bank yesterday, and this one a bit shorter from Atif. Smale just rocks back on that one. That's the first Grizzly into the woods on an early morning walk. The Europeans, meanwhile, they've had a mixed couple of days as well. A win and a loss on the first day, followed up by a loss yesterday morning, but they came back as well with 2 wins later in the day. So in fact, both of these teams are on a 2-game winning streak. That'll end for one of them here. What a game we had between the 2 yesterday. Max O'Dowd in that game, who was match 7 yesterday, he top scored with 75 off just 23 deliveries, but it was not enough for his European side, chasing down that mammoth total of 203. Smale goes again, and he's gonna, I think we're gonna have to check that for the boundary. It's definitely gone to the rope. We'll have to see on the replay if it's 4 or 6. 4 signalled on the field. This time Smale goes on the offside, gives himself a bit of room. Not a bad ball from the left-hander, probably a bit too much width, especially in the power play. See on that replay, some early work for our friends from 2 circles. Comfortably bounces inside the rope. Smale goes again, it's going to be the same result. What a start this is for B&I. It's 4 boundaries in a row, 6 and a hat-trick of 4s. Smale, he's been impressing behind the stumps and with the bat. Not much width on offer there, but still enough for the Welshman to cut it. And a very good morning to everyone in the chat as well. Thank you very much for joining us wherever you are in the world on this Peacock Friday. Lovely to have you with us. That one's dug in by Atif, and it will be a sweet relief for the European 11. The first dot of the innings. In this T10 format, dots are like gold dust. And there's one there, well fielded at square leg. Smale, he's finding the middle of the bat. Also found the middle of the hands of Jeremy Martins there. Final ball of the first. Slight miss hit, and they will scamper through. So Smale, he's already hit the 4 boundaries in the first over. He says, I'll carry on, thank you very much. Johnny Connell will have to wait at the non-striker's end a little longer. So that is the end of the first over. British and Irish 11, 19 for no loss. And for the first time, I've had the pleasure of Vinny's company the first few days of the Western Shield, but equally as pleasurable is spending time with Rico Paul in the box. Good morning, Rico.
Well, as the yes, yeah, it's good to be back. And we'll carry on from where we left off with Malta at one point. Well, you said equally, but you can see quite equally. Wins batting first and wins batting second are, well, level pegging, 5 and 5. Higher score, 203. We saw that scored here yesterday, and it was the British and Irish 11 that did that, and they're off to a flyer here. 19 off the first, and you can see that pretty soon we'll get to that 3,000 mark, and could be in this next over the way these two are going.
It's going to be a bit more seam in the form of Hamza Salim Dar, but the result is going to be exactly the same. A bit of creativity there from Smale, and watch out, the footballers, they're not used to that kind of ball rolling onto their pitch. Talking yesterday about the nets not really being cricket ball proof, and we've proved it early on in the day today.
Yeah, I mean, those nets, I mean, they're designed to stop the football coming this way. I don't think the football will hurt you as much as the grizzly coming to bite you. And yeah, well, can we have a balls back, please? Don't kick it. Don't kick it.
Yeah, we don't want any foot fielding, even from the footballers. It's a great start to the second over from William Smale. Tries to get funky again, goes the other way. What a piece of creativity this is.
Mamma mia. Well, whether he meant it or not, we'll have to wait and see and make our minds up. But, well, I tell you what, we're on the Costa del Sol. The sun may not be out, but we're certainly seeing a bit of sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. How about that? That is just, come on, Tina, meant to play it or not?
I think he meant to play it. I think he saw at the last minute that he's going to have to do the old double reverso. His hips don't lie as he kind of goes last minute, a bit snake hips, and yeah.
They love it.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Because that was a brilliant shot early in the day, already a contender for play of the day. Bit of width on offer here. It should be fielded down there, and it is by Fayaz Khan. So again, the boundaries are flowing. We had 9 sixes in a row yesterday. That was actually from the bats of the European 11 when the two Dutchmen did the business late last night, but it's B&I who have come out flying so far. It's already 10 runs off the first 2 balls of the second.
Well, just remember that these two teams, not only did that match go for 400 in total, but 51 maximos. Tries to get one away here. It's the first ball that Johnny Connell faces, and Hamza Salim Dar gets this one through. So the duo from Barcelona, Mohamed Atif and Hamza Salim Dar, being asked to open up. That's a good one, get through, as Connell tries to hit this one straight down the ground.
And it's Connell's first ball. He's been seeing all the destruction from the non-strikers end so far. And he joins in a bit of the destruction himself, and that one has been cracked over wide long on. It's an early jog for one of our blue crew down there into the woods. And that ball has gone the distance, and this is a blistering start for the British and Irish 11. They go to 36.
Johnny Connell made 65 of 19 in that 203. Match number 7 yesterday. And he's looking to party once again here first thing in the morning.
Final ball of the second. Bit of width on offer there, and in fact too much width for the umpire's liking. I think it was quite a tight call. And Smale gets a little word in his ear for his teammate Johnny Connell. You see this on replay. Yeah, it started off on the line, but that lovely away swing that Salim Dar gets just didn't help him on that ball. That's a better line, and there's an appeal, and it's gone. So Johnny Connell, final ball off the second over. He gets a light feather on it. He did try to stand his ground. I think he knew he was a goner. It was more of a celebration than an appeal from Hamza Salim Dar. It was a good take behind the stumps there as well. And that's the first wicket to fall for the B&I. Still probably a good start for them. 37 for 1 at the end of the second over.
Yeah, I mean, good heavy ball there from Hamza. He knew what he was trying to do. He didn't want to be hit back over his head or over cow corner. And he has got a bit of pace when he puts his mind to it. And maybe that one skids through. Good take there from Crows. And the first wicket does go. But yeah, you're right, I think, Gina. It's a healthy start. 37 for 1. And one thing that we noticed, or I certainly noticed yesterday, is teams are not afraid of just going for it from the moment they get out there. They know that if somebody clicks, a couple of batters click, and that's always been the case, especially yesterday from the British and Irish 11, that they get to a big score.
Absolutely, and when you have these selection 11s that are just full of talent from their respective counties and countries, then you know that even if they're down as a bowler, they can still swing the bat. And so we have a look at the standings. It's a battle of second versus third, but look how tight that table is. And that one's hit very firmly. Welcome to the ECN, and that's exactly what you're going to get there. You get a wicket, and it's the start of the third over. You think maybe there'll be a bit of consolidation. Not for William Smale. He's got his eye in. Jeremy Martin's first ball, probably slightly overpitched, a bit too much width probably, or definitely would have been a wide actually, but Smale says, I'll take the 4 instead.
Yeah, we'll hear Jeremy Martins. I mean, he's a bustly bowler. He tries. He's got that slower delivery, so he'll come back.
He comes back well. Slightly fuller delivery again. Smale just loses his shape on that one. He's been joined at the crease by Seamus Lynch, who's had a bit of an up and down tournament so far. He's been a bit all or nothing, but he did fire in the previous matchup between these two. Coming in at 3, he scored 49, just one short of his half century. Just 14 deliveries, and he contributed 7 Maximos to that record-breaking Maximo total. This one's up in the air. It should be taken. Backpedaling fielder there at long on, and it is taken. Sikandar under the ball there, and it's mishit by William Smale, and after a great start for the Welshman, he has to depart. He gets 34 off just 12 deliveries, and this is a good little fight back from the European 11. 2 really important wickets in the space of 4 balls.
Yeah, what a good catch that is from Sikandar. He's backpedaling all the way. He's going backwards. There's a bit of the old beep, 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 but he gets there, holds on to it, and it's a big wicket to get. And British and Irish 11 lose another one, and Smale's been good for them, but still, look who comes out now, Niels Priestley. And if you think that this guy's going to stop trying to hit the ball for 6, well, think again. You've got 2 very destructive batters out there. You've got El Mekina, the machine, same as Lynch, who did manage to get going yesterday. And Niels Priestley, who I think was in sensational form every time he was out there batting. He was scoring runs. He scored a half century against the Asian 11 in that victory. And he also scored 44 of 9 in this fixture yesterday as well. So he's one powerful left-hander. They want to see the backup pretty quickly.
Absolutely, 150 runs in the tournament so far for Priestley at a strike rate, record strike rate in this tournament, around 300. But it might be a short-lived innings for him here. It's up in the air again. It's a bit of an action replay. And Sikandar, safe hands once more. 2 in 2 for Jeremy Martins. And Niels Priestley, he is record-breaking at the moment, but that's not going to do his strike rate much good, as he has to depart for a golden derrick. The British and Irish Lions, after a blistering start, they've faltered a bit here.
Yeah,
they fall to 41 for 3.
Golden dart for an informed batter. Clever bowling. I mentioned about Martins, about his variations. To me, that looked like, I know it was short, but it was slow. Slow, short, outside the off. He plays it far too early, skies it up in the air. You can have a look, the head goes up. Sikandar's not going to drop those, so it's a long roar back for a... Going to be one of those. Still waiting for our derricks to appear on screen. So Priestley goes, that's a big wicket. Huge wicket.
I'll tell you what, it's a big wicket, and look at the potential big wicket for a hat-trick. Jeremy Martins, if he wants to get himself in the Hall of Fame for an ECN hat-trick, he's going to have to topple over the icon player for Bixie, none other than Kevin O'Brien. And there you go, hat-trick so far in 2025. Haroon Ashad, earlier in the tournament, just 2 days ago, he got one, the classic 9.4, 9.5, 9.6. It's early in the innings here, so Jeremy Martins has the potential here to get himself in the Hall of Fame, get himself an icon scalp. Here we go, hat-trick ball. Oh, well bowled, and it's just outside off stump. Kevin O'Brien flirts with it, and luckily for him, unluckily for Jeremy Martins, doesn't get anything on it, but what an over so far from the man from Portugal.
Super bowling here from Martin. I mean, look at that delivery, beautifully bowled. Gets the bounce, gets the carry through, and gets that past O'Brien, who we know was struggling a little bit yesterday with a bit of a back complaint. I know he's had some physio on that, but that's a good ball.
It's just played away by O'Brien. I say just played away. It's going to be a big chase there, and it's well fielded by Fayez Khan, who scampers round from the 45 to field that. That is the final ball of the 3rd over, final ball of the power play. The British and Irish finish on 41 for 3 after 3, and look at that, Niels Priestley, 154 runs in the tournament, strike rate of 300. He didn't contribute any more runs in his innings just now, but look at those strike rates, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, quite fantastic, and how quickly someone like Max O'Dowd gets himself up there as well after not having the best of starts on day 1. But have a look at that, what an over that is. Just the 5 runs from it, and also, of course, 2 wickets falling, well bowled. Jeremy Martins, remember, the win predictor had this match at 50-50, and you can see why. These two teams, not a lot really separates them.
So Mardi into the fray, bowling the fourth. O'Brien leans back on that one, and he just kind of pushes it all the way for 6. First maximo of the innings for the icon from Bixie. Just a bit too much width there, probably not quick enough, Mardi, to bowl that delivery, especially first up, and O'Brien just eases himself into that one.
Yeah, he's got kind of a whippy action, isn't he? He does get good bounce, but yeah, you're right, Tina, a little bit too much width. And yeah, Kevin O'Brien gets that way beautifully. A lovely sort of uppercut over. Go back to that graphic again, maybe after this delivery. It's that one. Well, it stays a little bit low, but that's good, quick hands, good wrist work from O'Brien to just clip that one away. But doesn't come up as much this one from Amadi. That's going to be 4 more runs, 6 and 4. Well, maybe O'Brien is hungry for some more.
Nicely played, and it's actually the 3rd time in 4 overs so far that the first 2 balls of the over have gone for a 4 and a 6. So seems like European 11 always need a couple of balls to get themselves into the overs. Maybe the bowlers just need a bit of warming up early in the day, and that one has been hit again. That's gone fine at this time, but Kevin O'Brien, he seems in the mood this morning, doesn't he?
He does, doesn't he? Maybe he's an early bird. He just, again, leans back and uppercuts this. We're having a look at this. This is based on the 10 matches played so far. And look at the overall run rate, and we're staying at that 150 mark. So that, if you like, is kind of your par score. But the maximo rate is quite incredible. We're still going at around about 15 maximos per innings. But you can see which teams have been smashing the biggest and the most.
And in fact, it's the 2 teams out there at the moment. So it's no wonder we had those 400 runs scored in the game yesterday. And, well, there's a couple of wickets fallen, but it hasn't hindered the run rate of Bixie. Well bowled, actually, by Khalid Ahmadi. He's been hit for a hat-trick of boundaries. He kind of goes for a bit of a risky one again, the short ball, but he gets that one right on the money, and O'Brien can just pat it away for a single.
Yeah, it doesn't allow him and give him any room to manoeuvre this one on the offside. Maybe O'Brien, maybe it's a little bit too early for him to get his eyes homed in on the shorter delivery. He allows that one to go and hands the strike over to Lynch, who himself is yet to get off the mark.
He does get off the mark there. It's a bit of width on offer. And I think it has gone all the way as well. In fact, Max O'Dowd on their boundary out there has done the umpiring for the umpires. Signals a 6. And Seamus Lynch, he's gone ducks or big every inning so far. And, well, he's avoided the duck. So maybe the hopes of Bixie ride on his shoulders. And he started well there. First ball gone for 6.
El Mekina. 6 carreras. Boom. Shaka lagya. When he's in form, he just has so much time, Tina.
Final ball of the 4th. Well, I say that, and we've put the jinx on it quite a few times this tournament. We've been blessed by such good bowling that we don't expect the wide to come out, but signalled there by the umpire, a bit too wide, a bit too much width on offer, trying to hide the ball from Seamus Lynch, because anything in his batting arc, you know it's going to go the distance. So take 2 on the final ball of the 4th over. Nope. And that's actually going to go for 4 wides, or 5 wides. So we're going to have to go for take 3, and that came very quickly at Noah Cruz there behind the stumps, and he did the business with the bat late last night. Maybe that's just woken him up a little there, because that came flying through at him.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone for the Yorker, but he's got it wrong, and you can see that sort of hits right in the crease and just takes off. And see, Crows has just taken that glove off, and he's got that left hand in his pocket. I think he's trying to warm those fingers up, because that must have hit right on the tippy toes of him. But that's a minimo, and oh, that's still travelling. It's gone a long way. It's probably ended up under us somewhere, Tina. But yeah, that just helps him big time. This over has gone for 29 with a ball to go. We could have a supersonic in the 4th.
And it's been an expensive final ball of the over, which we're going to have a 3rd attempt at now with the wide, and then 5 wides on top. So 6 bonus runs so far for BNI. Here we go, final ball, take 3. This one is actually well bowled. It's dug out well by Seamus Lynch. Nice tumble there for Fayaz Khan, making sure that he gets himself acquainted with the pitch early on. And that's the end of the 4th over. BNI 72 for 3. Probably One or too many wickets have fallen, but they've got a lot of strength in their batting lineup, don't they?
They've got a lot of strength indeed, and that does go supersonic. Well, end of the over. The umpires change over. The men in black for this one, umpire Suleiman and umpire Shub. And, well, you had the night fixture again, and good results for European 11. I mean, it's that some teams are saying, I know that Asian 11, when I spoke to them towards the end of yesterday, they were starting to feed it. They had 2 days of 3 and 3. Just got a couple here today, so they'll be happy for a line. But now it's a big day here for European 11. Remember, they played their 2 matches back-to-back last night. They got the first 2 here this morning. That certainly has to take a bit of a toll.
Absolutely. That one's been hit firmly. Should probably just be the one. Ooh, and it's a double tumble there by Martins and Deploy. Martins, he hurt himself yesterday, gives himself a little shake of the head. So we see this, it's almost like a car crash in slow motion. Deploy luckily sees that Martins is going, but whoop, someone get your ice skates on.
Well, that's brilliantly captured by 2 circles. Wow. Well, Martins could have done. I love the backing up there from the fielder behind. Never mind about Martins going over. He's got his eyes on the ball.
Salim Dar, who's come in for his second over, and he's got deposited straight over mid-wicket from Kevin O'Brien. Another Maximo for the icon. That takes him into the 20s off just 7 deliveries. And I think you're right, Rico. The Asian 11, we were so impressed with how they came roaring out the traps first day. Maybe day 2 they realised just what ECN is about. It can be tough. They say, you know, it's only T10, how hard can it be? But it's quite a mental load, especially when you're here all day.
I think you're absolutely right. And of course, you know all about that from being out there and playing in the ECCW. I think it takes a lot of toll. I know sometimes people say, oh, bowlers, you only batted 2 overs. But I think the mental fatigue there is a lot. And, you know, you've got batters that are taking you on. And then you've got to throw yourself around in the field as well. It's a very quick, fast and energetic format of the game. A game that's taken the world by storm as well. Hamza, what's his answer here to Kevin O'Brien? It's a good reply. Gets one through. Dot ball.
It's Peter Johnson on screen there, making some early morning notes. Maybe putting in his lunch order. But he'll have been happy with what he saw as well from his British and Irish team yesterday. We were a bit worried about the youngsters after day 1 when they 3 losses in a row, but 2 wins yesterday really got them back in contention. As this one's flicked high by Kevin O'Brien. It might plug, actually, no, it's going to skip away from the rushing fielder out there. There's Khalid Ahmadi out there who's just had to bowl and now gone on a long chase. It was a bit more high than wide from Kevin O'Brien, but just got enough legs, especially in this morning dew, to skip along to the boundary.
It's a clever shot, actually. I think maybe he realised he can't maybe get the power in this shot, but he can get a little bit of the old finesse. A bit classy, just gets in a good position and just flicks it away, and he puts a bit of topspin on it as well to get it to the boundary.
This has been a bit of a feature of O'Brien's innings so far. He's got the boundary and then missed out on the next ball. So despite those 2 big boundaries, it's been not a bad over for Salim Dar so far. 11 coming off it with 1 ball left of the 5th. And again, the pan continues. Is that going to take off? It is going to take off. Azimus Deploy was actually quite interested in it for a long time. Last minute, he realised it's flying over his head. Another Maximo for Kevin O'Brien. And that takes the British and Irish 11 to 89 for 3 at the halfway stage.
Yeah, 89 for 3 is a good example. A good time for us to welcome you into the commentary box. Hey Tina, I have to say that today, I always like to say what international days that we have. Today is International Language Day. It's all about taking to and embracing the language that you speak, because a lot of languages are fading out. There's over 7,000 languages in the world, so I think there's a good opportunity for you in Germany, and maybe me in Spanish and maybe a bit of Hindi, to say hello to our viewers.
Ja, also guten Tag aus Deutschland. Schön, dass ihr da seid.
Namaste, salam alaikum, sasirikal, abawan venakam, muy buenos días y bienvenido y campo de Gatama por un torneo que es muy, muy grande. Yes, good morning everyone. Rika Full here with Tina. Vinny Sandy will be here later. I hope you're enjoying the action. I think we already can see we're going to have another classic here.
Absolutely, and how many languages will be spoken out there in the middle as well? We've got such an international flair to our tournament. Speaking of flair, well, that's been hit straight through to the keeper. Seamus Lynch, he knew as soon as he hit it that he was a goner, especially with the safe hands of Noah Cruz behind the stumps, and it's Sikandar who comes in to bowl, and the first ball, he picks up a wicket. He's had a bit of a golden touch with the ball. You can see a thick edge on that. The face of Seamus Lynch says it all. Slow motion agony for him.
It's this one almost like it popped up. I think the bounce takes him by surprise. I wonder if we can just see that again one more time. But that ball, he doesn't expect this much bounce from it. And because the first thing he does when he's out, he knows he's nicked it. He stands there and he's looking at the deck thinking, I didn't expect that. So Lynch, and he goes for just 8 or 4 deliveries. That's a good wicket to take. And Sikandar Zulfikar, the captain, gets the breakthrough straight away.
Zulfikar's not the tallest, but he did get some real zip here, as we see on the replay. It's not even that much of a short delivery, but you can see even when Lynch hit it, it was still rising, and Noah Cruz actually had to take that with both feet up in the air, so he made it look easy, but it was a great take by the keeper. And British and Irish 11 now 89 for 4. Tom Hindley is the new bat. He doesn't take long to get going. Oh, and there's a dropped catch in the crowd there. Luckily, the Microlino was just behind, and there was enough on that. I can't see who it is out there, but whoever it is, that's one that's been shelled. We might see on the replay. Tom Hindley, to be fair, hit that incredibly hard.
He's drilled it. Now, the catch may have gone down, but he's a hero because he saves the Microlino, because that was homed in onto the little tiny cart. That's going to go all the way as well. Seis carreras. Hey, I got to say, that Microlina, I love it.
It's
I know you
amazing.
better ride in it. I have to say, Furkan Shafiq, he had me in all sorts of bother when we went over the ramp because he missed it a little bit. But Microlina was fine. It can go off-road as well. But yeah, I think it's just a great car. It drives smoothly. And yeah, I like it. And it's pretty roomy inside. It's not as small as you think.
It isn't, and that's right off the toe, and they will just scamper through for a single. And I think I'm in the bad books of the Cartama ground staff here. I will say I wasn't driving, but since Ross Taylor went in and did a few laps on the pitch, apparently the Microlino no longer welcome on the sacred turf of the Cartama Oval. But
not surprising. You're not supposed to be doing donuts with it, are you? I mean,
it's just so fun, Rico. What can I say?
It is fun. It is nippy. And that's all right. That's the variations. The grunted, slower delivery right outside the off. So Kevin O'Brien, yeah, you're right. It's a bit of he's hitting some and missing some, isn't he, at the moment? The icon player for the British and Irish 11.
He's still going at strike rate of over 280, so it doesn't matter if he misses a few. If he does hit them as well, he's already hit 4 Maximos. 2 4s to his collection as well. He's 34 off 12, so good contribution so far from him. That's, I was going to say it's going to be called wide, but in fact gets given the benefit of the doubt, and that's a really good over from Sikandar, despite going for 2 Maximos from Tom Hindley. Yeah, that was a perfect call by the umpire right inside that line. Zulfikar finishes that over with a 1 and 2 dots. That leaves Bixie 102 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, Kevin O'Brien just trying to get the attention of the umpire should there, saying, hey, umps, what about that? But I think it's a perfect delivery. As you have a look at that scorecard. So 2 lots of 34 in there at the moment, but somehow can't add any more to his tally, but Kevin O'Brien certainly can. And he needs to try and he will try and go big. Will the captain of the British and Irish 11. One thing I was thinking when I was in that car yesterday, because obviously I've been to places where it's very congested in the world. I mean, of course, a few times I've been to India, and I'm just thinking, all right, I know you have the rickshaws and all of that in India, but that Microlino in India, I think that's the place you've got to be. So all of you Indians out there, check it out, the Microlino. I think that will certainly beat the rush hour in Mumbai and Delhi. As that one gets played down the ground, that's going to be a single.
Shahriz Ahmad here into the attack. Another Dutch player featuring in the European 11. just see the power of the Dutch as well. We saw it late last night in that final game, as it was Kroes and Max O'Dowd who put the Asian 11 to the sword. A partnership of over 100. Max O'Dowd hitting 6 sixes in one over, and there was a wide in there, so 37 off the over. Some firepower to come from the European 11, as that one might have to be checked for height.
Yeah, you can see that Kevin O'Brien straight away is once again having a look at Shub, who's now checking this. Let's have a look at the height on this. And I mean, he misses out on it, but yeah, I think you've got to call that it is. I mean, we go with waist or above, and I think that was above. So let's just see what umpire Suleiman Saeed signals here.
You can see that Ahmad's really working on the ball with the cloth. It's still early on out there, just turned 11 o'clock local time, as that one is signalled a no ball, and there's a bit of dew out there. There was actually a bit of moisture in the air earlier. It was threatening, but it seems to have cleared up a bit. It's certainly gloomier than it has been the previous couple of days, and that's made the ball a bit wet. So Ahmad there providing a free hit, but the free hit should only be a single, and is, as Sikandar does the fielding out there in the deep.
Yeah, good ball from Sikandar under pressure with the free hit, but he bowls it pretty wide. Hindley gets good bat onto it, but can't get a boundary. And that's the thing here, boundaries have kind of dried up. We haven't seen the boundary now in the last 5 deliveries. Call it 6 if you include that free hit.
Might be one here. Yeah, there's your boundary, Rico. It's Mohammed Atif out there doing the fielding, but it's 2 straight there as Kevin O'Brien cashes in again. He moves to 39 off just 15 deliveries, and B&I move up to 110.
Yeah, O'Brien, he's targeted that area. I'm surprised they haven't, and maybe they're making a change here now. And also, he's been clipping off the pads. So I certainly would have a 45 back, and maybe even a backward point and a point in that area, just to try and starve him of playing those shots.
This time he goes leg side, and it should be taken. And it's dropped there by Zemus Deploy, who's usually so steady with his hands, and that one went in and straight back out, and you can see he's furious with himself, and you can't give an icon player like Kevin O'Brien too many chances, but he's been given one there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Zemus is going to be very disappointed here. I mean, it's well bowled. I think he's beaten him with the flight of this one. O'Brien still, though, goes for the shot, doesn't get it right. Talking about not getting it right, this one's strong as well. It's down the leg side. I actually think Noah Kroes has done exceptionally well here. He gets something on this, otherwise this would have gone all the way to the boundary and it would have been another minimo. But they will get 2 wides out of that. Yeah, just got to go back to their raising their standards again here. The European 11, they can't allow that catch to affect you. I mean, nobody means to drop catches, but yeah, that's a rare error from the European 11. But they've got to put it behind them.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day for the European 11. They had the 2 late games yesterday, and they've got 2 more games this morning, and then 1 more this afternoon. So they're playing 5 games out of 6, so it's going to be a tiring day for them, but they need to make sure just to keep the energy up, because it's so quick here that if you get on a bit of a negative spiral, it's really hard to get out of. And wow, the World 11 have just arrived, and one of them might have to do the fielding, but that's gone way over the fan zone. Richard Cox loves that one, smile on his face, and no wonder, because that was absolutely cracked off the bat of Tom Hindley.
That's a biggie. He picks that up outside the off and he sends it big over the leg side boundary. Well, that one is going to end up somewhere near those beautiful olive trees that are blossoming beautifully at the moment. But what a biggie, a Bizaway Super 6. And, well, just to remind you that if you think the action is going to stop, well, it doesn't. And those of you that are new to us, we just keep on going. Straight after the Western Shield, we have the Champions League of European Cricket. And this is it, the European Cricket League. And it's going to be a blast, Tina.
What group are you really looking out for there, Rico?
I think everybody knows that Group B is going to be very, very spicy. And a few people saying to me Group G, because Roma CC, as we know, they've got a couple of very good wild cards coming in to their setup. Remember, 2 wild cards are allowed per team, so we're going to see some good players on show there. Teef comes back.
O'Brien loses the hand off the bat there, loses his shape somewhat, and he's continuing his little habit of dots and maximos. This time it's a dot, and it's well bowled actually by Mohamed Atif, who's coming back for his second over. His first one went for 19. That was just one of those classic good deliveries, and even a batter like Kevin O'Brien couldn't do much with that one. That one's just strayed, and it's been hit straight to the 45, but it's burst straight through his hands, and to add insult to injury, it goes all the way for 4. It's Khalid Ahmadi there in that really difficult position, but that should have been taken, and that's Kevin O'Brien, who now has been given 2 lives by Bixie, and you really can't, or by the European 11, you really can't afford to do that.
Yeah, you can't indeed. And yeah, and on both occasions, the catches you'd expect them to take. All right, that comes quickly at Marty, but he's there for that roll. So dropped on 39, and now dropped on 41.
It's another one-hander by O'Brien. This time keeps it along the ground. He moves to 46, so inching closer to his first ECN half-century. And BNI, they're going along all right. They'll be wanting to get at least up to that 150 mark, that kind of par score we've seen throughout the week. But it's been a bit sloppy in the field here by the European 11. A few too many chances going down. I know it's early on, maybe they're still digesting their breakfast. But if they're going to get through this day unscathed, they really need to tidy up in the field.
Yeah, I think you're right. Those little errors may not seem like much at the moment, but when it comes to the nitty-gritty, it makes all the difference.
Tom Hindley, he gives himself a bit of room here. It's gone high up. It's going to go all the way. It's one of those 50.5 metre. I think it's gone for 6. It's signalled 4. Maybe my eyes are failing me. We'll take a look at that on the replay. Actually, the square look umpire is signalling a 6. So they might have to change this one, but I think this went all the way, Rico.
Yeah, well, let's have a look. We'll see it here. I'm with you. I think that, because you can tell from the fielder, and that is dropped over the rope. That's going to be 6 runs. So I think the umpire Shub is probably going to have to change his call here. Yeah, he's getting the old, he's getting Stefan Gooch now in his earpiece saying, hey, Shub, that goes all the way. Put him up in the air, buddy. Put him up, put him up. You just don't care. We'll see it one more time. I know the body's in the way, but you can see that ball. That's going over the line. And that's 6 runs. And the one man who knows all about it will be the fielder. And why don't you ask him as Deploy? Deploy will tell you that's 6. And still checking, still having a look at it. And there it is, 6 being signalled.
Better late than never, but when you've got Gucci in your ear, you've got to listen. And that is a 6. Right decision made. You've always got to check these things from every angle, especially when you've got so many angles available to you. That one's going to have to be re-bowled. It's Atif. It's bowling to the left-hander, so it's left arm to left-hand bat. That one just strays a bit too wide of that wide line. 2 balls left of the 8th. And good morning to everyone in the chat. Steve McVeigh, Dave's in there, Christopher Ward, Thomas Martinez. Thank you all for joining us on this glorious Peacock Friday. That's a glorious shot there. The fielder out there, Hamza Salim Dar, he was half interested, but in the end went soaring over his head. Tom Hindley, he's doing the business here. He's already hit some absolutely massive maximos, and that's another one to add to the collection. 5 off his bat already. Still 1 ball left of the 8th. The Bixie are on 138 for 4.
Yeah, they've just been a little bit short to Hindley. Hindley loves to fetch that ball outside the off and smash it. And that's what he's doing here at the moment. He's somebody that, well, he's well known to the Cardamom Oval. We saw him, he has scored an 80 and 86 against Germany 2023 in the European Cricket Championships. It's well bowled and sneak this inside, and it doesn't give him the opportunity to get this one away. And I think Hindley would know that maybe that one is one he should have been looking to play out there on the offside. But a good finish to the over there from Atif. He goes for 18, and the score at the end of 8, 138 for 4.
The win predictor there is quite interesting. It has Bixie up at 63%. It was exactly 50-50 before a ball was bowled, and you'd say maybe it depends on what happens in these final 2 overs.
Yeah.
There was a bit of a dip there over 3-4, but they've been consistently around the 17 mark, and if they, both the set batters out there, can really get up to 160, that might put Bixie in the driving seat.
Yeah, I mean, having a look at the way that European 11 batted yesterday, especially, I mean, they came back strong after that loss. It was an outstanding game, this fixture yesterday, but they chased the restricted world 11 to 120 and chased it with 9 balls to go. Then they had a good chase there at the end against Asian 11 as well, which is 158. So I think they need a few more of these. Shaba and Kevin O'Brien, the icon player and the captain, brings up his 50 in style. He goes for a big 6 over the offside. And congratulations to him. 52-21, 5 6s and 4 4s.
Yeah, that was a lovely 6 right into the fan zone. Some fake fielding going on there by the European 11, but we'll let them off since they're up in the fan zone. And well done, Kevin O'Brien, and welcome to the ECN. And he goes big again here. He hasn't quite got hold of it, but he's got enough of it. I think that just dropped over the rope. Mohamed Atif almost gave up on it. Had he gone a few steps to his left, he might have caught that one, Rico.
Well, give Mohamed Atif a 2-2 here because he was doing the old ballerina bits here, but I don't know. I think he's in the wrong place. I think he needed to take a couple of more steps to his left, and he might have had a play in that. I think he hit the tight. Well, there it is again. Yeah, don't mess with my tutu, says Atif. But that's another boundary. So O'Brien, they're going to go big here. I still think they need to be touching on the 170 score here.
Absolutely, and I think O'Brien's maybe listening to you because that is a big shot straight down the ground. Shariz Ahmed there at long off, he just stood still as a statue as soon as that came off the bat of the Irishman because he knew that was sailing way over his head.
Yeah, look at the head here. Look at this. As soon as that's hit, he's not looking to see where that one's gone. He knows that's flying over for a biggie. And over it goes, big 6. So this over 6-6-6. Well, we saw one icon do it yesterday. So Dowd, are we going to see it again here? The perfect 6 6s in and over. Jeremy Martin's under attack, 156 for 4.
Slow ball comes out, and the fielder out there should take it this time. Benzema's deploy makes up for his mistake, gives his head a little shake because he knows that it was his drop that cost his team 25 runs because Kevin O'Brien was dropped on 39 again in the 40s, and eventually he falls third time lucky, but not before making an impressive 64 off just 24 deliveries, including 7 Maximos. He's put his team in a pretty decent position here as Bixia 156 for 5, 2 balls left of the 9th.
Yeah, and well, Kevin O'Brien, he'll get a warm round of applause as he walks up the famous Cardamom steps for a very important innings. But you're right, they've probably given him at least 25 runs more than what he should have got. They failed to take him. So good applause there. See John Howden, the CEO of Cricket Hispania there. And yeah, good knock. And he just gave some words of advice to Julius Somarora, who comes out now. It's a good batter to come out at this point because, well, Jules, he can certainly tonk it.
Yeah, and he's got license to tonk now with just 8 balls left of this innings. 6 wicket so far in the 9th. It's all happening, as they say, and it's happened again as that goes all the way for 6. So Martin's got the big icon wicket. The other 4 balls of his 9th over have all gone for 6.
Yeah, remember his first over was quite fantastic, wasn't it? He just gave away just 5 runs, picked up a couple of wickets. He's taken a 3 for here, but he's getting punished in this over. It's gone magical already. He's gone for 24, and with the ball to go, it could go supersonic.
We said 160, and they've done that and more in the 9th. 24 coming off it, the 1 wicket of Kevin O'Brien, but Julius has come out. First one has gone all the way for 6. The short Grizzly Hunt has provided the ball back. Jeremy Martins might not want it so quickly at the moment. 1 ball left of the 9th. 24 threatening to go supersonic. Can he do something to finish on a high? Oh, he does end up with a bit of a lucky dot ball there as Julius steps right across his stumps. Gets a bit of a bottom edge on it, and Noah Cruz does the rest. So he takes it cleanly behind the stumps to have one of those mythical dot balls to end the 9th as Bixie, with 1 over to go, 162 for 5, and they're probably looking at getting to 180 here, Rico, I reckon.
Yeah, they've got to try and muscle it. Got to power this last over, get to that 180. That'd be a good score. I think they know that they need every one of those scores. 160s, 160s could win you a game, but not necessarily. It's not guaranteed, especially against European 11. They're good at chasing. They've got some good hitters in there in good form. So this becomes a big over. Noah Crow standing up. Here comes first, and that's whipped away by Hindley. There's nobody out there. We'll go all the way. Manos. Arriba, 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 árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Qué guay, qué genial, qué grande.
It's Ahmad who's come back for the final over, so we'll have spin for the 10th. And Tom Hindley, he might be eyeing his half century here. He's 39 off just the 10 deliveries, 5 balls left of the innings. 5 balls to maybe get his half century. Bixie on 168. Make that 174 and take cover in the fan zone as that pings up the top of the roof. Luckily for them, it's held. I don't know what material that's made of, but at least it's grizzly proof.
Well, it's the old boom, boom, boom. When you mentioned Hindley, he could be on for a cheeky half century now. He certainly got himself there with these couple of big hits, but it's a full toss, and at this level, these batters are not going to miss out. So Hindley, butchers another one over that leg side boundary. And, it's Ahmad now who's under attack. It's over 6-6. Hindley liking what's being delivered here at the moment.
Looking like it's going to be a big chase for the European 11. Let's not forget they put on 197 on the losing side yesterday against this team, and they're going to have to get something similar to that, because Hindley, he goes to his half century off just 12 deliveries, 51 off 12. The British and Irish, they've gone into the 180s, and this is now looking like a really big over.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the quickest, isn't it? One of the quickest that we've seen out here at the Cardinal over. Hindley, well, he's a little master blaster, isn't he? 51 of 12, quite astonishing. It's another 6 in the over, so the option here to go back to Shariz Ahmed, bit of spin, hasn't worked, because Hindley is taking a liking to him. Maybe slightly quicker delivery, try and fire one in quick and fast into the gloves of Crows. Less happy man at the moment.
Hindley goes again. He doesn't quite get hold of all of it, but it's going to be enough to go all the way to the rope, and it's another 6. It's 4 in a row now in this final over, and I think you're right, Rico. Maybe not the right choice to go to spin for this final over. Sikandar, he still had 1 over left. He went for 13 off his first one.
Yeah.
I think Europe would have dearly loved a 13 on the final over. As it is, 24 coming off it, 4 6s, still 2 balls to go. Bixie, the 2 6s, and they'd get up to 198. That's not quite gone all the way. And it's actually some brilliant fielding out there. I think it's Jeremy Martins who puts in the dive, gets rightfully a high 5 from Max O'Dowd, stemming the bleeding somewhat. It's just a rarely spotted 1 off the bat of Tom Hindley. Great work out there by Martins. Yeah,
putting his body on the line and also palming that off to Max O'Dowd, who's able to keep it just to a single. So last ball coming up in this innings, 187. Can they get to the 190?
Well, maybe not actually, because Zemus Deploy will do the fielding out there, making sure that ball lands safely in his hands. So they just scamper through for 1 to Bixie, but still a brilliant final over for them. 26 runs coming off it, meaning that B&I finish 188 for 5 off their 10 overs, and it's going to be a big old chase for the European 11.
It's going to be a big chase. Couple of big overs in there. Remember, 30 came off Khalid Ahmadi. No surprise he didn't come back, but 50 coming off those last 2 overs. 24 of Martin and also 26 of that last one. But hey, if you think there's enough runs on the board, remember it was 203 to them last time, and the European 11 got to 197. So this match is still very much alive, and I think still, I know that the win predictor will have the British and Irish 11 big time favourites here, but I still think this is a 60-40 for me. It's nowhere near as much as you think. Well, we did see Atif Mohammed doing a little bit of the old ballet dancing. Well, the DJ, he's in the dancing spirit today, and he's trying to warm everybody up as we're still waiting for the sun to come out. Well, that one was quite an extraordinary shot, whether you meant it or not. Well, that could be a question that we put up on the social media for all our viewers to decide. But the hitting was good at times, but well, that heavy ball certainly did also do the job. Hamza Salim getting the big wicket. That was a key one to get, because Johnny Connell had been in good form, and that was another one, a soft one, as it was just skied up in the air. Another one goes to Kinder. Oh, he was back-paddling pretty quickly to get Lynch out. Lynch, we know, he can be pretty dangerous. So Connell and Lynch, two dangerous batters, go cheaply. But we know that this is the Western Shield. The players are here to rise and shine. You got some of the best in the world. So even if 2-3 wickets go down, somebody will come out and come back with the goods. And this time, it was the icon player and the captain from the British and Irish 11 who was the first to get to a very respectable half-century. Had to weather the storm a little, didn't he? But I like the way he played. There were some big hits. There were some nice touches from him. And he would get to a good score. That was one that surprised everybody. I think that was Skinder's first delivery. And it just sort of pops up. And that's a big important wicket to get. But then, you know, Hindley came out and, well, yeah, look, he put them all to their feet. And then O'Brien as well, after he picked up his half century to the applause of everyone. He would finally go, but remember, he was dropped on 2 occasions. Dropped on 39 and 41, so that's something. Not just those, there was a couple of other misfields and drop catches there from the European 11. That something that is not like them at all. So they'll be disappointed with that. But I think it's very much in the balance this match. The British and Irish 11 have got the runs on the board, but we do know that the European 11 have got some very good batters who, if they click, can get the run chase. I think Kazuma's deploy, and probably Max O'Dowd will be out there to start off with. You've got Jeremy Martins, he's been good. Don't forget about Sekundas Ulfika when it comes to run chases. And Hamzat Salim Dar is waiting to go big in this Western Shield also. That's that scorecard, 34 from Sparrow. He started well, but it's that Kevin O'Brien, 64 of 24, and then Tom Hindley, 58 of 14, that helped the team get to that 188. Extras 11. I think, once again, European 11, that's something that they know they can tidy up with, because don't forget, the extra balls that go for plenty as well. Bowling figures, I think Jeremy Martins, his last over went magical, didn't it? But his first was awesome. Only the 5 from it. He picked up 3 for 29. I think this take that we said before, if you go under 30, you'll be happy with your performances. And Sekundas Ulfika, very surprised that the captain opted to go with Shahriz Ahmed rather than go back to himself. Is that something that'll come back and bite him? So myself and Tina will take a short break now for about 10 minutes, and we'll come right back and talk you through the action from the reply of the European 11 needing 189 for victory. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer. Money where you need it. And supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello viewers, and welcome back to a spectacular view of the Field of Dreams here in Andalusia, Spain. The Cartama Oval. Doesn't it look absolutely stunning? And it's the perfect place, the perfect location for this, the Western Shield, where the top players of the world are coming together, the World 11, the Asian 11, and you're seeing out here in this match, the British and Irish 11 taking on the European 11. Keep an eye on that bonus point equation. Restrict to 131 or less. Then British and Irish 11 could pick up all the points on offer, which would be 4. But European 11, something about them, their batting. They're chasing again, which they like to do. And if they go big, well, you never know. Stranger things have happened. If they get to 189 in 7, they can take all the points. But the main thing I think they're looking to do is get the win here. Remember, the team who wins this match have a game in hand over the team that's sitting at the top at the moment, which is on the standings, the Asian 11. They've got 12 points, but have played 6 matches. European 11 on 11, played 5, and Big C, they're on 9, also played 5. This is their sort of game in hand over the Asian 11. That could take them to the top of the standings. So with this match, whichever team does, then they'll be at the top of those standings. So big match coming up. The umpires have made their way out. Umpire Sullivan, umpire Shub, as we get ready to start. Loving the soundtrack as well, I have to say. Rise and shine. And that's what the teams and the players are looking to do here for this Western Shield. Sebastian Anderson with the ball. Remember the start he gave us the very first match. 2 wickets off the first 2 balls. Looking to get the big wicket, of course, of Max O'Dowd, the icon player for the European 11. He was in good form yesterday. 166 runs in the day, and who can forget those 6 sixes in the over. Gets beaten by Gooden. Does like to, I think we've seen this from a lot of these batters, especially in this format, like to give themselves a little bit of room. They always have that little step across. You can see he hops across there, looks to latch onto anything that's a little bit short, but that's a good ball. Gets a bit of movement away now. Conditions today started, temperatures at the moment around 13, 14, will go up to about 17, but overcast conditions. And I wonder if that Grizzly is going to swing around, and straight away Allinson is putting another body into a slip cord. And how about that? Got 3 genuine catches. Well, that means nobody out there. This one is going, and will go all the way. 6 runs. Doesn't really get that good, if you like. He's not right out the middle, but he's so powerful. He still goes all the way for 6 runs. So first runs on the board. It's Maximo, and you'd expect nothing less from these 2 teams. And that one will go all the way as well. The shorter one, he gets tested, but he gets himself in a good early position. There's Corey. Corey's loving that. Corey, I know, is absolutely loving the action at the moment. 21 Maximos was in that first innings. And that's the sort of hitting that we're seeing from these teams. Max it down. Well, he says we want to win the match, and we want to win the Maximo race as well. And that will be another one. He is so quick on there. Just look at the movement. This is what, focus on the movement and look at the way he executes this. The head, the balance, the stroke play, the timing. Just pure class. There it goes. Boom. Shakalagya, 6 more. Yeah, tremendous shot. He's in form. He's in great form at the moment. You can see that some of the British and Irish 11 are just, yeah, hands crossed and admiring. Allison. It's not out of the middle, miscue, and it's a big wicket. So Max O'Dowd gets beaten from the first and hits 3 sixes and then miscues this one, catching chance. I mean, no huge celebrations, it has to be said, from the British and Irish 11, but that is a huge wicket. Sebastian Allison has got the wicket of Max O'Dowd for 18. Well, I tell you what, give away 18 runs and get the wicket of Max O'Dowd, you take it any day. You see, he just gets, yeah, just a bit caught up with that ball rising. Maybe he doesn't quite go for the right shot. Looks to hit it straight down the ground, and that's a really good catch. And who from? Oh, man, who scored a half-century earlier. Tom Hinley having a good day. Big wicket early on. That will probably change those percentages from who will win, what the percentages are. So Hinley holds on to it. Allison, when he was under attack, comes up with the goods. So can he finish with a good delivery here? 18 for 1. Ball to go in the first. And Shariz Ahmed, left-hander, comes out. Well, he goes for this one. Doesn't get it out of the middle. And that is a stunning catch. Wow. Same as Lynch. El Machina makes it look easy. And now they are up and about because that's 2 in 2. And Sebastian Allison, remember, when he comes back, he will be on a hat-trick. But have a look at this catch and how easy that same as Lynch makes this look. It is a tremendous catch. And I know somebody who would appreciate this. Joins me back in the commentary box is Tina. Tina, that was just pure class.
What a catch that was. He was running backwards. The ball was swirling in the air because it didn't come flush off the bat and made it look easy. The number 77 there, Lynch, hasn't always contributed with the ball. A bit hot and cold with the bat, but his hands were hot there and he made sure to take it. It's not the warmest out here at the Cartmel Oval. A safe pair of hands, and what a start this is for Bixie, restricting European 11 18 for 2 off the first over. And it's not often you get hit for 3 sixes, but you can kind of say you've won that over.
Yeah, and remember, keep an eye on him. He'll be on a hat-trick when he comes back. And if you think things were going to get more complicated, they will, because the man with the tash is Sturgis, who has bowled very well, and he's another one. I mean, he can be hit for a couple of boundaries, but he can still come back with a good one. And he's to bowl the next over, bowling to Afridi. And he could go first ball as well. He will. It's going to be a golden quacker for Shahid Afridi. He's trying to work this one away. It's a heavy ball straight into him. And Afridi puts his bat under his arm and he starts to walk off. It's a disastrous start. Before that ball, the British and Irish 11 had gone to 80% favourites. I mean, it could jump up to as much as 90 here. A disastrous start here, Tina.
Sajid Afridi, he had to watch the carnage unfold at the non-striker's end in the first over. The first chance he gets, he doesn't take the most of it, and he's got to walk. He's got 3-1-3 on the back of his shirt, but it's 0 on the scorecard for him. And the European 11, quite a bit of trouble here. It's Bixie on the first day who had a few batting collapses, but the Europeans are threatening it here as they go to 18 for 3.
18 for 3, captain comes out. That's also a team hat-trick, by the way. The last 3 balls have all resulted in a wicket. So, got Seamus Deploy out there, and Sikander Zulfikar joins him. He'll be on strike, the captain. The pressure, but they've been here before European 11, remember that? And it was against the British and Irish 11. Remember, they lost wickets of the first 2 ball. They were 28 for 5 after 15, but they recovered. Well, that's probably one that perhaps should have been stopped. I think when you think about some of the standards that we're seeing in the field, and that one gets through Tom Hinley.
Yeah, maybe we can allow him 1 misfield after the damage he did with the bat, and he picked up the catch. Max O'Dowd, which is the big wicket after O'Dowd did so much damage with the bat last night, but Hindley will be disappointed with that one. He'll have to make sure his hands are warm, as he'll have a few that will come to him. In fact, he has been sent out back to the boundary now, back maybe into his more comfortable catching position. Sulpica got off with a 4, and he's going to probably get another 4 here. It's going to be a chase on and go all the way to the boundary. So the captain has come out with a bit of a counter punch. He's seen his top 3 batters already go back into the shed. He's come out firing, and he's got 8 off the 2 deliveries, but this is going to have to be a big chase for the European 11 with their 3 big guns back in the shed.
Yeah, you're going to need a little bit of luck as well. That could not quite where he meant that to go, but he does get another boundary.
What a turnaround this is for BNI, by the way, after those 3 defeats on the first day. And we thought, oh, we maybe feared for the young players. They're the youngest team here at the tournament. They fought back, and, well, someone else who is fighting back is Captain Sikandar. That one goes for 4, and that's 3 4s in a row.
Yeah, well, we know all about what Sikandar Zulfikar can do. I know he broke the Spanish hearts in the ECC with Spain. We're looking to get to the final, and a couple of years ago. So he's a mega player, and he looks like the captain says, all right, we're not, I mean, this is the way they play. All right, we've lost 3 wickets, but we're not going to let this bother us. We know we can recover. We know we got what it takes. 3 boundaries on the spin here.
There's a triplet of 4s for the triplet. It's a slower ball there from Sturgis. Well bowled, actually, and what a piece of fielding out there. I don't know who that is.
I think it looked like Priestley.
Priestley out there, and he's a left-hander. Well, he's certainly a left-hand bat, and he picked that up with his left hand, diving around. They're going to have to check it because his feet were close, but he just sticks out a big left hand on the greasy surface, helps him a bit, and saved at least 2 runs there, as they, in fact, they only came through for the 1. So a bit of respite for Bixie, as 3 4s in a row are just followed up with the single to bring Deploy on strike for his first delivery. And that's, I think, is that a flush off?
That's caught him on the shoulder.
On the shoulder, okay.
That's hurt. I mean, that was a pace on delivery. That's caught him. I reckon that it's caught him right on the bone. And I mean, I know Dimas Deploy, he's a hard lad. You know, he's tough as nails. So if he's going down here and with the pain of that, you know that's hurt him. He's pretty quick. The bat, look, you can see it. The arm, the shoulder drops straight away. He drops the bat. I mean, he's up now and he looks okay, but that is a concern. It is the end of the over, and I think, yeah, you can see that Alistair's out there pretty quickly and probably will want to get some freeze spray or something on that. That would have hurt, as we have a look at the standings.
Yeah, and look how tight that is, Rico. It's all within a few points, and remember, there's 4 points up for grabs for every single game, and the World 11 at the bottom of the table. But look at that, they've still got at least 1 game in hand on the 2 teams out there in the middle, 2 games in hand against Asia, and we'll see them playing the next game against Europe. And look at what else we will see. Look at these upcoming events. What are you most looking forward to out of those on there, Rico?
Well, I always say, I mean, the European Cricket League is always going to be fantastic, but I think going to a new destination, Madrid, in Spain, never been there before. We're going to see some European Cricket Series, ECIs and T20 International. And of course, we've got some European Cricket Series women's events happening in Italy. And that's going to be exciting as well there in Rome. Now, yeah, it looks like here that, now I don't know if this is precautionary, but I wonder if the medics have decided that they'd rather get this jet. So maybe Dimas Deploy is going to have to go and get maybe that shoulder x-rayed or looked at, because that was full on, and I think it was right on the bone. So it's not a good sign. Let's hope that it's nothing serious and that we see him back soon. But at the moment, of course, our thoughts are with Dimas Deploy. He's going to have to walk off. Doesn't look good, does it?
Doesn't look good. At least he's moving his shoulder as we see that. It was made like a clicking sound, so at first I thought he was hitting the helmet, but it must have just been, I mean, he's a lean lad as well, so when you get hit on the bone there, but he doesn't look in too much pain, so maybe it's just precautionary as we go back to the live action here. And it's Sikandar who is on strike, and he just carries on. He is not too disturbed by the fact that he's lost one of his gun batters, and it's another boundary to him as he is joined out in the middle by Noah Cruz, who is not a bad replacement after he went big yesterday evening in the company of Max O'Dowd. And he hadn't quite been firing before that in the Western Shield, but he came back with a bang yesterday. And someone else who's coming out with a bang is the captain of the European 11. That's another big hit. And that will go all the way. And this is quite a little counter punch from the captain, Zulfikar. 23 off just 6 deliveries.
Yeah, I mean, this is amazing, kidding. It's Skander Zulfikar just decided, right, I'm just getting out there. I'm playing my shots. And I'm taking the attack to the British and Irish 11, even though they are on top. But wow, this is quite impressive, actually. Very good. And you're right, No Crows didn't have the best of starts, but found his rhythm yesterday as well. So looking to put a good partnership together, these two.
It's Sam Keeling-Wright who's come in to the fray. Bit of chaos out there with the retirement of Zemus Deploy. New batter coming in, and this new bat, Noah, he will now get his first sight of the ball. Because of those early wickets, Bixie are still firm favourites. It's a big chase, 189 needed, and the win predictor at the moment has them up at 86%.
Yeah, and hello to everybody in the chat, chirping away, and all of them saying Feliz Cumpleaños, because John Gray joins us in the chat. Good morning to you, John Gray, and yeah, a very happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, John, and there's a gift for you, because that's a lovely stroke off the bat of Noah Cruz, and he's picked up exactly where he left off last night. We see a beautiful close-up of the Grizzly nestled among the grass there. That was just a lovely late cut, flew to the rope. This is already proving to be quite an expensive over for Keeling-Wright, 15 off it of 4 deliveries.
Yeah, delightful shot, cut shot. And that was just exquisite, races to the boundary. Stronger together, well, European 11 have to be stronger together.
That's a brilliant response actually from Sam. He's been hit for a few, and when you're hit for a few big hits, it's always a bit of a risk to go for the bouncer, because anything off target is going to go all the way. But that was a well-directed bouncer and just flew past the blade of Noah.
Yeah, came back well. It's a length that the British and Irish 11 have used well. They're the one team that have been able to get that ball at that sort of chest height area. They bowled particularly well, I think, yesterday to Asian 11 bowling that. And now he goes for another now. I wonder what this one is. Well, they're happy with it. They're saying that the first one doesn't go over the shoulder, so that probably would be the one that did. That certainly did, but he tucks him up, a couple of short deliveries, and in the end, well, Sam Keeling-Wright looked like he could go for a magic ball, but it stays at 15. 3 overs complete. The power play is 46 for 3. And when you have a look at the graphic here, they're actually ahead on the power play, because early on, remember, the British and Irish 11 were 42 for 3.
Yeah, and there's a lot of big hitters in the European 11. Max O'Dowd, of course, is already back in the shed, but if Noah Cruz can do some damage here like he did last night, then maybe on for a big chase. But look, 2 of the Bixie overs bowled went magical, 1 went supersonic, so they're still going to have a few big overs. We see the World 11 are looking on under the eyes of the world, and they'll come back in the next game to face, in fact, the European 11. So the Europeans, they're going to have to pace themselves, because they're playing the double-header now, and then they're coming back in game 4 as well against the Asian 11. So it's a big day for Europe.
Big day for them, and that's a good delivery from Ollie. Just a single, so that's good when Sikander is at the other end. Has he got enough of this? He does. That will go all the way. As haven't quite got that orthodox mid-wicket in, I feel. It's not as wide. They've opted for quite a straight, long on. That's got in the gaps. A 6 run, so Crows has to, if Sikander's not there hitting the boundaries, he has to. They're in a state where they were yesterday, in the same sort of, with these two men. The European 11 had to go at 20s to get the win, and they're at that point again here.
Scotland's Ollie Davidson, who's into the attack and gets the dot ball through there as Cruz tried to step across to the offside. Good glove work there by William Smell behind the stumps. And that one will have to be checked. It's actually been called on the field as a no ball. A bit of a yelp of surprise there from Cruz. He wasn't expecting that one flying at his head. Just miscued there from Davidson, as it's a no ball. So they do run through for the 1. So the captain Sikandar will take the free hit. And I had this suggestion to Vinny the other day that if you get a free hit, regardless if you run for a single, you should be allowed to hit the free hit. I feel like you've earned that. Noah Cruz there, poor him, he had the ball directed at his face, but they ran through the single, so he didn't even get the joy of the free hit.
So the two batters can decide who faces it. Yeah, I like that.
They still, so if they run for a single, they still get the single,
Yeah.
but then they decide who gets the free hit.
Good shout, I like it. Also, Vinny was saying yesterday, and you can see it again here today, that the free hit never gets punished.
Nope.
Look where he's standing here, by the way.
Oh, what's the point of having stumps? But, well, what's the point, will Noah say, because that was right in Noah's arc, but he doesn't get all of it, and it just goes into the grateful hands. I'm sure it's Tom Hindley out there again, because who else, after he scored that blistering half-century in the first innings, he takes that one cleanly, and Noah, he stepped across his stumps. Well, he exposed all three of his stumps, but he also just didn't quite get a hold of that one. Hindley takes an easy grab 5 meters within the rope.
Yeah, it's good bowling, actually, Oliver Davidson. I mean, Crows already signals what he's looking to do from the way he's standing. So he says, well, okay, I'm not going to give you the ball that you want. I'm not going to bowl it straight, not bowling at your legs. I'll bowl outside the off stump. It's not the ball that he wants, goes for the big shot, but only offers Tom Hindley another catching opportunity. And Hindley, well, he's having a very good morning. He holds on to it, and that is the 4th wicket that does depart. As we see Fayaz Khan come out now. We've seen Fayaz Khan at his best here at the Kardama Oval. He's cracked an incredible century playing for Germany. Let's see if he can get clicking here. He's got to deal with Davison though.
That's a low full toss. The first ball for Fayaz Khan, and that's in fact the final ball of the 4th over. A decent over there from Ollie Davidson. The 11 runs coming off it, but more importantly for Bixie, the big wicket of Noah Cruz. As see Fayaz Khan, he threw the kitchen sink and then some at that one, but just rolled harmlessly through. And Sikandar, he's been starved of the strike somewhat in the last couple of overs. The captain is still out there. He's 26 off 9 deliveries. You feel like, as you look at the run rate there, it's kind of taken a bit of a nosedive, and I think the captain would have to stay out there and put in a big shift if they're going to get this run rate up to the 22 that is required.
Yeah, he's going to have to go big, but Fayaz Khan back on strike after getting that deceptive slow full toss, which he only got for a single. Oh.
That's a vicious bouncer, but a bit too vicious. And Samuel Keeling-Wright has come back on. He doesn't like that call from the umpire. I think if we see it again, we'll see that, yeah, Fayaz Khan was standing up there, and it did just go over the top of his bright yellow lid. So that was a wide call on height, despite Sam not being too happy about it. So we start again at the first ball of the 5th. That's better directed, but it's been directed straight into the trees all the way. It's actually hit the middle of the tree stump there, and what a hit that was from Fayaz Khan. That grizzly has gone deep into the woods.
It's gone a long way, hasn't it? I think they'll do well to find that one. But yeah, I mean, I suppose with that first delivery from Sam Keeling-Wright, all right, he's unhappy that it's been called a wide, but it was always going to be the one for the over. So I think when a fast bowler bowls that first up, the batter then knows, all right, he can't bowl another one. So he's a bit under pressure now. He knows he'd love to, like right now, after pitching that up and going for 6, he'd love to go to the shoulders ball. But there's always that risk, especially on this bouncy track, of it going over the shoulder and a no ball being called. So Fayaz Khan.
We have a little message in the crowd there as well. Someone's been doing their arts and crafts in the morning, and wow, someone who's eaten their Weetabix this morning is Fayaz Khan, because that has not gone into the jungle. That's gone into the next postcode, Rico.
Well, I gotta correct you there, Tina. No Weetabix does this. This is Alu Parontas. And Fayaz Khan, arriba. Shaba. That is a cracking hit. I mean, it's a risky ball, isn't it? Because if that's over the shoulder, it gets called a no-e. But that has been absolutely plummeted. That's 2 balls that have disappeared out there.
Fayaz Khan from Germany, so maybe he's been having his muesli this morning, but whatever he's eaten, he needs to have more of it, because those 2 sixes were absolutely mammoth. And there's just been the wide in that over as well, and it's only 2 balls gone. It's already gone for 13, and we saw this yesterday evening from the European 11 as well, as Max O'Dowd hit 36, 6 sixes in 1 over, which started with a wide as well. This one, well, that's just going to go for the 4. Kevin O'Brien there in the covers. I know he's been struggling a bit with a back injury and was maybe caught a bit off guard there. Maybe he was just expecting Fires Khan to hit another one into the bushes, but as it is, he hits it through the covers and the boundaries keep flowing for the European 11.
They needed this over, didn't they? That rate was creeping pretty high. They needed to come back with a good one, and this is a good one. 17 of 3 balls. And Fires, is it time for him to rise and shine?
Well, this is a good comeback from Sam. The 4 that maybe could have been stopped in the covers, and then he's clearly going to carry on with the short stuff, and that one was well directed, and Fires Khan doesn't get anything on that. That run rate is still up above 21. Europe 11 basically can't afford any single dot balls here. It's got to go to the rope almost every occasion. And wides won't harm their cause. Sam looks away in disgust. I don't know if that's at the decision or at his own bowling, but either way, he'll have to re-bowl that one.
Yeah, he's not having a good time out here. He seems pretty frustrated. And I think that one, yeah, fair call, just misses the line as well. Fires, I think he knows what's coming his way. He knows that probably Keating White is not going to try and pitch one up because he's wary of that. So he's trying to bowl it that short of a length.
That's really well bowled, actually. Looking at a bit of a frustrated figure is Sam, but that was a decent ball, and let's not forget the bonus point is up for grabs here. And correct me if I'm wrong, Rico, I don't think we've had a 4-0 so far this tournament.
We have not had a single match where a team has taken and bagged all the points, so I think 132, remember, is what European 11 have to get to avoid that happening for them. It's just going to be played down for a single, so he'll stay on strike. That's good. I mean, I like that from Sam Keating White. He's been under pressure, but he still finished that over well, and it goes for 19. Well, we thought it was going to be a big one as we welcome you into our commentary box. We can pull here along with Tina. Tina, not quite as sunny here today. Do you think these conditions are going to help the bowlers a little bit more?
I think so, because we saw that they were maybe struggling to grip the ball early on because of the dew out there, but once they get it dry, we've seen a lot of movement, even on that wide ball just then. It kind of jagged in off the pitch, so I think there'll be a lot out there for the bowlers. Yeah,
I'm certainly noticing a lot of movement away, and that's the quicker bowlers are getting that ball to move. And the batters are having to work hard here. It's going to be a hard slog, this, for European 11. But they've got the batters that can do it. Fire stays on strike. He goes for another one. And this is another one that gets muscled over. The giant European cricket ball is going to be 6 more. So Fires Khan, at the moment, well, he might be keeping Sekunda Zulfikar off strike. He might be getting cold, stood at the other end. But the captain will be happy that Fires seems to have found his true natural hitting ability here.
We've got those big European cricket balls out there, and I think that's exactly how Fires Khan is seeing the ball at the moment, because he is just smoking the ball over the ropes time and time again. That's already 3 Maximos in his 24 runs off just 8 deliveries. Strike rate around 300, and that one's hit firmly, but there is someone out there at the deep covers. It'll be fielded by Johnny Connell, who's patrolling in front of the fan zone, keeping the fans safe out there.
Yeah.
As it's Julius who's come in now for his first over of the day. And we were thinking maybe Julius has not been bowled maybe as much as he could be, but they've got a real wealth of seam bowling options here, and that's a Fisher's bouncer, but slightly misdirected. It was one for the over signalled by square leg, and it was given wide by the line as it just flew past Sekunda's shoulder and down leg side. And do you think Julius could maybe be bowled a bit more by Bixie here?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's somebody who's, I mean, all right, comes back with a straight one, and that's going to go straight down the ground. There's going to be 6 more. So the runs just keep on flowing here at the moment. They're staying in touch, and I think that's Corey saying, you see, if you miss your margin by just that much, the batters will have you. And yeah, Jules, he does miss his margin by a little. Yeah, I think the difference between Samora is maybe he has just a few more variations, but he maybe they feel he doesn't quite have the same amount of pace as some of the other bowlers. Short, great shot. Lovely shot. Ah, this is classy. Well, this is a Victorinox precision strike. It really is. What a shot this is. Absolute class. And Sikander Zulfikar, well, he doesn't get cold at the other end. He comes out with this. Look at this. Both feet off the ear. Yeah. Victorinox precision strike for 6. What a hit.
Well, they talk about playing the ball under your eyes. That one was almost above his eyes, but the balance he showed there, I think he was almost in mid-air, but somehow he managed to be balanced in mid-air. His head was straight as he hit that, and that was just a beautiful shot. And all the members of the blue crew are doing quite a lot of fielding out there around the boundary so far, probably more fielding than the fielders on the pitch.
Sorry that Tina, this is a free hit because they're saying that one was over the shoulder, so free hit coming up.
Yeah, there was already the one for the over. That's actually a good delivery on the free hit, and it should be fielded out there by the man you can't keep out of the game, Tom Hindley. So despite the free hit there, good recovery from Julius, but this over has already gone magical, and there's still 2 balls left in it.
Yeah, can they make it count? Can they capitalise? Can they notch that required rate down a bit? They sure can, because this will go all the way as well. Bolle, que guay, que genial, que grande, 6 más. As Fayez goes big again, 6 more.
Sikander and Fayez, if they're going to chase down this big total, these two are going to have to do a bit of heavy hitting, and they're doing a lot so far. Fayez Khan, 31 off 10. Sikander, the captain, 39 off 12. Still 1 ball left. And, well, that's the response from Julius. He says, well, goodbye off stump. And what a delivery that was. And Fayez Khan, he misses out on that occasion. Smiles all round for Bixie as they pick up their 5th wicket. European 11, 104 for 5. And just as that partnership was starting to threaten, really good delivery. That's the definition of top of off stump, Rico.
Yeah, well, the off stump goes for a walk. Chuck the Vate as Fayez just likes to give himself a little bit of room here, doesn't he? Look, he moves away down the leg side, trying to, I think he's trying to loft this over the offside. Well, in hindsight, he would have been better off staying where he is. I think the annoying thing more than anything else, probably for the European 11 about that dismissal, they'd done the work in the over. It went for 28, and even a single there, even a dot ball would have been okay. But with that wicket going, it means that another batter is going to come out there and have to make a start. And Hamza Salim Dar, we know he's a talented player, hasn't really shone in this Western Shield at the moment with the bat. Maybe it's his time to rise and shine.
Yeah, they certainly need him to stand up and be counted, because losing a few wickets and that run rate still above 21. And while that one goes high up in the air, it's a half chance. In fact, it's a full chance that it will be taken out on the boundary. I think it's Johnny Connell out there. He was patrolling earlier and he's scooted around to his left. And in fact, that is going to be the big wicket of the captain, Sikander Zulfikar. So what are 2 balls for Bixie as the 2 set batters both fall in consecutive balls across the 2 overs. And that's really put the cat among the pigeon. The European 11 looking like they're flagging here, and they've still got 35 runs needed, or about 30 runs needed for even 1 point on the board, and this is a real good fight back from Bixie.
Yeah, 39 of 13. Nice catch held, and yeah, they just got those wickets when they needed it. I mean, they were under pressure. That over from Somarora when it went for 28, but he picks up a wicket the last ball, and now 2-2. We've already seen 1 team hat-trick, and it's Davison again who gets the wicket with his variations. Watch out for that slow full toss also, which if he gets right can be very dangerous, as Jeremy Martins comes out.
Yeah, he only went for 11 off the first over, did Davidson. Well, there's 6 more, as how often have we seen that this week, Rico, that the wicket comes straight after, well, 6 comes straight after the wicket, and Jerry Martins does the same there, as just distracted by the fact that the fans were in a bit of danger there. There's kids really enjoying their time there, but they've got to make sure that they look out for those grizzlies. Watch out, there's grizzlies about as one comes flying into the fan zone. Yeah,
interesting, isn't it, what you say there? Free hits they can't put away, but a new batter comes out and smashes a 6 when a wicket's just gone down. Quite crazy. High catching opportunity.
high up in the air, and it's Tom Hindley, who else, who takes that catch, and that's a hat-trick for Hindley in terms of catches to add to his 58 runs with the ball off just 14 deliveries, so I think he might have player of the match stitched up. And it's Martins who has to depart. He went 6, but then next ball, he's caught out, and this is looking like a bit of a death knell here for the European 11.
Yeah, Hindley in the action once more. That's 7 down. Of course, look, we don't know whether we're going to see Zemus come out there, so it could technically be 8. And they've got to be careful here. Remember, they're needing to get to that 132 score to at least secure a point. So I think really here, Corey, probably maybe he sent the message out, as well as the captains again, and Zulf go, right, okay, look, guys, now we've got to get to that 132.
Yeah, well, the win predictor doesn't give them really a chance to get the win, but as you said, Rico, if they at least get that 1 point, we see in the table how tight it all is. 1 point could make all the difference. As Khalid Ahmadi comes in, goes for a big swing, and in fact, the keeper really loves this, and it's William Smale behind the stumps, and it's less of an appeal, more of a celebration from Smale, because he thinks he's got his man here.
Yeah, let's look at this side on. I suspect that the toe is up, but not past the line. Let's have a look. And, it's going to be close, but I don't think any part, if I'm looking at that, I don't see any part of the foot past the line. It might be on the line, it's not past it. I can see this being given out.
Yeah, we talking about those famous shoe bends again, but because he's really flexed his foot forward, I agree with you here, Rico. I think you can see a bit of daylight between the shoe and the line, which means that nothing's behind that line. Of course, it's going to be down to the umpires to make this call, or the third umpire.
It's a tough call, but I think he's going to have to go here. I really do. I mean, the look at the players on they're all looking, and there's the decision, and it's a big decision. It's going to be another wicket, and Oliver Davidson, he's taken the 3rd in the over. He now will be on a hat-trick, and also, well, that's the 8th down, but like I say, this could be, I mean, this could be the last pairing, because we don't know, of course, if Deploy will come back out. Mind you, having said that, this sort of looks like it could be Zemus coming back out. Let's see.
Yeah, I think you're right, Rico. I think that's Zemus, the left-hander from Hungary. The tan figure of Zemus, that's how we can tell, because he's been spending some time in the sun, I'm sure, and he does come out, so that's great to see that the knock he sustained earlier in the innings, it's not bad enough to keep him from the action. Hat-trick ball for Davidson. And Zemus says no.
Nothing wrong with him. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know who's that who have got their backs to the ball. You never do that on the cricket field or anywhere now around the cricket field, because it can be dangerous, but I reckon he's all right. That's a lovely shot. The slog sweep for 6.
If we could just go back to that replay, I don't know if our friends from Two Circles caught that, because one of our blue crew went almost head first into the bush. He was showing true commitment to the cause. Not scared of the bears in the woods there, as he went to try and receive that grizzly. Well, Zemus Deploy, he came out, and there's nothing wrong with that shoulder, as Oliver Davidson was maybe hoping that he could sneak in with a hat-trick and a fifer. He's still got 1 ball left, so he can still get that fifer, can Davidson. Well, it's been signalled a wide, and they're going to run through for a single. It's a good throw, but it's safely in as this throw comes in from Julius, but Hamza Salim Dar is doing a good load of backing up there, and it's a wide ball, so Oliver Davidson has another chance at a fifer. We've had 1 or 2  5-wicket hauls so far in 2025, and I'm sure Ollie Davidson would like to see his name up on that Hall of Fame. Well, if we just had the 1, this would make it the 2. It was me and you out there for that one. Rico, Mohammed Saklin in Malta, and he goes for the slower ball, and the fifer's on here, and it should be taken, and is. It's taken by Tommy Sturgis. And Ollie Davidson, he did a bit of a hoodoo magic there. He bowled the wide. It was a bit of a dirty ball, but then that gave him the opportunity to come back to get his 5-wicket haul, and that's exactly what he's done. Gets the wicket of Hamza Salim Dar, leaving the European 11 9 down.
Oh, Hamza Salim Dar just hasn't been able to click with the bat. He's going to go for a golden duck for him. It's another one in the innings, but it's a 5-wicket haul for Oliver Davidson. Well done. And I'm trying to think, and I can probably look back to see if that is the first 5-wicket haul we've had in the Western Shield. I think it is. Remember, we saw the first hat-trick from Haroon Ashad. I think that's our first 5-wicket haul. That means that European 11 are 118 for 9, and the British and Irish 11 are in the hunt for 4 points here. They need 1 wicket. 132 is what the European 11 have to get to. Mind you, they have got Zemus Deploy on strike.
It's Tommy Sturgis who took that catch for the 5-foot, who's into the fray here with the ball. Slower ball first up, and Zemus just hits that away for a singlet. Hey, Rico, that previous over, Oliver Davidson, there was 2 sixes in there, plus a bit of a filthy wide, and he still managed to pick up 4 wickets.
Yeah, 14 cut the over, 4 wickets from it. Hey, are you surprised to take that single? Because you got the number 11 now. I know this guy will always say, hey, I'm a batter. He fancies himself as a batter, Mohamed Atif. Well, I suppose now's the time for him to show it. And 9 down.
That's a nice little cricket shot. So he's clearly held a bat before, and he just flicks that away. And maybe that's what Corey has sent the message out with. 132 needed. So actually just the 11 needed now, the 12 needed now to get that point. Obviously, the target is a distant dream, but those points can be all important. So if they just knock it around, they've still got 2.5 overs to get those 12 runs. That would be my tactic here. Looks like they're not taking many risks. Zemus needs to make sure he's in. He needs to make sure the ball doesn't drop on the stumps. Tommy Sturgis, the bowler, ends up in the crease with him. That's a dramatic dot ball. But yeah, we can basically revise that target as has been shown on the scoreboard at the bottom of your screens, that the European 11 need 12 off 15 balls for a point, and that's a far nicer equation for them than going for that big target of 189.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think it was Deploy probably thinking, yeah, I just need 2 balls that can smash away for 6. That's what I'm looking for. 2 balls.
Well, the wides will help, and especially, well, I was going to say 5 wides, but in fact, it's Ollie Davidson who's done enough work with the ball, who does the fielding there. He probably didn't expect that to come flying at him at a rate of knots. It was a misdirected ball by Sturgis. The tumbling Smail, I think he managed to actually get the glove on it, which deflected it, made sure it wasn't 5 wides in the end.
Tactical.
Yeah.
Tactical. Hey, I'm telling you. I mean, fire it down on leg side. Let's see if they take the single. If they do, we attack the number 11. And I don't take those, you know. I don't take them. I stay with Deploy on strike to hit the runs you need to get a point. So this is pressure now, once again, on Atif.
It's a good delivery as well. And if you're a number 11 batter, that's not the kind of delivery you want to face. That was a vicious ball from Tommy Sturgis. And he's got another 2 deliveries now to try and get the final wicket that Bixie need to take all 4 points for the first time in this Western Shield.
Yeah. Do you realise also, by the way, that Sebastian Allison is on a hat-trick? He hasn't come back onto bowl.
I'm glad someone's paying attention.
It's all right. He might get back and have a go. Now they've let this. Hey, what do you think? I'm telling you, that ball's gone for 4. This is all about keeping, I think, a tip on strike, because why aren't they stopping this?
Well, there was a cheeky little grin here.
Have a look at this.
From the fielder. Kevin O'Brien is not interested at all, and it's Priestley. And look at this, the classic footballer move of putting their hand up by their mouth. So we can't do any lip reading, but I think you're right, Rico. There's some cheeky tactics going on out there as Mohamed Atif has to face 1 more ball of this Sturgis over. Well, he's played that pretty well. In fact, it might go all the way for 4, so that's a bit of a backfire there from Bixie. And Mohamed Atif says, hey, I'm a batter too. And he shows Bixie, and he gets a 4 for his troubles. So that's just the European 11 now needing 2 runs to get that all-important bonus point. I think we can safely say that Bixie will grab the win. So it will be 3 points in their back pockets, but the European 11, if they get these 2 runs, I think they'll be, not happy, but they'll at least have a little consolation prize.
Yeah, definitely. Well done to Mohammed Atif. He certainly will be having a chat with Corey later and saying, I told you so. Well, Atif, with those 2 boundaries, that could be the man that has helped his team to at least get a point out of this fixture. But the British and Irish 11, they're not done yet. And the hat-trick man does come back. Sebastian Allison, hat-trick ball.
Here we go. We've had a fifer. Will we have a hat-trick? No, we'll have a big crunching 6 from Zemus Deploy. And you can hear the applause there from the European 11 because they know they've at least got a point on the board, avoided the first 4-0 defeat of the Western Shield 2025, and that was a classic. Clear the front foot. Zemus's front foot barely on the pitch anymore as he just wallops that over cow corner.
That's his shot, his go-to shot.
No hat-trick then for Sebastian Allison, but that was great delivery, and that's a great throw in as well from Ollie Davidson. We said you couldn't keep Tom Hindley out of the game, but Davidson, he's maybe wrestled the player of the match trophy away from his teammate, and this would just sum up his game if he gets this run out direct hit.
Yeah, they're going upstairs to ask the question. Hits the back of the bat. Here's the throw, and Atif, we don't know if he's in the frame there at all. Can't tell from that one.
The umpires are just realigning the stumps, and it's a bit of a wait here to see, but Atif doesn't look too bothered. He clearly thinks that he's home and dry, and the umpires as well, I think they're still double checking. In any case, it was a brilliant throw from Ollie Davidson, the man with the fifer, throwing it into the top of the stumps, and the umpire on field has confirmed that he was not out, so Atif safely home, and he gets to face his 3rd ball of the 9th over. It's a slower ball from Allison, and you can see Zemus, he's not entirely comfortable with his shoulder here. He's not running smoothly, but I'm sure he's feeling still the effects of that big body blow earlier in the game, but he's done the business here for his team, come out bravely, and got the bonus point to at least get his team on the board in the first game of day 3.
Yeah, absolutely right. Gutsy performance from him to be out there, and he needed to be out there, otherwise they would not have got that point.
Well, that's up in the air. It's going to be a chance. There's 2 fielders converging on it, and one of them goes for it, and that's a brilliant catch in the outfield. A tumbling catch. I thought at first that there was going to be a bit of a slow motion car crash, but as it is, it's the tumbling Johnny Connell who takes the catch, and he's a brilliant fielder out there. He's been patrolling the front of the fan zone, and he brings this game to a close as the European 11 skittled for 138. Still 8 balls left on the table, but they did at least get that all-important bonus point, but it will be Bixie who take home the 3 points and the win.
Yeah, the catching has been sensational from the British and Irish 11. That's one thing I think that European 11 would know. They'll be honest with themselves. They let themselves down a little bit in the field. Remember, they dropped O'Brien a few times. Brave not there. You've got to say it from Zemus Deploy. But remember, the tough thing for the European 11 is that back in action straight away up against the World 11. Now, Zemus Deploy is listed to play now. I wonder if that might change. Could be a late change in there. But GDC coming back into the side. And Razman Shigawel also coming back into the side. Let's see how he goes. But let's have a look at these highlights. And in the end, Tina, though it promised to be a 50-50 game, even the win predictor was thinking it might be. I mean, it sort of started that way, but I think once we saw that magnificent over where all those wickets would fall down, the game just, well, you can see there, it got snatched away from European 11. The catching from this British and Irish 11 has been superb.
A whole host of catches, and none more so than Tom Hindley, who contributed 58 off the bat of just 14 deliveries, and then was everywhere in the field, and that was that nasty blow that Zemus Deploy took on the shoulder. A bit of the magic spray from Alistair helped, but he had to go off for a while as the World 11, they looked on. You saw their team sheet just, we'll see them in action in a minute. But there was just catch after catch for Bixie, and that meant that the European 11, they just kept on dropping, and no one really got going apart from the captain, Sikander. He scored 39 off 13. Fayez Khan, he came in, but as soon as he went, then no one else really could get their team over the line.
Yeah, and it was an interesting one, wasn't it? Because there was that one over, was it? And this is it from Julius Aurora. He had gone for 28, And Fires Khan just decided to go after a big shot there. He showed his stumps, goes down leg side, he gets out, and then the very next ball of the next over, then we saw that Secunda would also go. So a pocket of play there that if they could change things, the European 11, you know, Fires doesn't go for the big shot. He takes the 28 of the over, and maybe they stay within, you know, within the grasp of getting the win. But once that happened, I think that was it. I think the tails went up of the British and Irish 11, and with catching like that, they got a very good win. That will take them to the top of the standings. And the other thing about that one for the European 11, I know they pick up a point, but the margin of defeat and being bowled out with those, as you said, 8 balls to go, that will hurt the net run rate.
Absolutely, and we see how important those bonus points are and the net run rate with the standings being so close. But taking a look at the scorecard, just the 230s and a lot of too many single-digit scores, and that's really what made sure the European 11 didn't really get close to the big total of Bixie in the end, and they went home with the bonus point, did the European 11. They had to satisfy with themselves with just that consolation prize, and look at that for a bowling scorecard. And Oliver Davidson, he took 5 wickets, the first 5 of the Western Shield in 2025, the second one on the network this year, and he was really the pick of the bowlers. But Sebastian Allison, he had a chance at a hat-trick as well, so good bowling all round. And Julius, he just went for that one magical over.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good bowling performance, looking professional, and they continue to go upwards. Remember, they started quite incredibly with 3 losses in day 1, but they've come back now with 3 wins on the spin, and certainly they're the team to beat at the moment. We're going to leave you with that match summary, and we'll take a short break, and it looks like it will be a short break because in 10 minutes time we'll be back on air. We'll be talking to you through the action of what will also promise to be a very exciting match. The European 11 are going to have to pick themselves up and come back fighting. World 11, well, they are looking to go back to winning ways as well. Join us back in about 10 minutes time.
The Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome back to the not so sunny Cartmel Oval, but the sun gods are raining down on us as we have another day of action-packed cricket. And game 2 of day 3 of the Western Shield sees the European 11 take on the World 11. But before we talk a bit about the teams, let's see what happened at the all-important coin toss.
Dream 11.
Been called Dream 11. It's come down European cricket, you've won the toss.
We'll have a ball first.
Okay, toss on the European 11, who will bowl first?
So there you have it, the European 11 won the toss, they're going to have a bowl. And well, they had a bit of Dutch courage last night as their 2 Dutch batters did the business. Noah Cruz and Max O'Dowd really going big with the bat to get that win against the Asian 11. But they're coming up against the world. And they've got Ross Taylor, the icon player. He's new to ECN, but it hasn't taken too long to get into his full flow off the bat. And you know, they've got a couple of Big Bash icons to call upon as well. The Hatzoglu brothers, I'm sure, will feature heavily, as will Jack Wood with both bat and ball. So I'm sure we're going to have a really exciting game. And I'm excited to join Rico Fall up in the commentary box. And Rico, take it away.
Thank you very much to Tina, and on liking the Peacock Friday number as well. And well, all that's left to see what Vinny Sandu turns up with. Vinny will be here, and he'll be doing the next match. So Peacock Friday, everybody. Hope you got your colourful numbers on. A lot of people may be new and thinking, oh, you're talking about Peacock Friday. Well, I'll go back to that in a minute. The first is the big news. That's why we got this slight delay. There was a change, of course. Zima's deploy with that injury. We saw him out there. He didn't look comfortable. So Faiz Khan comes into the side. Also in is Daniel Doyle and Razman Shigwell, who Razman Shigwell got the player of the match last night. He batted very well for a fine 33. It was good to see him out there getting some runs on the board. Joshua Tromp comes in for the World 11, and Benjamin Kalitz as the umpire, Simon Said. Joe Foster got them. So yeah, if you are new, Peacock Friday, we've got a thing on European cricket that every Friday we put on our colourful attire, whether it's a Hawaiian shirt, something with a bit of colour to spark the start of the weekend. So do get involved, and every Friday is Peacock Friday and the start of the weekend. And once again, outstanding number there from Tina as we get ready for the start of this one. So it's going to be a tough one, isn't this, for the European 11? I think this is really going to show us the true character of the side, having gone down and being beaten by, being beaten badly there in that last match by 50 runs in the end it was. They need to come back strong. 56 to 44% in favour of the World 11. Let's talk a little bit about them. They got a good win yesterday against the Asian 11. They held on 151 and won by 1 run, 26. Got off the last over, needed 28. It was a close one, but then they would go down to the European 11 yesterday. So this is a repeat of match number 9. The World 11 put 120 on the board, and the European 11 knocked them off with 9 balls to go. So that's the reason why I think here that once again the World 11 have been put in to have a bat. Let's see how they go here. Got Peter Hatzoglu is going to be opening up with Joshua Tromp, who we've seen him in the runs a few times. Jeremy Martins with the ball. He's been in good form himself. He'll be looking to get a good start as official timekeeper Rado say, let's play. Here's the first ball. And it's down the ground. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna Sona. That Here's the way we do it on European cricket. There's no messing around. There's no getting your eye in. Is boom, shakalaka from the start. And he likes it. Big smile on the non-striker's face there. Joshua Trump as Peter goes big first ball. Just pitches up. And there it goes. Comes the next. I don't think this one will be pitched up. And it's slower, gets the edge. Oh, that's very unlucky. Very unlucky. That's that very cleverly disguised slower delivery. And Hatzogalu gets the edge on this, but it's too wide for the keeper to get anywhere near. And that's going to go wide past Noah Crows. And first slip would have been handy. But in between Crows and that sort of a fly slip in place there. It's Quattro Mas. 6 and 4, maybe hungry for more is Peter. Edge, this time he's gone. Chases a wide one. It's good bowling. He got away with one, but not this one. He gets the tip of the bat. Everybody hears a snick, and that's the first wicket. That's a good comeback there from Martins. And Peter, it's going to be 10 or 3. Well, I suppose he's not hanging around. Just, having a swing. He doesn't really get his footwork right there. He's reaching for it. And he gets the edge. And he's going to have to go. I suppose there the difference between Peter and Cinderella. Well, Cinderella knew when to leave the ball. Peter didn't. Gets the edge. It's going to go. There's an opportunity for a new batter to come out to join Joshua Trump. Hasn't had a hit himself. We'll have a look at that dismissal again. Straightforward. No issues there at all for Crows. Well done to Martin. Martin, good key all-rounder, I think, for the European 11, who are looking to bounce back after that 50-run defeat in that last match. That's cleverly bowled. This is Jack Wood. Now, we've seen two sides of Jack Wood. Scored 85, but we've also seen him not score. That's a story that we've seen with quite a few of the batters, but how well this is bowled. And I think in the end he doesn't play at this thinking it might be a wide ball, but sneaks it inside, and that's the slower ball is the one to go for here at the moment. Jeremy Martins seems to be working a treat. That's played away in the gap, 4 runs as he threads the needle. Cuatro carreras. Well, this is swift and nimble, like the Microlino, as it gets speedily through the outfield. That's going to be 4 runs. As Jack Wood does get off the mark. We've also seen Jack with the ball take a 3-foot, so once again, a bit like Martins, he's probably quite a crucial all-rounder. Places out in the offside. It's a perfect cut shot. 4 more. It's a big gap between point and the man who's on the boundary there at cover, which is Max O'Dowd has been placed in that area. So Cuatro carreras más. That is the end of the first over. And though a wicket has fallen, 18 valuable runs have come from it as well. 18 for 1 at the end of the first, as Tina joins me back in the commentary position, and we can have a talk about some of the upcoming events here on European cricket.
Thank you, Rico. We've got a lot of Mediterranean flair coming up. Hopefully a lot of warm weather. We go to Portugal, Spain, Italy and France. Seeing a bit of women's cricket in action as well, so I'm really looking forward to that. I'll hopefully be there in Italy for that one, and let's not forget the ECL coming up as well. So between now and April, I don't think we'll come up for air. That's exactly how we love it here on the European Cricket Network. And the World 11, they'll probably love their start, but won't love the fact that they've already had one of their batters, their big guns, back in the crease, in the hutch. And well, Trump, who's come in, it's his first ball after he came in and stood at the non-striker's end in the middle of the first over. He's started with a beautiful 6, just hit firmly all the way over long off for a big Maximo.
Yeah, big hit. It's interesting that both bowlers have pitched up the first delivery. Martins did it and he gets smacked back over his head. Now Hamza, he's done the same. I'm pretty sure now they'll go back to the heavier ball. And this one is going to go blazing outside the off. It's an area where we've seen a few boundaries go already. I just wonder if Sikander Zulfikar wants to make a change here in that area. Now we're in the power play. And those of you that are new to the format, the first 3 overs, only the 2 players are allowed outside that 30-yard circle. So he's a bit restricted to what he can do at the moment. Right now he's got backward point and also the mid-wicket back on the boundary. Swing and a miss this time as Hamza does get this one to seam away. Gets a dot ball in. Huge delivery is the old dot ball. And good morning to everyone in chat. And Charlie Hunt joining in as well. Hello, Charlie. Hope all is going well. And once again, a very happy birthday to John Gray. He's also tuning in. Talking about birthdays. And that's going to be a while. Speaking of birthdays, born today on this day, 1970. Some people say one of the world's most destructive batters of modern era, Michael Slater. So happy birthday to him. He was lacing and chanting 152 at Lord's in his second test in 1993. He looked at home in the cricket's big league. Slater smacked. That one's up in the air. Now this one is going to be a real challenge, and it's a fantastic catch. Fingertips, and it stays in, and that's why he is one of your icon players. Max O'Dowd with a brilliant catch, and he judged this to perfection, and he gets up with a big smile on his face and the Grizzly safely in his hands.
Excellent catch by Max there. We've seen a lot of really good catches actually in that cover region. It just squirts off the bat of Trump and going backwards. Max, he almost loses his cap, but he's got a fine mane of hair that kept it in place there, and he gets up gingerly, makes sure all of his limbs are still in the right place, readjusts his cap. The main thing is the ball stayed in his hands, and Joshua Trump, he has to go. He survived just 4 balls, 1 4 and 1 6 for his 10. It leaves the World 11 already 2 down, still the second over, and they've got 29 runs on the board.
Yeah, World 11, don't forget they are, and we'll probably see at the end of this over, at the foot of the table. I know they've got games in hand, but they do need to get going, and they need to find that winning spree is what they're after here. So James Baisley is coming in at number 4. See how he can get going, but looking really here for a decent partnership between 2 batters. Hamza, bit of success for him early on. And that's up in the air, it could carry all the way, and it will. It's 2 in 2 as the big, powerful Baisley puts this into the hands of mid-wicket, and Daniel Doyle Kaya makes no mistakes. And we have another opportunity of a hat-trick. Hamza Salim Dar takes 2 in 2. Never really gets underneath it as he's trying to dig this out. You can see falling well short of the boundary, but another good catch. Well, we did say that European 11, they had to raise their game in the field after some errors against the British and Irish 11. They seem to have done that here, Tina.
Bit of a strange shot there from James Baisley. It was a good ball, almost a Yorker length. Baisley just dug it out, but in fact just provided a bit of catching practice there for DDC in the outfield. But look who it is coming in, probably a bit earlier than what he had expected or maybe hoped, but it's Ross Taylor. He's got a few runs under his belt, both in Test matches, ODIs, T20s. He's got a few ECN runs already, hasn't he, Rico?
He has, yeah. Well, this is the hat-trick. So, of course, the very first hat-trick in the Western Shield. We did have one last year. Ahun Ashad, 4 for 39. And let's see if Hamza Salim Dar, we know he's on quite a few of our Hall of Fame graphics. Can he get his name on the hat-tricks one?
Well, we had a potential icon hat-trick in the first game, and we've got another chance here, Rico.
Gets pushed out, and no run there. Good fielding there as well. Look how quickly he was to pounce on that. Attacks the ball and says, nope, I'm not giving you a run. 29 for 3 at the end of 2. As we'll take a look at this one again. liking the slow-mo. So it's pushed out, nice straight back, but no run. We'll have a chance to look at the standings, and you'll see here just why the World 11 need to get off to a good start here today.
Yeah, look at that. 3 teams at the top, all on 12 points. But the World 11, they've got 2 games in hand. So, you know, if they win their 2 games in hand, that will give them 6 points at the bare minimum. That will take them to the top of the table, and that's why it's all important. But the European 11, I'm sure, will have a thing or two to say about that. They picked up some points earlier, and they'll want to go big. They've got 3 games today, so it's a really important day for both of these teams.
Here's a man who bowls a big, heavy ball. It's time for Shahid Afridi. Talking about all-rounders, I mean, we've mentioned Jeremy Martins, how good he's been. And Afridi, well, he seems to have come to the rescue for his side on several occasions. Didn't have the best of last games. He got out first baller, but he's looking to bounce back. But first he's going to have to do it with the ball. That's a really good delivery. Just look at this ball, the way he darts this in. Gets a little bit of movement away, but he just catches that line. Great dot ball.
Really nicely bowled. And we always talk about trying to hide that ball just the right side of the wide line, and that's exactly what Afridi did there. Doing Germany proud as well. Had a nice little chat with him. Both of us representing Germany, so I'm sure he's happy to be out there flying the flag as well.
That slow ball doesn't get picked at all. You can see how early this has been played. So Wood still there. We know he's a dangerous player. If he gets going, he can certainly go on to score a big score. Now needs to stay out there with the icon. Ross Taylor, also the captain of the World 11. He goes after this, gets given the width, and that's been beautifully put away. The execution on this was tremendous. Just look at the bat position as well. Knows exactly what he's doing. And gets this one over the offside. Look at that lovely shot.
Bit of width on offer there, and just levered over the boundary by Jack Wood. And by the way, what a pairing we have out there. I know there's someone in the chat saying, is that Ross Taylor, with about 10 question marks? And the answer is absolutely yes. Do not adjust your sets. That is the Ross Taylor out there representing the world.
Yeah, and he's going to lavish in this little battle, I think. Afridi, a little bit too much width. Comes back with another. I mean, this one is slightly closer, but it's even a better shot. Well, this is right out of the textbook. Mentioning Michael Slater, his birthday, born on this day, 1970. This is a shot that he would have been proud of. The man who scored a staggering 700s in his first 16 Ashes test. What a beautiful shot that was.
All the best people are born in this week in February. Completely unbiased opinion there.
When was your birthday again, by the way?
It was the 18th, so a couple of days ago. And I know Henry McIntyre, who's not playing in the World 11 lineup, his was on the 19th. He turned 21. He got a golden duck for his birthday. So
I did see that. And that is going to go all the way. Bolle. Ginna sona shaka lagya ke wa ke hadial ke grande. 6 más is the end of the over. Well, that's the way to burn off those calories, especially if you're eating some of the lovely food being dished out here by Purple Pepper. End of the over, and it's 45 for 3. So even though they lost the 3 wickets, it's probably, run-wise, quite a healthy power play.
yeah, and that ball almost went in the back of the net on the football pitches. Luckily, the footballers not out there at the moment. They would have had a grizzly roaring their way. But I think you're right, Rico. Will we say 40 to 60? Not a bad power play, but they won't like the fact, the World 11, that 3 of their big hitters are in the hut already, especially the experience of Hatzoglu and Baisley, both going quite cheaply. But it's not too bad when you have Ross Taylor to call upon. Jack Wood, he's got a bit of BBL experience, so there's not too many weak links in this World 11, and Ross Taylor hasn't got off the mark yet, but he's got a chance here at the start of the 4th.
Mohamed Atif. And that's a good delivery, and I think that's gone. Atif gets it in the right area, goes right across. And you know what? Mohamed Atif has got so many memorable moments on the network. He's a fantastic lad. He's a great emerging player. We've seen him grow from nothing to a star. And what a moment this is for him. It's something that he'll certainly write in his memoirs. He gets the wicket of Ross Taylor, and Ross Taylor will go without scoring to Paul Doug.
Tell you what, that's exactly what the European Cricket Network is all about. Mohamed Atif of Spain, he gets the big scalp of Ross Taylor. He's just got several thousand test runs to his name. He doesn't get any runs to his name on this occasion, but what a story that is for Atif. And as you said, Rico, he'll be telling that one to the grandkids, both arms aloft in celebration, and you won't forget that one in a long time.
No, you won't. Magical moments, we always say here on European cricket, is all about players' dreams come true, and that is a dream come true for a very nice man. Not only has Mohamed Atif shown Corey that he's a batter now, he's also shown him that he's still a very dangerous bowler, and he gets the big wicket of Taylor. 45 from 4, as it's Sean Williams now comes out at number 6.
The World 11 stars keep on coming, and I'm actually surprised we haven't seen Skander Sharma yet. He opened the game, the previous matchup between these two teams, scored 61 off just 26. Yet to see him.
And this could be another wicket, you know. We might see him sooner than later. It will be another, as it's going to be 2 in 2. As the Russian Williams goes for the big hit, slices it up in the air. Catch gets taken, and Mohamed Atif, well, his head is getting bigger and bigger as he gets another one. What a moment. Another wicket goes, and now he will be on a hat-trick.
Hat-trick watches all over the place this morning, Rico, and Raishan Williams, he has to go for a golden Derek. Derek, not spotted quite yet. He's still in the lab getting some improvements. But someone who doesn't need any improvement at the moment, Mohamed Atif. First wicket, Ross Taylor. The second wicket, Raishan Williams. Possibly a third wicket to come. It will be the Canadian Ben Kallitz who will be facing up, so it could be a triple nationality wicket, which on International Languages Day could be pretty fitting, and he wants to get on that Hall of Fame, doesn't he? Number 4 for 2025.
Yeah, International Languages Day, good. Heniel, bueno, बहुत बढ़िया, जबरदस्त bowling from Mohamed Atif. Is he going to get a hat-trick to his name? If he is, he's going to have to get the wicket of Ben Kallitz, who now comes out at number 7.
It's left-hander to left-hander as well. Hat-trick chance for Mohamed Atif.
Oh, well, the umpire drops the catch. Suleiman Saeed will have to put a euro in the pot. I hope he's okay. It doesn't look good, to be honest, but this has been hit straight back like a dart. And, well, that's caught the fingers of Sully. Have a look at this. I mean, that could have been nasty. You saw the non-striker ducking. You probably, because of that, Suleiman Saeed doesn't see a lot of this. Well, this one, oh, that could have been really nasty. I hope Sully's okay.
There's a cricketer's instinct if ever you've seen one, that the ball is coming in his direction. He goes for his fingers more out of self-preservation than anything.
He's blushing. Well, the Italian stallion, Suleiman Saeed, almost gets taken down, but he's all right. He's fine. And Joe Foster sees the funny side of it. Well, he wouldn't be laughing if he was at the other end. You see, the umpires have to be quick and nimble. And yeah, he says, I'm fine, that's Sully.
All 5 fingers are still there, all good.
The batter's saying you stopped the boundary. It was going all the way. Bowled, and oh, he's got to get back here. And he does make it. He's had to go back with permission from the umpire now from Suleiman to go get his bat. And Suleiman is saying, no, you trying to take me out. Well, maybe I'll just ignore the fact that you asked me for permission. Okay, he gets okay. All right, Jack Wood. He's got to go big. Oh, yeah, have a look at this. Sully's out the way pretty quickly, isn't he, this time?
I don't know what it is, Rico. The sight of a batter running without a bat is always so bizarre. They look like a duck out of water.
Oh, wild hoik. It really is a wild hoik from Wood, trying to make something happen, trying to get things back on track here for the World 11. Just have a look at that. I mean, the expected score 125, and European 11 well on top here, 79% to 21.
It's a good comeback from the Europeans after they were roundly beaten by Bixby this morning by around 50 runs, but they've put themselves in a great position here.
Edge gone, adios. It's another wicket, the third. Mohamed Atif, the left-handed Supremo, has just got the ball in the right places. What an over that is. It's one, well, Atif, one day in his life he'll be showing these clips, this over, to his kids, and then maybe at some point to his grandkids, and saying, that was me in my day. I was a devastating bowler, and only gives away 1 run, takes 3 wickets. That's the beauty of European cricket. It's a time to rise and shine here at the Western Shield and make your dreams come true. And I think Mohamed Atif, his dreams definitely have come true, as Wood takes a lonely walk back into his dugout.
Take a bow, Mohamed Atif. 3 wickets in that over, not just any 3 wickets. You take out the wicket of Ross Taylor, a few test runs to his name. You take the wicket of Ryshawn Williams of Barbados. Then you take the wicket of Jack Wood, who just last month was playing in the BBL. So this is what dreams are made of. It's the dream factory here on ECN, and what an over that was.
What next here? So 6 down. I wonder there'd be a change of approach here. Well, finally, Sikandar Sharma does come in. We know he's a talented batter. You said yourself he batted beautifully at the top of the order when he scored 61 of 26 in this fixture yesterday. Well, as that one goes right up in the air, and it's going to be another. The 7th wicket goes. Kalitz will go. And the catching that's been superb. And who is it? Well, would you believe it? The ball just wants to follow him around. And Mohamed Atif takes the catch. I think the Grizzly says, I'm all yours. I want you to take me home with you because you deserve me. Atif gets in a position, holds on to it. Another one bites the dust. And the World 11, they are in serious trouble now as they lose another. 7 down.
That's another double wicket as well. So this one, of course, across the 2 overs, but it's a team hat-trick on the cards. Sikandar comes straight into the attack and straight into the wickets. That's another one, and I can't remember off the top of my head the lowest score we've had in the Western Shield so far, but 46 for 7 is what the World 11 are facing at the moment. We're not even at the halfway stage.
Yeah, we're not. There haven't been too many low scores this time round. We saw, I think at the top of my head, I think it probably is that 113 that Asian 11 were bowled out for. We're chasing that 137 against the British and Irish 11. So certainly they're gonna have to do well to better that. Just having a look at some of my scribbles last year. Last year, Team Europe in one match were 98 bowled out for. So that's the lowest that we've had on the Western Shield, but here comes the fight. Just gets it over the fielder as Joshua Dodd, he starts with a maximum of 6 runs.
Shahid Afridi's a big guy out there, and he looked interested, but realised at the last minute he should probably make sure he lands safely instead, and it goes over his head, and well-needed boundary for the World 11, having gone 8 balls without one.
And now he may find a fielder. No, it doesn't quite carry, as that just bounces a couple of times before him. It's just going to be a single. So a risky shot to play, but the 50 has come up for World 11, but at what cost? Remember, they were 45 for 3 at the end of the power play. It just goes to show that wickets keep tumbling, scores hardly moving. Sikandar comes on and takes a wicket first ball for the 2nd time today.
Well, we said after the power play that the World 11 would probably be relatively happy with where they were, definitely in terms of runs, but they've ground to a halt here thanks to Mohamed Atif, and Captain Sikandar's getting in on the act now.
Sharma just guides this away, gets himself off the mark. I suppose in his head he's probably thinking he's got plenty of time in the bat. We're only coming to the end of the halfway stage, so a good partnership could start a recovery, but he's got a lot of work to do. Sharma, there he is at the non-striker's end. He's thinking of another big score against the European 11. The European 11, though, will be looking to pluck away at the batters at the other end. Dodd Well, that's a good hit. It's going, gone. Gear. Shakala gear. Manos arriba from the Albitro. So that's 6 more. Well, Dodd, he's showing that he's got the power. And maybe this could be the important partnership.
Yeah, that was a nice strike. And Dodd, he's no stranger to being out there in the action. And they'll need him to stay out there a bit longer if the World 11 want to get a decent total here.
And he swivels on this one as well. That would be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Dodd, maybe he's going to make the difference here for his team. Secunda, it started with a wicket, but then 3 boundaries would follow. 18 come off that over. And it's a good opportunity for us to invite you to join us in our commentary position. And what a view we have from this focal point.
Yeah, it's an amazing view. Sadly, the sun hasn't come out quite yet, but there's enough dazzling cricket out there in the middle, and the European 11 will be really happy with where they are at the halfway stage.
Definitely, and you talk about dazzling. Well, dazzling Peacock Friday it is, everybody. So, of course, get on your favourite Peacock Friday shirts when it's a Hawaiian shirt. It's a thing that we do on the European cricket, and it's great to have you with us wherever you're tuning in from around the world. And you're watching the Western Shield, and it's been absolutely marvellous. The best players from around the globe coming together to do battle.
It's Peacock Friday, happy Friday, and what a weekend we've got in store as well. We're just on day 3, and we've got another full day of group stage games, and then we've got the final at the end of Sunday as well. So the action doesn't stop here on ECN.
Doesn't stop, non-stop all the way. And one man who they're going to have to try and stop is Mohamed Atif. Remember, he's already taken 3 for 1. Well, we already saw the very first 5-wicket haul on in the Western Shield. And, maybe it could be another. That was Oliver Davidson, who was, without doubt, did get the player of the match. 5 for 25. Pipping Kevin O'Brien, the icon player, to that. Kevin scored a fine 66 to 24.
Let's not forget Tom Hinley
and
as
Tom
well.
Hinley is right. Okay, in the air. And it's going to drop short of the fielder, who's had to come a long way around to try and get there. And the batters do double up. They'll take 2.
There's a lot of aerial shots here from the World 11. I wonder if this is the right tactic. They're already 7 down. There's been a lot of catches, safe hands out there for the Europeans, and this one was more luck than judgment that it landed safe. It was a bit of a miscued paddle. It was Shahid Afridi running around to feel that.
Well, that one was pretty close to once again going to hand. Just not quite carrying, but yeah, you're right. They're trying to play him this time, trying to get funky. I suppose the shot is definitely on with that fielder inside that 30-yard circle. But if you got that, if you got him proper, he could have been in a bit of trouble. It could have carried to him. The Tiff continuing to cause problems. Now pitch is up in the air, and taken. That's the 4th. So we're back on Michelle Pfeiffer watch. This time it's Mohamed Atif who takes his 4th, and he's got plenty of deliveries. 2 more balls to come to see if he can pick up a Pfeiffer. As Joshua Dodd, you're right, he wanted to go the era route, Tina, but his luck was going to run out sooner or later. He got away with a couple on that leg side that dropped short of the fielder, but not this time. It goes to hand, and another one bites the dust.
Safe hands out there in the deep by Fayaz Khan, and this aerial battle is definitely being won by the Europeans, and I'm just wondering if this is the right way to go for the World 11. 8 wickets down, and every single one has been taken as a catch. So they're just on 67 runs. They're definitely threatening to get that lowest total of the Western Shield. It's in fact up in the 90s, and this edition it's up in triple digits, but seems a world away for the World 11 at the moment.
Yeah, well, have a look at that. That is our Hall of Fame. Oliver Davidson, he is there, 5 for 25 in the Western Shield. The first time that we've seen a Pfeiffer. But could there be another? And it could be the very next match. In fact, the very next innings. As Mohamed Atif, 4 for 4. Incredible bowling from him. New batter is Romario Roach, who had a struggle yesterday, didn't he? He was sort of just above runnable for about an 18 he made. And he just plays this out, takes the single, and hands the strike over to Sharma, who also started a bit cautiously, but of course, being cautious is not going to get you the big runs on the board, but they're 8 down here, so it's interesting how they go from here on in. What a comeback this is from European 11 after going down in that last match. And we said that run rate could be key. Well, this could be a massive chance. Forget about net run rate. At the moment, it's a great opportunity for the first 4-pointer in this Western Shield. It's up in the air, but he gets enough of this to get it over. Freedy, who's there on the 45. It's a short delivery, wants to test him. Doesn't get it cleanly, but Sharma will get a boundary. The 6th over comes to an end, and World 11 are 72 for 8.
It's almost a score ruiner there for Mohamed Atif. His figures before that were, as you said, Rico, 4 for 5, and they've gone to a measly 4 for 9. Yeah. But I'm sure he'll take that. You take that in the test matches, let alone in a T10. So what a performance from him. As you said, what a comeback from the European 11 after they were roundly beaten by Bixie this morning.
Hey, there's been a number of ducks today, isn't there? I mean,
yeah.
I think that the last match we saw 4 golden ducks from the European 11. We see a fair number of ducks in this one as well. We're still waiting, of course, for our European cricket ducks to appear. Our Derricks, they're having a bit of a makeover. I hope they do turn up pretty soon, you know. All right, Hamza. That's a nice looking shot. That's going to be just a single because it goes straight to the fielder who's been positioned in exactly the right spot.
That was a nice shot, and I'd rather see a bit of this from the World 11. That I think the most criminal thing you can do in this T10 format is leave balls out there still to be played, and there's still almost 4 overs left in this one, and the World 11 seem to just be trying to go big, but they haven't gone big enough. They've been caught on 8 occasions, and just hitting it firmly along the deck might be the way to go, at least for an over or 2.
That's a nice deep play. The big chase for the field and not going to get there. On the Eva feeling काफी कोशिश की थी, दोनों ने कोशिश की थी. But that's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras. It's playing with soft hands. And we know that Sharma's got the ability. And he gets this one away. He gets it past 1. Past 2 in the end. Yeah, nicely played.
There's a lot of talk in the chat about what is the strongest team at this tournament. Isn't it funny how at the start of day 1 we said, oh, it's definitely World and Asia, they're the teams to beat. So we have a little trick shot here. So you'll have to re-bowl that one. And yeah, the final game of day 1 was World 11 against Asian 11, and everyone said this will be the final game. As we see here, a bit of a trick shot, one of those ones you do in your back garden where you pretend to bowl with your right hand and you bowl with your left hand, and smiles all round. And at the end of day 2, now we've had Europeans, Bixie coming flying through, so it really is so tight, and that's what the standings reflect as well.
Wants to take it on, and they will get there. Oh, that's a wild throw. That is wild from Crows. I think Crows, he's got a smile on his face. He knows what he's doing. He was throwing that to Sharice. So there you go. Give it back to the bowler, will you? I don't think he's aiming at the stumps there at all. No, you're absolutely right. The form has really changed. I suppose in terms of consistency, you'd probably say that, I mean, depending how this match goes, that European 11 perhaps have been the most consistent all the way through. Asian 11 had the perfect start on day 1, but then, well, they won 3 on the spin and lost 3 in the spin. But certainly you'd say at the moment the team to beat, oh yeah, the British and Irish 11. Gone, wild swing, and well, he just shows too much of his off stump. So Romario is going to have to go for just 2 as Hamza gets them all in the right areas. It's another one down, and well, I can't see them batting out the 10 here, Tina.
No, just the 1 wicket left, and another example of just a bit of a bizarre shot selection. That was pitching on middle, just nipped away. Mario Roach was looking somewhere towards the fan zone to find the Grizzly, but the Grizzly was busy nailing the top of off stump, so he has to depart, and that's the 9th wicket down for the World 11. Mario Roach contributing just the 2 in 3 deliveries, and that brings out number 11, William Singalisa of Vanuatu. He's got a big task on his hands now. Let's not forget Skander Sharma is still at the other end. He's an out-and-out batter, but he's just having to watch the drama unfold at the moment, and that's why I was wondering why Sharma didn't come a bit higher up in the order. But maybe it's just the case that the World 11 do have so many batters to choose from that they are chopping and changing their order somewhat. And William Singalisa of Vanuatu, the first Vanuatu player to ever represent any kind of franchise team. I know his dad, Albert, is watching, so shout out to his dad.
And he's going to get away with the run here. I thought for a moment while we're saying hi to his dad that Lassie was going to be the victim of a jalebi catch. And John Howden tucks into some purple pepper delights. Well, this was almost a one-handed jalebi, but he picks out probably one of the shortest guys in the field and gets away with it.
Yeah, just a little teasing catch there from the Vanuatu player, and this is what European cricket is all about. Well, world cricket now, as we like to call ourselves, the World Cricket Network. And it's so good to see players like William Singh representing their country and representing the world here in Spain, of all places, in the middle of February, as we like to say. And just what a tournament this is panning out to be. And it's not going to stop here either, because just 3 days to go till the European Cricket League. And my mind is always blown when I see that graphic, and just, I mean, the task that we have to put all this on, and also just the amount of stories, the amount of different teams, nationalities that will be on show.
Yeah. And of course, I mean, some of our icon players, Max O'Dowd will know all about the European Cricket League. That's where we first saw him. I think that's where he shot to, if you like, international recognition. I mean, he batted beautifully, didn't he? And got the MVP there. But what I like is, I mean, I look at all those teams there, the club champions, and so many good players. And then how those players have gone from that to the ECC, where they're represented the national team, and now how they're here together.
Yep.
I mean, mixed up with each other, playing in this, the Western Shield. This could be it. Could be Kernington, the man I just talked about. Yep, there he is. Max O'Dowd will take the catch. Well, he's off and running. He's probably got a hot plate of dinner waiting for him or something. He's gone. He's up those steps. He wants to get those pads on and get ready. And his team, he's left his team out
Ball's
in the
not
middle.
landed yet.
And there, he's still gone. Well, I reckon he just call of nature. He had to go sooner or later. He needed that wicket. Get that wicket soon, he said. Anyway, the World 11, they only get to a score of 80 all out. And now we haven't seen a 4-pointer. What a story this would be. European 11, after losing 188 to 138 by 50 runs, and being bowled out with, I think they were bowled out with 8 balls to go, come back, and not only come back with a win, but they could win here and get all 4 points. In fact, that's really, I think, what they're looking to do here. Get 4 points, and they go straight to the top of the standings.
Yeah, they definitely want to go for all 4 points, and that's now 20 wickets we've seen in the last 20 overs, which doesn't happen too often on the network, and it was fist pumps all round for the European 11. They got off to a flyer, just wickets falling every over. Peter Hatzoglu at the top of the order, he fell for 10. Jeremy Martins, there was the one nick that was taken by the grateful hands of Noah Cruz behind the stumps. And Joshua Trump, he also went for 10. Both of those two just a 6 and a 4 to their name. Jack Wood, he put up a bit of resistance as Max O'Dowd was the first of his 2 catches in the outfield. Jack Wood, he went for 24 off 12. Another one taken behind as Noah Cruz as well took 3 with the gloves behind the stumps. And it was just a bit of a procession of World 11 chipping up catches, and the European 11 gratefully obliging. Safe pairs of hands all round in Europe as Noah Cruz got another one into his gloves. What about that for a spell and for a over really from Mohamed Atif? His 2 overs went for just the 9 runs, 4 wickets. We were on hat-trick watchers. The hat-trick was almost grabbed by the umpire. It's one of those cricketer's instincts. The ball comes flying towards you. Bit of self-preservation. He got his fingers on it. No harm done, but there was harm done throughout the World 11 batting lineup. As we saw 3 ducks in the middle order, including 2 Goldens. That was that spell from Mohamed Atif that really did the damage. Ross Taylor, the icon player for the World 11, he went for a second ball duck. James Baisley, he's got BBL experience, but he went for a Golden as well, and that was really the story of the World 11. Just not quite finding their range on these boundaries. They were bowled out, and this was the one delivery that really sealed the deal. So contributing just a single run between them. There was a bit of a fight back from Jack Wood, hitting at 200 to get 24, but otherwise nothing above 20. Look at all those catches. Mohamed Atif doing the business with the ball, and really just a solid all-round performance from the European 11. And Stefan Gooch, I know he's here as an umpire, and he was maybe thinking that his record-breaking bowling figures would be in danger with Mohamed Atif at the crease. He went for just 9 runs, got 4 wickets. Look at that economy, 4.5. The other bowlers all bowled well as well, but it's hard to look past those figures. So there we are. The world, well, they're not really on top of the world at the moment because they only managed 80 runs. And they were skittled just 7.1 overs thanks to the fearsome bowling of Mohamed Atif, Hamza Salim Dar, Jerry Martins, all chipping in with multiple wickets. So at the halfway stage, the European 11, some fight back from them, having lost the game this morning. They need 81 runs for victory. Can they manage it in 7 overs? Will we see the first 4-point victory in this year's Western Shield? Well, we don't have too long to wait. Join us in probably about 5 minutes for the reply from the European 11. I'm Tina Goff. Rico Fall will join me back in the box for the second half. See you in a minute.
Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome back to the Cartama Oval. What a lovely sight that is, and the sun is trying its very hardest to come out here, and the sun is really shining on the European 11 at the moment in this match 12 of the Western Shield 2025. And this is the equation. The first innings total, that is not a misprint. The total was just the 80 from the World 11. So if the European 11 want to get all 4 points for the first time in this tournament of any team, they will have to achieve the target in 7 overs, and that's looking like a really enticing prospect for the European openers. And what a bowling performance it was from them, led by none other than Mohamed Atif, who had the chance of a hat-trick, had the chance of a fifer, but as it was, he had to satisfy himself with figures of 4 for 9 off his 2 overs. And then Hamza Salim Dar, his figures of 3 for 19 would normally be really the top pick of the lot, but he had to make do with second place in those bowling rankings. But whoever got the wickets, the European 11 would have been extremely happy with their showing. They took some brilliant catches in the field as well. The World 11 just didn't get firing. 3 ducks in their middle order really sealed the deal for them, and they're facing a pretty daunting task of defending just the round 80. It's less around the world in 80 days and more. Can the World 11 defend these 80 runs? It'll be a tough task with in-form icon player Max O'Dowd at the crease. He'll start at the non-strikers end, and it's captain Sikandar Zulfikar. In fact, no, it's Daniel Doyle Kai who is at the crease. He will face the first ball. DDC didn't play in the defeat this morning to the British and Irish 11, and what a comeback this has been so far from the European 11. They lost by around 50 runs this morning, and yeah, it was quite a battering at the hands of Bixie, who put on 188 for 5 off their 10 overs, and the European 11 more or less limped to 138 all out, just about sealing the 1 point, the 1 bonus point. How dearly they'd like to get all 4 points here, as Joshua Dodd has the ball in hand in the first over. And the first ball slightly over pitch, and it's going to go 4-4, and that's exactly the start that DDC and the European 11 wanted. That's already 4 on the board, just 77 to go. Slightly over pitch there from Dodd, and that's exactly what the World 11 can't afford to do. Any freebies here when you're defending such a low total, really dangerous. That's shorter, and it's really well fielded out there. Jack Wood putting in the dive, half losing his trousers in the meantime, making sure both his knees are still attached. I feel you, Jack. I mean, he's 28 years old. His knees shouldn't be failing him at the moment, but it's a bit of a hard surface out there, especially when you've just been sitting in the dugout. A good stop there. Boundary saving dive from Jack Wood. That one's over pitched and possibly off the pitch. Umpire Joe just checking with his fellow umpire at square leg, and it is a wide ball signalled. Looked like maybe it was over pitched, almost pitched off the pitch. Yeah, just about hit that line. Obviously that's the crease line, not the wide line, and the wide will be double punished because that's gone into orbit, and that's the first maximo of the innings for the European 11. We're just a handful of balls in, 3 of them, and the Europeans already find themselves on 12, so This is exactly the start they wanted. As for the World 11, they're already, well, they were on the back foot now, and now just taking several steps back because you're defending at 80 and you already go for 12 off the first 3 deliveries. And you'd call that a bad start, and they did have a slip in place in the form of Baisley. He's now been put into square leg. A warm welcome to everyone joining us in the live chat. Happy Peacock Friday. Hope you're all doing well. It's almost the weekend, almost there, and if you've got any plans this weekend, well, cancel them, because we have the final 2 days of the Western Shield. Another 5 days, another 5 games yet tomorrow, group stage games, then 4 on Sunday, with the big final on Sunday evening as this one goes high, high up in the air. Icon Ross Taylor doesn't even look at that one because he knows that's gone really far, almost into the car park. The big European cricket ball was in jeopardy there. That's Daniel Doyle Kai getting in on the act as well. Max O'Dowd, he's hit 2 big shots, and DDC is in the action now as well. This over is threatening to already go magical. 19 off it, 1 ball left, and that's almost a quarter of the runs needed for the European 11. Still in the first over. And it will go magical and then some, as that's been smashed through mid-wicket by DDC to end the first over with a big Maximo. That takes the European 11 to 25 for no loss. The 1 over bowled so far. That's a bit of a disastrous start for the World 11, to be honest, as members of the Blue Crew are sent into the jungle. Grizzly has been found. You see it's been thrown back there, and the helmet's coming out as well for the keeper Tromp, so expecting a bit of spin here, and there you go, 25 matches since a golden ball. And well, I don't want to sound pessimistic for the world, but I think there would be quite some miracle here for another golden ball to be seen, but you never know. Stranger things have happened, and when you can call upon a few bowlers with professional experience, BBL experience, and you know, you're never quite out of the game. It's Peter Hatzoglu, fresh from winning the BBL, comes into the attack. But Max O'Dowd doesn't mind who he's facing. He's going to hit it straight into the trees. And what a few days Maxi has had after, well, day 1. He sat out the first game, then got a duck the second game. But yesterday he scored over 100 runs in the games he played, and it's looking like he wants to have an early lunch here as that one goes sailing over the rope, and he's already got 13 runs off just his 3 deliveries, and European 11 31 off just the 7 deliveries so far, and the World 11 don't really know what's hit them here. It always looked like a tough ask to defend just 80, and they're going to need some minor miracle here to stop this being a 4-0. Nothing stopping Max O'Dowd at the moment. Nah, he didn't quite get all of it, but still enough of it to go over the boundary. Look at that sight, the big white European cricket ball. It doesn't matter what kind of ball Max O'Dowd is being served up at the moment, whether it's from a Big Bash winner or anyone else. He doesn't mind as he steps right across his stumps. Hit that one to the rope, 37 on the board. The first dot for the World 11. A smattering of applause from the fielders there as they're left reeling from this onslaught. The Spanish-Dutch duo. In fact, we've got 2 dots in a row here, which is a rare sight in any T10 game, let alone when you've got these power hitters out there. Even if the World 11 go down in this game, which is looking quite likely, win predictor it's almost given up on this one. They've still got games to come today. 2 of them, in fact, there. So that one's hit all the way for 6 as well. That takes European 11 into the 40s, over halfway there, and we're still in the second over. Both of these teams, in fact, have games coming up. The World 11 will come back straight after this game, so they won't have too long to wait. They're playing the British and Irish 11, who had that thumping victory this morning. And the World 11 face up against the Asian 11 in the night game this evening. So it's a big day for the World 11, 3 games, and they might want to just put this one behind them very quickly as the second over finishes 43 for no loss. And before I do anything else, I might need to introduce Rico into the box, because I don't know how long this game is going to last with Max O'Dowd out there.
Yeah, it could finish pretty quickly. As that one gets called a wide ball.
Oh, okay.
So
An extra ball for you then, Rico,
An
because we
extra
might not
one
have too many.
yeah, well, you can see why he was in a hurry. Max O'Dowd, not only was he in a hurry to run off the field to get his pads on, he's in a hurry while he's out there. And he's going to go big again. Shaba. Ginna Buddha Shaka. And, well, look at that. The 50 has come up in just the 2 overs. Only needing 81 for victory. And they certainly are eyeing up 4 points for the first time in this 2025 Western Shield. Boom! Shaka Lagia. That's another biggie.
And it's the second magical over. In fact, the second over that's gone for 25. That's why the European 11 are on around 50 as we take a look at what this will do to the standings. Let's assume the 4 points go to Team Europe. That will shoot them to the top of the leaderboard. And, well, World 11, we said if they would win both their games in hand, they would go to the top. But it looks like they'll be leaving this game empty-handed.
Yeah, and you were right when you talked about they've got 2 more matches to come. They take the British and Irish 11 on straight after this one. We know that the British and Irish 11 are in great form at the moment. And then they finish in the night match against Asian 11, who've had the morning off. So they've got 2 matches today, as that's high up in the air. And this will go all the way as well. 6 more. As Daniel Dolkaya just keeps rubbing the salt in at the moment. It's a match, really, that World 11. They've just got to, I mean, it just hasn't gone right. They've got to forget about this, Tina, and really start to apply all their focus in the next match coming up. They would not want to not go away with a couple of wins here today, because that would really put them probably a long way behind some of the others. All 3 teams, as another boundary gets put away this time by DDC. 4 more as James Baisley just can't get the ball in the right areas. And let's just say that this is a damaging loss, isn't it? A loss like this really does hurt you, and it can hurt the morale of the team as well.
Absolutely, and when they're playing the next game, they don't have too much time to dust themselves off. They need to make sure to kind of put this game to the back of their minds. Tries to go funky and ends up yorking himself, and I think he played that like a snooker shot. Just hit the back pocket there.
Basically gets back. So, yeah, plenty of things to think about. Asian 11, they will play match 14, so their first match will be against the European 11 as well. So, big day. I mean, we're talking about the World 11 playing 3. European 11 also will play 3 matches here today. So, I mean, to come back with a win like this, I mean, they'll probably feel that they've earned themselves a bit of an extra rest, and that will certainly put them in good mood to go once again to do battle against Asian 11, a match that they won yesterday quite comfortably. That's about a delivery. Asking the question, is there bat? Is there pad? Looks like the umpire's going to signal a leg by, but I think the angle that the bowler's coming at here, Tina, makes it a difficult one for the steps right across now. Yeah, probably going to go on and miss the off stump.
Yeah, it's always tough when you're coming around, especially he's bowling quite wide in the crease as well. It's always going to beat you on the angle.
That one, you see the umpires looking at each other. Square leg umpire's happy. That's not gone over the head. It's not a wide. It's the end of the over. So, well, it's 62 now at the end of 3. Well on course for a comfortable victory. Just 19 runs required.
Well, it will do the European 11 a lot of good on their net run rate, and I'm sure Corey has his eye on that, because before this game their net run rate was at minus 0.449, and a booming victory here, which is what we're all expecting now after 2 magical overs, 62 off the power play. They will not only go to the top of the table, but their net run rate will have a big boost. As for the World 11, theirs is only going to go in one direction. They don't have too much time to dwell on it. As you said, Rico, they will want to make sure to come out of today unscathed, at least with a few points in their pocket, because well, the Asia 11, they suffered the triple defeat yesterday, and we'll see later if they've suffered any ill effects from that. Maybe the Lion has done them a bit of good this morning.
Yeah, maybe they were feeling it, which is understandable. Right, here we go. It's Sharma, who we were quite surprised we didn't see him at the top of the batting order. He's going to see what he can do with the ball. Well, the first one he can say, can I have another one, please? Because I think that one is disappearing. It is out of here. It's in the hit zone. And well, that's been absolutely clubbed by Max O'Dowd. But remember, he started with a 2-ball duck with Max O'Dowd. I know that he had a long flight, even though he sat out the first match. But how he's come back, 166 runs yesterday. And here he is again, clubbing the ball to all parts of this ground. Can they get out of this over? Sharma. It's being dragged from outside the off to the leg side. To better areas from Secunda Sharma, getting it outside the off.
And it's, as Thomas Martinez says in the chat, T10 is a funny game, and we thought after day one, we knew who the strong teams were maybe, we knew who might be fighting for that second place, and now I feel like we're in upside down world. Everyone's beating everyone, and that's really the beauty of the Western Shield.
And that's out, and it's probably one of the easiest and slowest stumpings that the keeper there, Joshua Tromp, has been involved with, and it's going to be a wicket for Secunda Sharma. GDC just goes out. I mean, he doesn't even try to get back in. Just watch this. See, he smiles on his faces. He knows that even though he's got out there, the match more or less is in the bag, as are the 4 points. As Razmal Shigawel comes out. I like this guy, Razmal. I still don't believe we've always seen the best of him, especially here at the Cardamom Oval. But he got a good performance in yesterday when he got that player of the match performance in match number 9, when they was a victory against the World 11. On that occasion, they restricted the World 11 to 120. This time, it's to the 80. That's going to be a wide down the leg side, and Max O'Dowd will take the opportunity to go back on strike and try and hammer the 2 winning 6s they need for victory.
I was going to say, I wonder if Max O'Dowd wants to finish it off in this over. He's got 3 balls left, 10 needed.
Well, that's a hit me ball. It's too short, and even though the effort was made to push this outside the offside from Secunda Sharma, it's just waited for it. Had all the time really in the world to pick his spot, and he does, and he thumps it. So that's 6. So you get now just 4 required for victory, as he absolutely nails it. How do you come back from a loss like this, Tina? I mean, it's a big loss. I mean, World 11, they're going to go down here. I mean, first bowled out for 80 with, they had what, 17 balls to go in the innings, and now they're going to get beaten inside, you would imagine, 4 overs.
You know what? The fact that they're being beaten so quickly might actually play in their favour. The next game is one they're playing in as well, against the BNI, who will be on a cloud 9 after that win this morning. But you imagine they'll be beaten within a couple of minutes, and that will give them at least half an hour to just regroup and try and get their mojo back.
And there it is. It's done, it's dusted. It's a big 6 to finish off. And I think he finishes on 50 here, Max O'Dowd. I'm pretty confident he does. Yeah, he does. 50 of 14 balls. How about that? Well, Razmal Shigawel shakes the hand of Max O'Dowd. He only got a chance to hit 1 ball, but it was a wide, and he gave the strike back to Max O'Dowd. So what a comeback. And you got to say, it's probably the most emphatic comebacks that I've seen from a side, having been beaten by 50 runs themselves in the first match, match number 11. They then came back and they've absolutely thrashed the World 11. There's no other way to put it. They've been absolutely annihilated here. And the World 11, yeah, you could be right. I mean, they know when you're scoring only 80, you know you're going down. But maybe you need the time to come back and have a look where all of those runs came. Well, you can see 49 of them came in one area, and just that one single. He's a happy man. Here's Max O'Dowd. I think he can't wait to get out there again.
Yeah, Europe are on top of the world in this game, and it took them less than 4 overs to polish off that total, which we knew was well below par. But they didn't want to stick around, despite a trouserless dive there. But apart from that, there was not many highlights for the World 11. There was a lot of highlights in the book for the Europeans, as they hit 66 of those 81 required in the sixes, and that's why we didn't see many singles run, but there was a lot of running done by the blue crew to find those grizzlies.
Yeah, there was, and Jesse's hitting the ball so well, isn't he? I know in this format those boundaries are 50 metres, and with somebody like Max O'Dowd is in form, well, it looks like anything that comes off the bat will go all the way for 6 runs. So 50 for Max O'Dowd, big smiles on the faces for the European 11, because it's a win that takes them to the top of the standings. It also means they take the bonus point. So 4 points there, sitting at the top. And you're right, with that loss in the last match, they would have been slightly concerned about the net run rate. Well, they put that right with that victory.
A big victory, and look at that for a scorecard. You don't see that too often. Razmar Shigewal, he did face that ball, but it was a wide, so 0-0 for him. He won't mind, because he got to see the demonstration from Max O'Dowd of how to hit the ball cleanly in T10, and he got another deserved half century.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at the bowling figures. You can't really read too much into this. The bowlers just weren't given anything to try and bowl at. So it was just, that match was done and was won in the field really by the European 11 by restricting the opposition and bowling them out for just 80. So World 11, let's see if they can do what the European 11 had to do and suffer a loss and then come back fighting. They're going to have to be at their best though, because they are taking on the British and Irish 11 in the next match. We've got a bit of a break before then.
Yeah.
In fact, you've got a bit of a break full stop, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm off the next one, but I know Vinny's going to be lurking somewhere, and I'll be listening in to you two as, yeah, we both have a longer break. And I'll be back in game 4 as well, and we're not even halfway through. We've got so many great games coming up, don't we, Rika?
Yeah, we certainly have. Well, Purple Pepper, we're on our way. We've got time to have a nice little feed. And then, of course, well, I'll be back. And Vinny Sandu will be in the house for match number 13. Well, strange things do happen on match number 13 here at the Cardamom Oval. The British and Irish 11 taking on the World 11, who are looking to bounce back. We'll see you back in just about 44 minutes' time.
The Western Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome to the next match, match number 13 of the Western Shield. Haven't we seen a historic start to the day already? We saw a 5-wicket haul there from Ollie Davidson. The first time we've seen a fifer here on the Western Shield. And what about that bowling performance in that last match from Mohammed Atif, when at one point he'd taken 4 for 4 finishes with 4 for 8. More action coming up in this match number 13 as the World 11, well, they need to bounce back. They've got to get themselves off the foot of the table, but they're up against the flying high British and Irish 11. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
British Irish, you are the home team, you will toss the coin. More 11 is the away team, you'll call. There you go.
European cricket.
It's been called European cricket, it's come down. European cricket, you won the toss.
We will have a bat.
Okay, toss from More 11, who will bat first?
Ross Taylor winning the toss, and World 11 will have a bat first. But that, of course, is where the issues have been, especially if you go by that last performance. That's the lowest score that we've seen registered on the Western Shield, so they're going to have to bat well. The good news for them is that when they played this fixture earlier, they were actually victorious. That was when they chased 150 for a win. On that day, I think it was, once again, good performances from Kevin O'Brien. He scored some good, valuable runs. But Neil Priestley was once again the highest scorer, getting them to that 150. But then we had Wood, who was great with the bat. He scored a fine 85 not out. But in the same match, that James Beasley did very well as well. But we know that the British and Irish 11 have changed their fortunes from that first day where they lost 3 matches on the spin. They have now won 3 on the spin. They're getting right up there to the top of the standings, and their performance is starting to click. What about that great 5-wicket haul there from Ollie Davidson? It's the first time we've seen 5 wickets on the Western Shield. So they've got some good players that are starting to click at the right time. Vinny Sandhu has had the morning off. He is in the commentary box to talk us through this one. Looking forward to seeing what you're wearing on Peacock Friday. Vinny, let's go over to you and tell us a little bit more about the 2 squads that we're going to see in action.
Thanks very much, Rico Full, and good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to be with you. Had a little bit of a lie-in this morning, caught up on a few things, but also kept a keen eye on what's been happening out in the middle of the Khartoum Oval. And what a boil over in that last game, our first 4-pointer, and it's Europe that have swept the world in match number 12. So the world, I suppose, sometimes it's a good thing after a loss like that, just get straight back out there. And you can see that they have brought in Josh Wilson here. Max Hatzoglu comes in, he'll be behind the stumps for World 11. Henry McIntyre comes in as well. They have listed Peter Hatzoglu at the top as well, and I think that we're likely to see him as listed opening the batting. So maybe it's a case of a similar lineup, but this time they give it a chance to work. Obviously it didn't work last time. 80 all out. Not only the lowest score in this Western Shield, but even including last year's Western Shield. And now, yeah, you're reading that right, 43% underdogs are the World 11. Said it on day one, when everyone was kind of saying, oh, well, it's pretty clear who the 2 standout teams will be. I said, well, give it time. And you wouldn't have thought 48 hours ago that B&I would be 57% favourites here. But that's the way it is. I want to say hello to everyone in the comment section as well. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Steve Creed. Enrico's in there. Thomas Martinez watching from Madrid. Dave Beak. Kevin in the UK. Jacob up in Estonia as well. Hello to you. Stephen Fay in Portugal. And of course James Stewart. Great to have you with us. Yeah, so they do go Trump Hatzoglu here. Peacock Friday. It hasn't been too bright for the world so far. It's the handlebar hero, Sturgis, to get us going. And he's going to start with a Oh, almost a wicket. It's put down by Priestley. Really should have been a golden duck at this level. Got there, it was about knee-high when he intercepted it. Priestley's got a good pair of hands. Maybe didn't pick it up straight away. Let it get very low on him. He ended up even lower. Well, just remember that. Trump should have been out very first ball. Doesn't really get too careful trying to jink the next ball. Oh, what a start. Haven't we had a lot of these Royal Ducks in this tournament? I thought they got 2 there, Trump back on strike, but I actually think they didn't run at all. I think they just thought it was a done deal. So that's 2 dots to get us going. Might have had to have been retrieved from the halfway up the steps. Trump. That is up in the air, and that's going to be 6. And well, as if to rub salt into it, that's Blue who's caught it easy as you like. And so the person paid to catch wasn't able to catch, but the person paid to just fetch him out of the bushes could. And I don't know if you can feel worse after a drop catch, but when someone who doesn't even really play cricket is able to take it. Yeah, Blue's a good part of the fixtures here now, and this is going to be 4 more. So Trump's gone drop, dot, 6-4, and we're away. Maybe they should smile over there. Yeah. Soklu maybe at the other end probably doesn't know exactly how to take it in. Nice to see him getting a chance at the top of the order. I've heard a lot about his batting, but obviously in the professional game, he doesn't get too much of an opportunity with the bat. Sturgis, the comeback ball. It's just got a little bit too much, but some good movement there. Trump, seen him playing in Major League Cricket. I know he's got ambitions of playing more in the professional game, so what a great platform for him, and of course everyone else to get noticed. What's called? I don't know. I think that one was a bit further back. Well, Stefan, he's consistent with his calls. We'll say that. The umpire doesn't necessarily have the far back angle we do. Just felt like it might have got a bit of a line. If there is any doubt, I will call them wides though. Hey, while I'm giving shout outs, very special one, of course. This time it's kind of it's a deflection turned hook shot from Trump, who is going to take the first over Magical, and it's one of those classic sliding doors moments, isn't it? He really should have been gone off the very first ball. And now staring down a Magical over. Maximo! He trumped it. Yeah, so the special hello goes to John Gray. I believe it's his birthday today, so feliz cumpleaños, John. Hopefully you're enjoying it, and we're glad that you're choosing to spend some of it with us here at European Cricket. Trump, though, he's already had a bit of a present, hasn't he? Priestley won't be feeling great out there. Sturgis to round out the first over. And that's a nick, and that's going to go for 4, so it will go Magical. So I suppose who needs to run it too when you can just hit boundaries? So Trump scores 20 off his own bat in the first over. A couple of wides in there as well, 22 without loss. Vinny Sanderhu, Mr. Maximo, for European Cricket, and joining me once again in the commentary box, as he has many times. It's Rico Full. And hey, Rico, let's talk a little bit about this schedule. Where are you excited to go this year? There's a few places.
Look, it's always good to return back to some places. Sweden, we go back there after not being there last year, to Germany as well, but also new places. I can see that Jersey and Finland are on the calendar. I'm looking forward to going there, and a few to be confirmed as well.
Yeah, just a couple. I know we were hoping to get to Ireland, actually. I know, unfortunately, with a lot that's happening in that country at the moment with cricket, we weren't able to make it happen in the end, but that opens up a slot for someone else. And yeah, it's a huge season. It's going to go all the way until the 20th of December. Of course, starting last day of January. All right, Hansoglu, he is also in jeopardy first ball, but he won't be so lucky. It's a simple catch, really, for Sumarare, so it will be a golden duck for Peter Hatsoglu, wasting no time. It wasn't an easy ball to kind of muscle up. It wasn't an easy drivable length. And that will be Josh Wilson, I think, bowls his first ball, and it results in a big wicket. So the first one falls, and it's 22 for 1.
Yeah, well, Jules, he's not going to drop that. It's another one departs. Well, I was just thinking to myself, in that first over, they scored a quarter of the score that they got to, or more than they got to in that last match. So it's a better start from them, and they needed a bit of luck, and that was that drop catch there from Priestley. And Priestley's normally got good hands, but no luck there for Peter. He's going to have to go. I saw your ride in this morning, by the way.
Yeah.
I saw you. You were in the
Microlino.
the little Microlino.
Took it all the way from Sunset.
Yeah.
So I left at 4 in the morning.
And now.
No.
No. Hey, I love it.
We can't ride it fast here, but you know that you can. It drives 90 kilometres an hour.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
It's
So it actually,
and it's got a
tongue in
good.
cheek, just doesn't look like it would go that fast, but it does. It's Wood coming out, and he's going to start with 4, and Priestley's time isn't getting much better. Hey, let me tell you a bit about Jack Wood. I know he's a brilliant musician as well, and he's currently starring in Australian Idol.
Is that right?
And he's not one of the rejects that they put on just to kind of, get shock value.
Okay.
He's made it through. And unfortunately, I'm not in Australia, so I can't watch the show, so I can't give you spoilers.
you can't
But I know he made it through the initial phase. And actually, your vest reminds me of what he sang. He sang Yellow.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
no.
Fielding
Oh, wow.
suddenly just not happening. Well, at least Sturgis isn't alone. He'll be able to talk to Josh Wilson about a couple of things. But Wood has got 2 boundaries out of 2, and both were probably fieldable.
Yeah, when you consider the standards that the British and Irish 11 have set in the last 3 matches when they've won 3 in the spin. Early on here, a couple of shockers really from them. The drop catch, that misfield. Wood catches in, 2 boundaries. And now he's looking to make it 3. Fielder coming across and commits. Well, this is another one really. Look, that's Connell. He's committed to try and save a goal for the catch, but he realizes he's dropping short. Then he has to try and smother it, and he gets away from him. I mean, it's one of those where you got to make the judgment early. I think he gets it wrong. He gets away from him. That's 4 ball. Not a happy chappy is Josh Wilson. He's seen a wicket, and then 3 balls go to the boundary and make that 4. As this one is hit well and wide of Seamus Lynch. That's going to be cuatro más. So Jack Wood, we know what he can do. He's a dangerous player. We saw him score at 85 and not out on day 1. That was against the British and Irish 11. That was a match where we saw the 150 chased by the World 11. This time round, they're having to put the score on the board. It's just guided away. Slower delivery there from Wilson. It gets watched by Jack Wood. Pushes it up for a single. It's the end of the second over. And 39 on the board. The 1 wicket down. So it's a bit like the start they had in that last match against the European 11. They were going well in the first 3 overs. They were scoring quite nicely. We were in the 40s, but they had lost 3 wickets at that point. And then, of course, it never got any better, especially with some fine bowling there from Hamza Salim Dar, but mass importantly there from Mohammed Atif, who was just sensational. Superb spell of bowling from him. And it's got to be right up there, I think, as some of the best that we've seen in the Western Shield. So we go back to, oh, here he is.
Why wouldn't you bring him on? Yeah. Davidson, fresh off his 5-foot.
This is guided away, and I think they'll play him with a little bit more respect. Davidson. Let's see what he can do here now. Ollie. Got his name in lights in the Hall of Fame. And that's a good hit. And that one is going to go over the giant European cricket ball. 6 runs, nice shot. And Joshua Trump trying to get something started here now for the World 11. And they need to, remember they are sitting at the foot of the table. They need a couple of good results here. With this and 1 more match to play, they want to come back with a bang. It's nicely bowled, and of the back foot, has a shy, and if this hits, I think it would have been curtains.
Another opportunity in the field. This one isn't so easy, I think, for Sumaret. Hurls and misses. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, probably not in the picture.
Well, so far out, he hadn't left yet. But anyway, Wood can't get this one away. Yeah, Davidson, clever bowler. The difference between a good spinner and a very good spinner is subtle, but important. And you see, he's just very good at these little changes. Changes in flight, changes in speed.
Yeah.
His control's very good. And he's got confidence right now.
Yeah, and he's got that very deceptive sort of slow full toss, which batters think they're going to get hold of, and it just dies on them. They're taking it on again. Oh, and this time wasn't able to get it clean in the hands as Jules attacks it, but the ball gets away from him, and they will scarper through for a single. But a top over from Davidson, just the 9 runs from it. And at the end of the power play, the World 11 are 48 for 1.
Classic what might have been still with Trump 27 after being dropped first ball. Really, they should have got at least 1 run, maybe 2 runs off that drop, but I think the batters have just given it up. At this level, I suppose you could argue it's not good cricket, should be running it out anyway, but I just think he thought he was a goner. So, 16 and over, and yeah, I'm interested to get your thoughts on that last game. I don't think I'm ready to get over it just yet. Here's Seb Allison.
It's played nicely. Good stop this time. And well, Jules has been in the action, hasn't he? Makes a stop, gets down, gets low, gets dirty for his side. Yeah, it was a strange one, Vinny. It's one of those, I think it's one of those where all teams will just say, sometimes it happens. So when it does, you have to put it behind you and go out there and you know, put it right. And that's what they're looking to do here. Much better start. Launch. Well, that's going to be a tree topper as it will go through the trees and over to the other side. 6 runs. It's another biggie. Boom. Shakalagya. 6 mas.
Yeah, what a shot from Trump. Always looks easier in slow motion, but looks a little bit of the side rotation on that ball from Allison, but it just kind of cut into the swing zone of Trump. And yeah, that one's a no-doubter, as they say in that part of the world.
Come on, Seb. Come on,
yeah, I think, you know, with so many professionals in the World 11, I think losing is a part of professional sport. I think you do learn how to kind of just get over it, do your job, and let the outcomes take care of themselves. It was a similar kind of ball. Maybe the line wasn't quite there and the length wasn't as easy to pick up. But Allison still goes to the slow ball. So I think a lot of coaches, they'll kind of tell players, you know, just concentrate on the process and let the outcome take care of itself, okay? And if something goes wrong, you know, you see, you're not results-oriented, you're process-oriented, yeah. I think, as a professional. So yeah, they'll come out and play, I suppose, like it never happened. Just get on with it, new game.
Oh, that's so close. This, I reckon, is probably shaved that off stump. He's lucky still to be there. Well, maybe it's Trump who's having the luck in this match. This is so close from Allison. Just have a look at this. Oh, my word. Oh, my. Here we go. This would be a good shot of it.
Seamer.
Does this miss? Look at this. Yeah. Oh. I don't think you could get it.
Gasp in the crowd when everyone saw that as well.
Could not have got a sheet of paper through that.
He's lucky. Trump, 2 strikes.
And now he goes big down the ground. Oh, that's a biggie. That's a Bizaway Super 6. 6 more manos. Arriba from the arbitro, Joe Foster. And yeah, this time he hops across, gets himself in a good line. There's a little bit of movement away, but that's bang right out of the middle of that bat. And that is sweet out of the middle. Sweet in the bowl of Rasmalai. 6 more.
Well, cricket's 80% skill, 20% luck, but don't dare try it without the 20%. Trump still going.
And now he wants to get funky, but he might have got himself out. He has. Oh, it's a one-hand jalebi delight from Tommy Sturgis, who gets this brilliantly right. Look, he has to take it awkwardly because he's going down. He takes off. He's got spring in his feet, and he takes a humdinger of a catch. Sturgis, what a catch. What a moment. And it's jalebi delight for the British. and Irish 11.
Oh, what a catch. And I love the way even he landed and protected the ball. And all the humanity when Sturgis had a more elementary catch dropped off his bowling off the very first ball. But I suppose Tommy probably would have traded it all for that one for the highlights reel, even though he did end up going magical in the first over. Oh, the handlebar never had a hair out of place either. Tommy, the stop, drop and roll job, he is on fire. And that's 61 for 2.
Wonderful, Cat, and you're right. I mean, the grab was great, but I'm loving the way he finishes with the side roll and ends up on his feet. So 10 out of 10 for the catch, and I reckon 10 out of 10 for the landing as well. Absolutely brilliant. And that came right at the end of the over. Allenton picks up a wicket, 61 for 2 at the end of 4.
Yeah, probably a regular-sized person would have taken it a little bit more easily, but Tommy, I think it had a bit of mayo on the side. I'm not going to say it was drenched in it, but anyway, catch is a catch. They needed the wicket.
To the pads, they'll take this one. It's James Paisley who comes out and see if he can get something going here with Wood, who's made a good start, 20 of 11.
Yeah, what a strange day. It is match 13 as well, and I heard you alluding to it earlier. I always thought match 13 came early and match 12 with that result, which I don't think anyone saw coming, 4-pointer. But match 13 normally is a bit of a superstition here that strange things happen. We've already seen some catches that should be taken go down, and a one-handed stunner. Sumaret.
Good bowling. Sumaret. Tina was saying to me earlier, was a surprise that he hasn't come on to bowl earlier. Sometimes he's come on to bowl pretty towards the end of the innings, but I think he's just very consistent. He's a good guy to call upon when you want somebody just to bowl, get the ball up there and get the batters to play. And it's fired away, and that's a good save. Comes in, again, eyes on the catch, it's not going to carry through to him, so has to make the stop, and he smothers it.
43 expected. World still underdogs. It's honestly so amazing how the percentages have swung around. A bit like the wind swinging around. The winds have changed.
That's hit hard, and well, this time it's just inches over the fielder who's out there, who leaps and takes off, and Niels Priestley, he's having the best of time out there. This was hit flat and hard, but it maintains its height and goes for 6.
Well, if Niels had caught this, his confidence would be back, I tell you that much. But it just went over the top of his fingertips, over the fence as well. Maximum 6 runs. Wood, good player, still has that, I think, high innings of 85 not out. From still survives from first 8. Will we get a century? I mean, pretty much halfway through now, aren't we? After this innings, I think centuries have been tough to come by, not because of there's not enough talent out there. I just think that batters, when they're in, they're being so unselfish that they're still trying to go as aggressive as possible, and sometimes it's resulted in dismissals. Obviously, not too many catches you expect to go down either at this level.
Drags that one down towards the mid-wicket, just a single this time. As Samora sticks to that short of a length. That one's a little bit quicker. He's varying his pace very well. That's why he's so difficult to get away sometimes.
Sumaret, brilliant over this, no matter what happens this ball, but he'd love to keep it on the field and keep it in single digits. Last ball of the 5th.
Well, he might even take a wicket. And, well, he's saying, come on, you want us to go, just in case, but it ain't going to be dropped. That's going to be out. So, James, he's not going to be able to make too much of a contribution. Just the one from him. And Jules does finish well. He'll get 1 for 8. And at World 11 at the halfway point, a 70 for 3 now. And I said to the people, I want to be seeing what you got on Peacock Friday. And you got a nice little number on there. So on. And,
story behind my shirt, actually. Paisley, unfortunately, Paisley ball hasn't really materialised yet. Probably one to cut rather than pull. Skies it, and he's gone for just 1. So his unfortunate run with the bat continues. But he's sounding here, Mr. Maximo, happy to be in the box. Rico looking sensational as well. So Jack Wood, when he's on Australian Idol, you know what got him through?
What?
Yellow. Yellow by Coldplay. So we're hoping, wouldn't it be great if we could get him on? But he's left-handed. left-handed bowler, left-handed guitarist as well. Like this.
What was that? What was that program when you had special guests in a car?
Oh,
and they did their thing?
carpool
Maybe we can have
karaoke.
it. Maybe we can
Carpool
have them
karaoke.
singing in the
Sounds
arena.
good. But happy Peacock Friday. Come on, first things first. Now, this
Yeah.
one, I picked this up in Barcelona last week, and it's giving me Dia de los Muertes
I was
vibes,
gonna say.
Day of the Dead vibes. It's a little bit kind of funkalicious, I think. It's not too scary. It's kind
Dia
of
de
fun,
Muertos,
fun
yeah.
but deadly, a bit like ECN cricket. What do you think? Anyway, let's go back to the action. 6th over.
And action it will be, because it's fingertip, but that's the best he can do. I mean, in all fairness, I think the best the fielder can try and do here is try and keep this ball in the field of play. It's a tremendous effort, and it's a bit like a goalkeeper tipping it over the bar. Tremendous effort, but it will go all the way. 6 more. And, slight concerns, of course, there for the World 11, but they need something to happen here. And Jack Wood seems to be delivering. He's been joined out there, though, by the icon player, Ross Taylor. Well, he won't get to the other end just yet, as that will be, once again, a run.
Obviously, you'd love to see Ross Taylor put on a bit of a show, but cricket's a funny game. It's such an equaliser. You've got to feel elated for Mohamed Atif. I know you talked about it a little bit last game. I was listening, but what a moment for him. And we've seen him come from the back streets of Barcelona and breaking in an environment where it is really tough to develop your cricket, and for him to get a profession like that is quite amazing. That's going to be just inside the rope. That's going to be 4 to Wood. So Wood, I think, matter of time till he regains his touch as well. But isn't it what we said? Day one, everyone assuming certain things, but I said the one thing you can be sure of is that teams are going to have peaks and troughs this week. So the World are in a bit of a trough. The B&I side have obviously gone from strength to strength. You've got Europe on the up, and you've got the Asian 11 on the slide a little bit. If we haven't seen them today, they play back-to-back in the twilight and the evening match.
Launches into that. He just interesting shot. I mean, that's gone to the other field, but he just holds back. It is a slower delivery this from Wilson, and I think what you see here is that Jack Wood, he goes to the launch, he realises he's slower, and he just holds for a moment, and then he continues to execute. Doesn't stop the shot, and he gets that one away. But do you not feel there's a bit of a Brad Pitt about Wood here?
Oh well,
you know,
big call.
I reckon. I reckon
Brad Pitt's very versatile.
There's a little bit of Brad Pitt there for me.
A little bit of Happy Gilmore about Hatsoglu. Adam Sandler.
Into the deck. Goes back to the keeper. No run there this time.
Yeah, you're going Brad Pitt. I feel like there'd be a better one. I feel like he's more, he fits the bill of, strumming his guitar, pulling it out by the campfire. Maybe like a yoga instructor. I can see him doing that. I know he's considered some alternative careers. Yoga instructor in the movie Couples Retreat. Go look that up.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Oh, well, he gets a bit of a spicy one here, but he deals with it. He said, I can take the heat. A little bit of masala out there in the middle from Wilson. But that's played beautifully. How about that? That's I think the Martha getting a bit creative.
One thing with Marta, when she's on the player cam, she doesn't mind getting a bit up close and personal. Dishes out the high fives. Good look at the nostrils there. Anyway, it's the end of the 6th over. It's 90 for 3. So Wood with 47 off 19. He's kept his team kind of on pace. They're going 15 and over. So despite those 3 wickets, I think British and Irish Knights will probably kick themselves a bit that they didn't hold on to more. But look, Ross Taylor, he's been out there for a little while, but he's about to face his first ball. That's Sturgis who's going to bowl to him. 7th over.
Just gets punched out onto the leg side. I think it was pretty keen to get a bit of bats onto this. I think it's not one thing that the icon player wants to have a pair.
Wilson finishes with figures of 1 for 37, so probably a little bit more expensive than he would have hoped. That last over went magical. At 604 scored in it.
Ooh, oh, great save.
Oh,
great save.
Kevin O'Brien. Well, maybe he just needs to go straight to the physio table after that. It was a brilliant dive. Someone called Magic Spray Mary. Great work, though.
The reflexes here, I mean, that ball was going past him, and he somehow, well, he called that the Cobra stop.
He had the energy of Mufasa being woken up by Simba in The Lion King there. Eventually got over there and did the job.
And now this one is whipped away. It's an easy hit. There's going to be another boundary. Cuatro más. And, that's Ross Taylor getting his first boundary. Short delivery, going down the leg side and gets a bit of the old swivel on this. Over it goes.
He's so good at getting his eyes inside the line of the ball. And that's such a much easier shot to play if your eyes are inside the line. What I mean is you're not having to go fetch it from outside the off stump.
All right, now this one, it's an opportunity. And it will be taken. So after getting a boundary, will go. So another good wicket to take. So Tommy Sturgis does it again. This time he will take a wicket. And one of the fielders will at least hold on to the catch for him. So smiles from the fielders. Jules has got a big smile on his face as this one comes at the top edge of the bat.
See the difference? See, I don't know if we can show that again. That one, if you look at where his eye line is, if you straight down, the ball's outside it, the ball's to the left on our camera. See? So that's why it's a more difficult shot to judge, and it ends up as a top edge. Whereas the other one, he was able to get his head inside the line, and it was an easier put away. But hey, credit to Sumaret. Doesn't miss his man. And for Ross, I know the best is still ahead of him, I think, with the bat. But he'll go for 5 on this occasion. And World 11 are 96 for 4.
Well, it's the time to see the man from Barbados as Russian Williams comes out. He also wasn't able to get going in the last match, so he'll be looking to impress. Sturgis will be looking to maybe join one of many bowlers that have had 2 in 2. Just gets whipped away. So the same way that we saw Taylor do, he's just quite happy just to get back onto it, get the single, get off the mark, and hand the strike back to Jack Wood, who's too short of a 50, a badly needed 50 really for the World 11, but I think they need him to go on to do more. He holds the key for them to get at least to anywhere near a par score. And he flashes hard at this, and he offers the opportunity, and he's going to fall for 48. A good catch taken there by Seamus Lynch. And Sturgis, he may have been unlucky in his first over, which went for 22, but of course, we know he should have had at least 1 wicket from it. But he comes back in this one and takes the second, and that is a big wicket. It's going to be interesting to see how the World 11 now respond. They're 5 down at the end of 7 overs, 97 on the board.
Yeah, important to get him. As probably be thinking Serenity now. He's so close to a 50 there, Jack Wood. Hit the ball pretty well, striking at about 230, but he's the 5th to fall. This innings is at a bit of a crossroads now, isn't it? 97 for 5.
Yeah, it makes his way back. You can see he's disappointed. I'm just saying that they really needed him to stick around and probably bat out the remaining 18 balls to see if they can get them anywhere near sort of. Teams have been hitting 150 for fun. They're a long way behind there at the moment. Need a couple of big overs. And it's a Max as a good loop who comes out at number 6.
Tell you what, he's batted really well when he's had an opportunity. 3 days to go, by the way, until the ECL. No, everyone's excited for it. I'm getting all sorts of messages. Almost all positive. Anyway, here we go with Davidson. He's going to deliver a full toss first up. I want to have a look at this. Oh, I felt it was probably coming down. It's not a real pacey delivery.
Gets played away. That's one angle. I think the umpires will be keen to have a look at that.
Cool.
That's going to be okay. Suleiman Saeed having a look at that. Suleiman, I don't know if you saw, Suleiman almost got wiped out today. He caught it on the finger, and we thought he was going to catch the ball. He's got a nasty bruise on that finger, by the way, the umpire. Taking it on, and we'll get there. Good running, good calling.
And speaking of ECL, I've just got a message through from Forfisher and Scotland legend Jack Hogarth, a.k.a. Hoagie, a.k.a. the Bison.
Yeah.
And he said he's disappointed, obviously, Forfisher not qualifying for the ECL, but he's just booked a trip with his granddad to come to Championship Week. Oh, yeah.
That's sensational. That's great news.
So the Bison will be here.
And we'll have a bit of the huggy. Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, waiting for that. No, that's good.
I hope we get some Hoagie celebrations. Maybe, when there's some of the social cricket up with the plastic bats and balls over in the area behind the fan zone. I'd love to see it. Soglu, lefty, faces up.
Goes for it, but he hasn't got the power, and it's another one that will go. Oliver Davidson gets it. Just so deceptive. Doesn't offer the pace, and batters. Now, they've got to hit it and time it perfectly well to get the boundaries thereafter, and it's not going to be the case. It's going to be a 2-ball derrick. It's going to be one of many that we've seen today. It really has. We have seen so many ducks today.
A couple of ducks at the Soglu dinner table as well, unfortunately, for Max. Picked him up. Got a bit of it, but not the whole thing. Connell takes the catch, and Davidson, yet another wicket. Put it with the rest. Yeah. It's 100 for 6.
Yeah, well, the brothers between them haven't been able to get a run on the board, so more disappointment. 100 for 6 now. Somebody's got to step up to the mark. Somebody's got to get them a quick fire. 20, 25 runs here towards the end of this innings.
Callett's the new batter. He's a good batter.
Well, he's a good batter, and he'll work this one away for 4 runs. Gets it past Lynch, who's inside that 30-yard circle. So 4 runs. Got to believe here. What do you reckon? What do you reckon they've got to aim to try and get here at a minimum?
130. And bowling field out of your skin. Doesn't seem like enough, though, does it? Funny game.
Oh, well, that's not anything to laugh about, because that is a biggie.
Oh, dear.
Needed that, and Kalitz goes boom. Shakalugya. So he's going to hit us.
Yeah, might be a mild-mannered Canadian by day, but Kalitz can hit some big bombs by night. We saw it the other night, and he puts this one up and into the fan zone. Maximal to finish the over, 110 for 6. I don't know what it is, whether it's fossil fuels or climate change, but the world's just seeming a little bit different, isn't it, right now? Will they storm back? Maybe to this game, maybe to the tournament. Find out. But the thing is, if they're too late, they don't make the top 2. That's it.
Yeah.
They're not winning. So, okay, won't judge this game yet. Looks like Simmerer is going to bowl over number 9. It all happens in the 9th.
And that's been picked up beautifully. Hits it on the up.
Oh, is that Corey?
That is gone for a big 6.
That's Corey over there. Can we get a camera on him? That's where he took his hanger that went viral a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
He's protecting the Microlino. There you go. It's a little kind of off-cutter. Ripped back in the fingers from Simmerer, but Raishon stands and flat bats it.
Now tucks him up with a shorter one. Get a single, so they'll rotate the strike. Don't mind this. It's a bit of a left and right combination towards the end of the innings, which could serve them well.
Slow ball, fast ball. And look at who's still to bat. I mean, Dodd's next. He looked pretty decent last game when he came out. Roach, okay, they fancy him as a batter. Hasn't really happened from this tournament. Then McIntyre batting 11. But they'll just hope that these two can stay in. What do you got? You got 10 balls left. You go at, ideally, you hit some boundaries, you go 3 a ball. So ideally, from here, you can still go 147.
Yeah, challenging Kalitz to go down the ground. They bring the long off into the circle and give extra protection out onto the offside, sort of behind that backward point area. Oh, now this one is a bit high. I'm going to take a single here as the ball ricochets off the fielder, but I reckon this could be a no here.
Seems high to me. Let's have a look. Got the fence as a bit of a guide there.
Yeah, that's too high. You can see that's over the waist, and it does get called. So, free hit coming up. The license here for Motion Williams to go the full Monty. He's going to relish this opportunity. Are we going to see a free hit put away to the boundary, Vinny?
Well, Jinx is on with the freeze and kind of continues.
No. Oh, well, hang on.
Yeah, look.
We called a wide.
This is consistent with what we've seen. If there's doubt whether it hits the line or not, it'll be called. It's close. 50-50. It means that Raishan gets the free hit back. Even hard to tell in slow-mo. There's Corey. He's going for the big catch before. A bit of a Dutch connection there. Looks like he's sitting with Noah and Max.
I don't know if we should be concerned if he's guarding the Microlino or not.
It's fitting.
And that is going to be 1 bounce 4. So it's at least something's coming off the free hit. In fact, you could say maybe 5 came off it. It was the
really.
wide.
Raishan's cool dude. It's, backs away. This is probably the one to back away. He's good enough to catch up with it. Of course, there's nobody back in that region. Wentz ends up in the camera cube. Strange weather today, isn't it, compared to a couple of days we've had this week? It's very overcast, a bit cooler in the air.
It's whipped away towards mid. We can see the Asian 11 are turning up now.
Yeah.
Thanks to our bus partner, Mateus.
Yeah, they'll be keen to atone for yesterday where they went 0-3. They play back-to-back, and they're not going to be easy games. Let's see which Asia shows up today. Whoa, that's good.
Whoa.
Almost a proper umpire clothesline. We haven't seen one of those in a while. Someone almost gets his head taken off. They had too many outfielders. That's why somebody noticed, and lucky they did. There's the Asian team.
See this side on here. I think the umpires have said that just the one for the over. It's that slower short ball. Well, we're not going to get too much of a look at that anyway.
Cotton's hairline's looking pretty good. Last ball the over.
And it's going to go all the way. Shaba, and well,
Oy.
I think that was, who's that then? Is that Martha who's in the firing line now?
I think it is. Yeah. Well, hello.
Yeah.
Whoa. And there's Tina over there.
Oh, come on. Martha, show us some of this. Well, maybe Tina was eyeing up a catch herself, perhaps, but
Tina
Martha
can't
was
catch.
running, and I think that was a close call.
That was. Yeah, I've never seen higher eyebrows on Martha. But anyway, she's all right. That's the main thing. 131 for 6 after 9. Of course, yesterday we had the cameras getting knocked out by Shade Afridi. Wickets for all the bowlers that have been used. They're pretty consistent, really, when you look at that. I suppose maybe Wilson a little bit heavy. All right, here we go with Allison, 10th overtime.
Taking on the single, they should get there, will get there. So that last over, let's go magical. That's what they need, and another one of those would get them to the 150. They'll take that. Remember, these two teams they met last time, it was a 150 chase that the World 11 would pull off, and that was when Jack Wood did score that 85. Allinson. Here comes bowling to Ben Glitz. And it's a full toss that gets sent packing. That is a biggie. Boom, shaka lagya kitna bada ke wa ke haniyal ke grande. Well, is it 6 or 7 is the other question. It was high. I mean, I reckon that's borderline. I've seen them called, you know. I've seen them called.
Yeah, I think it's probably, if you're standing up, it's probably hitting him just below the belt, but only just. But still went many a mile, didn't it? Filthy full toss from Allison. 40-60, we're back in the Goldilocks zone. Mainly thanks to the work of Callets and Williams.
Right, goes for this. And with nobody back on the boundary, well, even if there were, there had to be a long way back. That'll go all the way. It's a good shot to play. And Kalitz, well, what a hand he's playing here. It's 29-07. Good hitting from the left-hander.
A little while ago, you asked me what are they looking for. I said 147. I think it's realistic. If they go 3 a ball in the last 10, they've gone better than that since then. And now they're 144, and they're eyeing off 150 plus.
Oh, well, this one almost goes through Williams at the non-strikers then. Take a single. It might have been, I mean, if he left this, it was close to being a wide, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Probably don't really want to be leaving it if it's borderline, just in case. Yep, that's some of the Asian team getting ready. They're, like I said, pretty keen to get the wins. Couple to come.
It's pretty full. It's like that slow full toss, which Williams just can't get away. So just another single. So 146 with the ball to go. So a boundary brings the 150 up.
Cracking game coming up, I'll tell you that right now. We'll try to not lose 2 in a row after losing one horrendously. B&I on a 3-match winning streak. They don't want it to end. Here we go with the last ball of the first innings.
Oh, he's missed it, but good, clever bowling there from Allington. Takes all the pace off it. And it's just going to be a dot, so they don't get the 150 on the board. But still, I think it's that's pretty good recovery when you think that after that over number 7 for Sturgis, we only went for 7 and picked up 2 wickets. There were 97 for 5. So I think, 11, or at least this time round, after a disappointing match against the European 11, can turn around and say they've got some runs on the board.
Yeah, look, it's middle of the road kind of score, isn't it? But yeah, it feels like another crossroads in the tournament, doesn't it? With B&I potentially going 4 in a row, including a big win over World, and for the World, obviously they didn't take a single point out of the last game. So well, let's check out the highlights here of the first half of this game, and really it was a bit of a blooper reel, wasn't it, early on with the B&I fielding. Some catches went down, some boundaries got through, but look, in the end, it doesn't cost them too much. They had a good run then where they seemed to keep it quiet. Looked like they might be able to keep the 120 or something like that, but then a late run from the World saw them get something competitive. So it was kind of in 3 parts, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it sets up for an exciting second half.
Yeah, and talk about exciting, what a catch that is. You can watch that over and over again. Tommy Sturgis, an absolute brilliant jalebi catch. And then wicket started to fall pretty quickly as Davison takes an easy catch. Taylor then would go after hitting a boundary. Skies one out, and well, Jules Aurora had only just been placed there, and he's got safe hands. He doesn't drop them. And yeah, the first 10 balls or so, they just seem to be just off the mark a little bit in the British and Irish 11, but they came back strong. They got back to what they're good at doing, holding on to their catches and making those important stops. Well, this one was one that shook everybody up in the fan zone, and even Tina got a close call there, as did Martha Maria. There we go. Watch out, watch out. The Grizzly coming your way. Yeah, you've got to read the signs. Watch out for the Grizzlies. But yeah, solid. I mean, Trump, he got lucky, but he got to 39 with 13. Jack Wood, he would get out just too short of a half century, 48 of 21. But then right there towards the end, how important was this knock from Ben Kalitz? 30 of 9 deliveries. Very good strike rate of over 300. That's important. How important could it be? Could it be that those runs there from Ben are enough to maybe help the World 11 to go back to winning ways? They need to, as they currently sit at the bottom of the standings. They have got a couple of games in hand over the other teams, but they need to make them count. Here's the bowling figures. Sturgis, he didn't bowl with too much luck in the first, but he came back with a brilliant second over, taking 2 wickets just for 7. Finishes 2 for 29. But you can see there all the bowlers having a little bit of success, where Josh Wilson, though, will probably feel that he was just a little bit too expensive in that 2-over spell. So this one is, well, I think, as Vinny said, we got a very good run chase on our hands here. British and Irish 11, I think, probably favourites still to maybe go or knock those off. But I think World 11 will know, having those extra runs on the board, if they can pick up a couple of wickets early on, then this game is very much in the balance. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu will be back with me as well as we get ready for the conclusion of this, match number 13. And as we know, strange and funny and sometimes wonderful things do happen in match number 13 at the Carmo. Hasta pronto, mi family.
The Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartma Oval and the beautiful Costa del Sol, part of the Andalucía region of Spain. Vinny Sandohu, Mr. Maximo with you as we are right now at the smack bang halfway point of the Western Shield. 4 teams from all around the world. And speaking of the world, they batted first in this one, match number 13. They're 146 for 6 off their 10 overs. So you can see the bonus point equation, 102 or less. World 11 can restrict BNI to that, then they will take all 4 points and kind of recoup some of their losses after they didn't take a single point in their previous match against Europe. For BNI, another opportunity to extend this winning streak. I do think it's more or less par total. I started the week thinking 145 would be par, and started a bit quicker, only a bit quicker, about 15 and over has been the average run rate. Still hanging around that rate. So yeah, they bat average or better, they win the game. If not, they don't. Much simple as that. Will Smales coming out to open the batting. Been really impressed with him this week. A Welshman. And that's James Baisley. He's forging an impressive professional cricket career down under. Playing in the Big Bash. And developed his talents in Queensland. It's a place with a lot of sunshine, so it's a good place to play cricket. Unfortunately for James, he hasn't been able to get a decent score with the bat, despite threatening. But still, like I said, we're only halfway through this tournament. Johnny Connell at the other end for the British and Irish 11. Let's see if they can score the perfect break here. 147 to win. And I can tell you, it's not Hatsoglu bowling. That is definitely Baisley. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, joining me once again in the commentary box is the one, the only, Rico Full.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good to be here. Yeah, Baisley starts well. Remember, he picked up 4 wickets when these 2 teams met last time, so fancy himself again. Big call of no this time. A good start. And, he's got the build of a good fast bowler, hasn't he?
He's giant. I was going to say, Peter Hatsoglu's gained a bit of height and a bit of pace. You watch, that'll get replaced in a minute.
And just a little gentle nurdle away as he steps across and plays the little gentle ramp to get off the mark, does William Smell. And I think that's a slightly slower delivery as well.
Yeah.
I think the movement from the batter prompts the bowler here to bowl it slower, but he's well watched, keeps his eye on it, and you can see it doesn't ping off the bat because there isn't that much pace on it, but still it's effective enough to get the first pound.
It's actually a pretty good shot. I think he probably was always going to run in and bowl a slow ball there. Amazing. It's just off a short run now. But yeah, you could see, because it was a slow ball, it wasn't an easy one to play that deflection shot. And even if you hit it, sometimes it just balloons to that fielder at 45. So, oh, we've got another cracked bat, do we?
Yeah, looks like a bat's gone. And while we wait for this bat to be changed, I've got a question for you.
Go on.
Test your knowledge, because I know that you've got a memory bank up there. So, wicket keeper batters.
Yeah.
Okay, statistically.
Them, but they ruined it. Better than batter wicket keepers, as far as mine, I think.
Statistically.
Go on.
Okay, who has the best average?
The best average?
Yeah, wicket keeper batter. You're going to be surprised this one.
Well,
you normally always get him, but I think I'm going to get you.
Can I say Sangakkara? Does he count?
Well, you can say. It's not right, though. You can say.
In Test cricket, are you talking?
Yeah.
Sangakkara would have been my pick.
All right,
But I know
well,
he didn't always keep.
this is
Give me a country
Okay, give you a country.
for half points. I mean, Gilchrist is another obvious one, but I
Yeah.
feel like it won't be him because I would have guessed it.
Okay.
Dhoni, don't think for average.
Give you a country.
Give me a country. I
West Indies.
no. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. And Spooner out there, but he's going to take it on the bounce and take a single.
Batting average and is there no minimum runs?
Statistic.
Statistically.
Yeah, statistic. So you obviously have to play a certain number of games
Okay.
to count in the statistics.
Well, my favourite West Indian keeper is Jeffrey Dujon.
Oh yeah, he was class.
Love him. Love him.
Mr. Cool, he was.
So cool. Actually, just to practice diving like him and celebrating like him. Yeah.
Oh, that one is going to test the square leg umpire and wide is going to be called. And, oh, well, it's like eyeball to eyeball from the
good
big fast bowler to the umpire.
Is it? Is it? Let's have a look. Yeah, it's definitely wide. But what a great teapot from Baisley. He's got it right up in his grill, giving him the teapot. Steph has a bit of a laugh about it.
Crunched. Well, that's come out the meat of the bat. That's gone a long way, and it sounded good as well. So 6 runs. That is the end of the over. And what's that? That one just doubles the score from it. 12 coming off it. 12 at the end of the first. So okay, I'm gonna give it to you. So
Go on. You've stumped.
with-
Honestly, you've stumped me with this. Give me
with
an
a
era.
test, with a test record that read 81 not out, 88, 14, 72 and 4 not out. You'd think that Jamaican Desmond Lewis, who was born today in 1946, had
You've
done
got me.
enough to keep his place. Those runs came for West Indies against India in 1970-71, but Lewis was soon replaced by superior gloveman Derek Murray. Consolation came in the form that at an average of 86.33 statistically, Lewis is the best wicketkeeper batter of all time.
Well done. I knew that he was always going to stump me. Why'd you let me keep guessing?
Because it's not often that I have you. And I thought, because of the wicketkeeper one, I thought, yeah, come on.
There's some pretty crazy. If you actually look at no minimum, you just said you have to have played a decent amount of games.
Well, normally it's more than
What's
3
decent?
or 4, isn't
I mean,
it?
any amount of tests, I suppose, is
Yeah.
an achievement. But yeah, well done. Yeah. There are some, like this. Was it Redmond that scored a double ton in his only test innings? That was it. I think well, look him up. Stuart Law has an infinite average. He scored 52 not out, I think, in his only test, which was also Ricky Ponting's first test. Stuart Law played a lot for in Australian one-day cricket though, and actually recently was coaching the USA when I covered them back last year. I know they have parted ways since.
It's that hard, and that's a very good stop. Quality. Absolute quality. This was hit firm and hard. And he thought for a moment he was going to get past the big man out there, but it's not going past me, he says. That's brilliant work. Fantastic. Gets down to Peter Hatsoglu. And gets the throw in on the roll as well. Also, I know another day that's pretty important to you. International Day as well today, as that one is going to be chased after, but not going to be stopped. It's a Romario Roach who was hoping to get a play on this, but he's not going to be able to do. That's going to go all the way as well. So just starting to get back those boundaries up. Yeah, it's International Mother Language Day today. Over
Yeah, I
7,000
noticed
languages
this.
today, and I know that you were busy some part of last week learning and going back to your Spanish classes in Barcelona.
Yeah, for sure. But I noticed you use Spanish. I was hoping I could use that because that's my only other language I can speak a bit of. Anyway, Dodd. He's losing more letters on his name, isn't he, every day? He's down to 1. He's just D. Tenacious D. Yeah, buenas tardes a todos los espectadores de España. Encantado y espero que tengas una buena tarde.
Muy bien.
Hope you have a beautiful afternoon, and no matter where you're watching from, Todos los espectadores en el mundo. All the spectators in the world. Well, all the pace in the world. I don't think would have saved Connell there. Took on a bit of a dodgy single. Gallett's had a ping and missed.
Yeah, and well, I think the bowler's pretty happy that he misses his kneecaps as well. As Don, let's have a look at this. So it was always going to be a close one. Taking the fielder on, and Ben Galitz picks it up, releases it quickly, and well, if he'd hit, I think it would have been curtains to be sure. Yeah, and of course, bueno fin de semana. It is Friday. It is Peacock Friday, and of course, a weekend coming up. The action never stops here, though. It's a cloudy, overcast day here today, but I'm sure that the sun will return again tomorrow on the Costa del Sol. Quick look at the standings there, and you can see that World 11. This is a big match for them, really. You feel if they don't get a win here, that they may find it difficult to get back on track to a top 2 finish. Smiles all around. That's there. It will be Hatzoglu, who will now come on to bowl. He's got a very distinct bowling action. And one thing that he does have, he gets through his over quickly, but he gets a bit of extra bounce. And when I spoke to him briefly yesterday, he said he normally gets bounce, plenty of bounce on a turf pitch anyway.
Yeah,
on this
he does. Yeah, for sure.
He's doing, he's loving the bounce. That one's
the overspin he puts on it. And look at how he jumps after he bowls. Look.
And, well, the fielder might have to try and jump for this, but even if he did, he's not going to get there. It's another good hit. And Johnny Connell, not quite the fluent start that we often see from him in terms of the boundaries, but he gets that one away nicely. Both these two being a little bit cautious. That run rate has crept up to just under the 16, but they've got all their wickets in hand. I think that's the key at the moment. 4 runs being signalled there by the umpire. Ooh, this is another one that's pretty close to catching a bit of the stump. We'll get a chance to look at this again. Now this is close. You can see that Joe Foster, he knows it's close. He's got a bit of smile on his face as well. They'll swing and a miss. As Zoglu going to come round the wicket here. And that's launched into, that's big. Goes a long way. That's 6 runs. Manos arriba, Vitro. Ese golpe es muy dulce. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate. 6 carreras.
Yeah, well, it's a good shot, isn't it? Just takes it on straight. Zoglu knew straight away. I think that was gone.
He just tried something different, didn't he, by coming around the wicket. It didn't really go. Doesn't go to plan, returns back to where he was, and this one will go big as well, and in fact is bigger than the other. It's one that will go and join some of the Grizzlies at the other side of this ground. It's over the trees and into the field beyond. It's another biggie.
Yeah, this is all handy, isn't it, for B&I. It's a bit more leg side. I've been looking up now highest test averages with no minimum requirements. Okay. And yeah, there's a couple that are in my head. First, Zoglu has to close out.
He's going to be in trouble here, maybe. Oh, well, they like it. They think they got their man. It's a wonderful pick up and throw. And this could be the Victorinox precision timed strike, because it's a good pickup, it's a good throw. The bails come off. Vinny, I'm feeling he might be just short here.
He's out. I mean, he's already walked up the stairs. It's never a sign of confidence, is it? But to be honest, Connell just decided to go. I'm not sure if Smale had made the call himself. Kind of in that grey zone where the batter can see where it's gone, but technically it's not his call. And yeah, great quick work there from Max Hatzoglu. Disappointment for Smale. I suppose that's the way the game goes. We haven't seen too many run-outs this week, but unfortunately he falls victim to one. And he's out for 13. 38 for 1. Yeah, so I was looking up high batting averages, and the player I was thinking of was called Andy Gantome. Trinidadian cricketer who played one test for the West Indies, and in the one innings he scored 112, and he never played again. That was against England in 1948. So he has a batting average of 112, better than Bradman.
Yeah.
There's a current one actually, Curtis Patterson of Australia, who's still playing professional cricket. You see him pop up in the Big Bash, and he definitely pops up in Sheffield Shield cricket. But he's got a batting average of 144, and I think he might have even scored 100 in his last game, but then fell out of the side. It's been, you know how it is, long time between tests. A new season comes up or a new series comes up, and he wasn't selected, and he hasn't. And he may never play another test, and he has a batting average of 144.
Yeah. I know that there was a lot of this with the West Indies. There was times when either Gordon Greenwich or Desmond Haynes were injured or whatever. Players came in and they performed. Yeah. But as soon as they were back, they were back in.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for your services.
And then I talked a little bit about infinite batting averages. I mentioned Stuart Law's the one that came to mind. But there's another one that kind of caught my eye, and that's Andy Lloyd. This is one from your era. Andy Lloyd, the English opener. Yeah. This is Roach hitting a ball. Bit of an end to the batter from Lynch, who comes in number 3. Lynch is having a funny old time. He'll get the chance to face now. Yeah, so Andy Lloyd, he made 10 runs in his Test career, wasn't dismissed, but his career was ended when? Do you know what happened?
He's
against the West Indies. Score. Got hit in the head, retired hurt,
Yeah.
Never played again. Retired hurt doesn't count as a dismissal, so he's got an infinite batting average as well.
Yeah. Speaking of hit on the head, it was only a couple of days ago I talked about this in Malta when we had the old Malcolm Marshall to Mike Gatting incident when he got it on the nose. All right, as he chipped this up for a catch, and no, he's timed it to perfection. Well, El Machina, it's a risky one here. Doesn't really hit this. He just strokes it. Have a look at this here. He's just sort of saying, yeah, I'm relying on timing alone. And only just, and I mean only just, pinpoint accuracy is going to get the boundary. 6 runs.
Yeah, boundaries seeming to flow often enough at the moment for BNI. Having said that, I mean, they're not quite at the rate. They're pretty close. But that rate started at 14.7 and over. It's 15.5. So and the world certainly hanging in there. Still slight underdogs. I think 60-40 right now to British and Irish Knights.
Short delivery. It's a genuine bouncer, which Connell has to duck under, take evasive action too. That will be the one for the over. Yeah, quick delivery. I think he sees and picks it pretty late and decides that the best course of action is just to duck under that one. Well, not only this one is a bit fuller. It's sort of angled into the pads and he's onto it pretty quickly. Here's 6 more. 6 carreras más. The number of 6s continue to be right up there. The highest that we've had in any tournament.
That was crazy when we had, how many was it? 51 in a match yesterday. 51 6s. But hey, it just shows you how well these guys are hitting the ball. But 50 up for the British and Irish 11. Still 95 to go. Just over 6 overs.
New balls, please. I mean, I tell you what, whoever owns that field the other side here, they could start a little side business, couldn't they? All right, now this one, I think he's going to get away with this as well. It will just keep on going. There's a gentle breeze blowing this way as well, and that gets hold of that Grizzly. That's going to be another boundary. So Mario Roach certainly bowling with a pace, but he goes for 20. And that's another magical over, and it's 58 for 1 at the end of 4.
This is a tactic that Roach has kind of gone to. It's worked for him at times, but the batter knows they can kind of jump across and swing away to the leg side a little bit more easily. Lynch face up now on 7 into 4 overs. It's 58 for 1.
Let's see. I mean, you're needing wickets here. Who do you turn to? Do you take the pace off a little bit here? Do you stay with it on? A lot of things to talk about, but you can see they're right up to where they need to be. Looking to try and it's kind of a sort of controlled innings so far, isn't it? And we've seen a lot of the batting side just go out there and they've just gone big right from the start. They seem to be pacing it at the moment. Still need to go at around about just under the 15 and over. They are going to go here to Williams. So Russell Williams going to have a ball. He turned his arm over yesterday and it was pretty productive. And starts with a dot. I mean, he took 2 for 17 against the European 11, but on that occasion they only put 120 on the board, so they ended up losing with 9 balls to go. But yeah, it was useful. It's a firmly struck, and that will go all the way. 6 runs, just a little bit too short, and a good clean strike there from Samos Lynch. 6 more runs. And, just to go a bit fuller. Lynch, you can see there, just too short, and plenty of time to put that one away. It's a bit better down the ground, just be a single.
That's right.
Back on strike, 37 to 14. He's been very consistent. As Johnny Connell batted well, scored well.
He still looks cool though, doesn't he, Williams?
Gets dragged away, so they do take the pace off a little bit here, a bit of a change. I like it. I think if you're going to do it, you've got to do it when you've got plenty of runs to play with. Well, he floats this one up. Well, what a good bit of deceptive bowling this is from Russell Williams. He just tosses this one up. It's almost a bit of the old moon ball. Gets a dot ball.
It went shopping, we say that.
And he'll get away with that one as well. So that's a wonderful over. Just what they needed from Russell Williams. Just the 8 come from it. And at the halfway point, 66 on the board, the 1 wicket down. So they've still got work to do. You would imagine with the wickets they got in hand that 1 good over, they get back on top. But what 11? They're sticking to this.
Look, the runs aren't going to score. They're not going to score themselves, though. You know, I still think that both teams have a very good opportunity to get the win here. Hey, I know a lot of people are watching. Juka is watching from Estonia, and we're so happy when we have young Estonians tuning in and young Europeans tuning in. I know also that actually good friends of mine, the SEMA Sports Club, the Indoor Sports Club, SEMA Sports Centre are watching as well. And they've got a road trip this weekend in Mandurah. So yeah, you know what they are? The SEMA Sports. They're the snakes.
The snakes.
You know, if you come to Australia, you know what you're going to get?
You get snake bites?
You're going to get the snakes. Not really. We're pretty.
We do have snakes here as well, you know.
Do you? Yeah, we know them in the jungle.
We have the snakes out there in the jungle.
Yeah, well, hello to you guys. I hope you have a wonderful time. Hello, no matter where you're watching from. All right, here we go with Peter Hatzoglu coming back.
This is it gets a bit of the edge, goes for 4 runs, and that's unlucky. Well, that's the extra bounce that we talked about. Hatzoglu gets at this time. Not only does it deceive the batter, and keeper standing up really doesn't have any chance here unless it hits him. So it gets away, 4 runs, streaky, lucky, suerte. Montón de suerte for Lynch.
Yeah, the other thing is, a lot of Australians viewers are sending me pictures of a famous, let's just say an infamous figure, kind of a tough guy in Australia called Mark Chopper Reid, and he had this certain moustache, which is exactly what Sturridge has gone for. That's in there, that's going to go for 4, so Lynch gets a bit lucky here. Certainly wasn't off the middle, but it ballooned over the fielder at short third. And the result's 4 runs.
2 veces el mismo. Doble de suerte. There's Lynch. That's 2 occasions the same. Got a feel for the bowler here.
So I can't put this up, but I want to show you Chopper Reid, and you tell me that is 100%. I hope that Sturgis lives a lot longer than Chopper Reid. Too high.
That's the question. I wonder if he gets a bit of bat on this as well. This seems to be a bit of a noise, but yeah, I mean with the bounce that he gets, it's always going to be difficult. And but yeah, it's too high. You can see it's on the way up. It gets him almost under the armpit. Now he uses his feet to good effect, dances down the pitch, gets that proper, and that one will go all the way over the HCL tent at the other end. Good shot, 6 runs. Just needed that hit and just got bogged down a little bit with Williams over going for 9. Good start here from Peter. Just needed to just up the tempo a little bit. And that's gone. Oh, brilliant bowling. Brilliant bowling this is. Really good work. And you can see that the bowler sees that Lynch is moving early and he fires it wide outside the off. And that's superb from the keeper. So Max Hatzoglu, well, he helps out his brother. A bit of brotherly love there. And that's good work.
Well, it was double duck before for the Hatzoglu brothers, but now it's double the fun, isn't it? And Lynch, I suppose he watches on. Just never got near that, did Connell. And probably spotted the batter coming, so he fires it wide. And Connell had a decision to make whether to bail out or go for it. Didn't either. And that is the end of him.
The unlucky 13, and well, we've said already before that it is match 13, so yeah, the unlucky 13 strikes, 13 balls. It works for Lynch. He's going to have to go. Great quick reactions though from Peter's brother Max, keeping it in the family.
Yeah, just letting you know that that was Connell on strike. I noticed something down wrong, so it might have been wrong on our screen, but no, it's definitely Connell who's gone. So Lynch will be joined at the crease now by Nils Priestley. And Priestley, pound for pound, I think start of the day he had the highest strike rate of any batter. And so he's come out and he's generally been very, very good from the get-go.
New batter comes out. And, start of a new over. Looks like it is Nils Priestley who has been very consistent. And the thing about Nils Priestley is he's been able to come in at any point, no matter what the situation, and get going straight away. So yeah, just sorting out the scoring system here. Make sure we get that right before we get started. You can see by Stefan Gooch just having a little chat here with the bowler, so we just have to get this sorted.
Confirmed though, so 80 for 2 after 6. So the equation is 67 required of 4 overs. So the required rate is 16 3/4 an over. So basically, as batter here, Lynch is facing up. You see him there. Priestley at the other end. You're trying to win the battle with 17. So if you're the World 11 here, if you can keep it to 15 or less, kind of a regular over even, they'll get slightly further in front. I think we're good to go. World 11. Hoping for the W. Okay, here we go with McIntyre.
And McIntyre gets a bit of a false swing there straight away from Lynch, who doesn't seem, well, the Mackinac isn't quite going as well as the machine should. Maybe it needs a bit of an oil or a bit of something. It's maybe a bit rusty perhaps. This one is going to be a wide. So yeah, apologies just for the graphics coming down for a moment. We'll have those up for you pretty quickly.
Score. Yeah, so that'll be 81 now. 66 off 18 required. At least this time it's something we can fix, and it's not that someone's hit a cricket ball into the power box.
Oh, that's Gundy. It's a Gundy ball, and that's going to be put away. And, I think they might even check the height on this. Well, the fence keeps the footballs out anyway.
The fly screen submarine. I think, is that high? I reckon. I'm calling that. He hits it well above the waist. Is it dropping enough? Yeah, it's been called a no ball. Or is Joe just asking for the ball back? Just trying to work. I saw a signal.
I didn't.
I think that's a no ball. I don't know.
I didn't see the no
Remember,
ball signal.
if it's only.
I think it must have been because the bowler has been told about the height. So
McIntyre gets that very wrong. So 7 up and a free hit. What the free hit, Jinx? Just a little high.
Well.
He tries to dig that one into the pitch. It's one of those kind of rolling leg cutters. That'll be one for the over. Free hit is still in play. Yeah, the machine, it's a confidence game, really. I mean, when he first came to the Carter Oval, we called it a machine because it was just a 6-hitting machine. Not that he isn't now. I mean, obviously can be, but obviously a high level of cricket. This is where, obviously, he needs to show that he can be consistent at this level. He would want to be playing for Ireland, I'm sure.
And that is what he can do when he's at his best. He can hit most balls to the boundary and clear the boundary rope with ease. As Henry McIntyre, he's under a bit of pressure. Hasn't been a good start for him. That was the free hit, and it does get dispatched to the boundary. So we had to wait a long time for a free hit to get the treatment. And over it goes for 6 runs.
That helps. Remember, 17 was what we talked about. That ball's basically gone for, let me add this up, 14. And that's one ball.
It's a good comeback. The dot ball. Wait is the call.
Still hanging in the balance, though. I hate it when, okay, the scoreline goes down. It happens occasionally. It's a frenetic format. Very occasionally, I've resorted to the pen and paper, and I can just see, even on my screen, it's starting to get a bit slow. So, oh, now I've got 4. Look, are you getting that on yours as well? So,
no, mine hasn't got that, but mine.
What do you got over there? You will just wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's.
There might actually, yeah, I think there might.
Let me just think. We've had 15 off 2 this over. So, assuming it was right before that, then, yeah.
We're just going to have a bit of a hold up here to get this right, because
81, yeah.
You've got to have the scores right. I mean, obviously, you don't want to get to a situation where it gets close and you haven't got the right scores. So you can see the umpires just waiting, and yeah, a bit of frustration really, I suppose, here, especially for the World 11, because McIntyre just gets a good ball in there, and now he's going to have to wait again. It just sometimes can just disrupt the sort of mind and the pattern and the frame of mind that the players are in. So we get a chance to maybe talk about some other things, maybe the European Cricket League.
Yeah, well, I know. Well, pick a team, any team, Rico. I'll do this with team. I know
Any
you know
team? All right, I'm going to Skanderborg.
Skanderborg, of course. They actually dominated Group A last year, made the final, and then Ginebrescia knocked them out.
Yeah.
They've got Nikolai Darmgard, Let's guard, and the Stingrays they go by, the Skanderborg Stingrays. And we know about the Danes, actually. Good news, we've got some cricket on. Here we go. Here's McIntyre. Down leg side. Does it get any of the leg? Must have. Must have just flicked the trousers. Lynch says, what do you mean? But obviously, umpire's heard something there. Yeah, we'll get a good look at it here. Does this hit the body, or does it pass by? Flick the shirt, I think.
Yeah,
I think it did.
I think it catches a bit of something.
Yeah. So Denmark have a weird habit of making group finals. Of course, if you win your group final, you get to come back for the Championship Week. I count at least maybe 5 times that either the Danish national team or the Danish club has made the group final but lost it. Yeah, so we've actually never had a Danish team in Championship Week.
They
It's unbelievable.
always perform so well, and they look the part, they look the business, but when it comes to that final, the all-important match, they just fall away.
Right, Priestley gets a go and scores back. That's good news. So 51 to win. There's 19 balls left.
Oh, well, that is going to be a no ball.
Yeah, it's got to be.
He's already bowled one of those already, so it's not the most sensible here from McIntyre. I mean, you can see he's really banged that in. It's not one of those which, you can say, I just meant to bowl short of a length. He's banged it in. So he's not helping the cause here. Not sensible.
All right, free hit then for Priestley. Free hit jinx, even Priestley missing out. It's quite unbelievable. That'll be the end of the over, and somehow 16 came off that. And so you could argue that McIntyre wins the over despite putting a couple of balls into orbit. Here's the end of the 7th now, and it's 96 for 2.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? There was so many extras in there, couple of no balls.
Chopper's not happy.
Wides. But they just couldn't get him away. So Where are we at here now? So that rate, it goes up to about 16. 18 balls to go. Needing a good over here. The British and Irish 11. I must say, it's a very subdued sort of innings from them. They haven't gone anywhere like the clinical hitting that we know them. This is next coming up, match number 14. Asian 11 taking on the European 11. European 11, they're on a high at the moment. Talking about high, well, that's high and over the boundary. It's a wide kind of full toss. And loses the direction of this, and that gets put away. And it's a rare bad ball from Joshua Dodd.
He's going for wide Yorker, but just overdid it slightly. It's actually quite pretty good reach to get that. I would say there's no outfielder out there, so he just had to get over the infielder. Well fielded by Mark down there. See if he keeps the same line, tries to get the length right.
And that one is going to clear everybody as well. And
another one.
Held on to it. Well, no, he hasn't. Blues put it down.
Oh, Blue took one earlier. In fact, he took one in this match. It was just after Priestley put one down. And then he kind of showed him up by taking a catch as the ball retriever. But yeah. Oh, well, 50% is not too bad for a person in that position. I've seen some good ball retriever catches, even though they're told, please don't try and catch the ball for safety reasons. But hey.
Everybody wants their highlight, I guess. Just a single this time after 2 sixes.
I mean, we actually had a debate last night on level 6. We were trying to remember when Indy, who was a former ball retriever, tried to catch one at Sunset with no cricket training or sport training, and the ball bounced off his head about 30 metres when it hit him about 100 metres from the bat. And luckily the medics were on hand and there was no serious damage. Apparently it was like that before he got hit by the ball.
And the thing is, he tried to do it in the dark.
Yes, I mean.
It didn't help. All right, that's been worked away, and it's going to be 4 runs. So this could be the over where I think they've really got their eyes on making it a big one and getting themselves safely home in this run chase. Still got some work to do, but word of them, can they pick up a wicket? Can they pick up a couple of dot balls here? Dodd making some changes in that field. Looks like he wants to push another one back to the left-hander here for that particular shot. So he's got 2. He's got a point and backward point now out on that offside. Down the ground, but won't go to hand, but also won't go to the boundary. You take that. Singles don't hurt you here. He's trying to get out of the over without going magical.
All right, got to finish on here, I think. First innings looked for a long time that the world level were only going to make about 120 to 125.
Yeah.
That was expected, but then Callets and Williams at the end were able to lift them up to that score in the 140s.
It's a good Yorker length delivery. Straps him on the pads, and yeah, it gets it. Does well. I mean, after the first 2 balls were hit for 2 big sixes, it was another boundary in the over as well. So he goes for 19.
Good pace.
Over.
Look at the seam there. See the backspin seems well presented. I know it never really seems. Except might have blown his shoelace off. Undone. All right, look at that. They're right at the golden ball line. I love it. Look at that. After 8 overs, they're pretty much right on the golden ball line. Is this the golden ball? It is match 13. It is Peacock
13.
Friday.
Match 13, Peacock Friday, 116 for 2. 31 required of 12 deliveries. I mean, you'd expect that the British and Irish 11 knock these off. 74% to 26% favourite. We've seen teams at times, and these 2 batters have shown that they're capable of doing it, hitting 30 runs in and over.
Right, Paisley ball.
Paisley with it.
Let's go. With Lynch 40 off 17, 31 required off the last 2. That's a beautiful start from James. That's kind of what Dodd was trying to do last over, early in the over. Just bounce the ball pretty much at the intersection of the batting crease and the tram line.
That struck well, and it will clear the boundary rope. It'll end up to bouncing through the bushes and into the fan zone. There's going to be 6 runs. There's James Cantor and Roger Finer watching some of the cricket and doing some of the sums.
Thing is, it is a game of fine margins, because basically could even say to Lynch, look, this is where I'm pitching the ball, and it wouldn't be that easy to hit. But if he misses his spot, and that one was only a fraction short of the crease, it meant that Lynch is hitting it on the up, and if he makes good contact, it's going to fly, especially at someone of Baisley's pace.
Baisley just making some adjustment. I wonder if he's going to change his approach to the stumps here. He might want to come over the wicket here.
They kind of had, I like the tactics. The tactics made sense. It's just you go round the wicket, you go really wide, and you set a field there. But problem is, if it goes over the field, you're kind of back to square one. So anyway, he's going to stay with that approach.
And well, he tries to bang this in, and that's gone the distance. It's going to be a 50 to Al Mekina. And he probably hasn't gone at the strike rate that we know that he can go, but he's there to do a job. And it looks like that he's timed his innings to perfection. He moves to 52 of just 20 deliveries. And this one, well, it was short, it was there, and it gets sent to a lovely controlled hook shot. And that brings his half century up. Very good knock.
Challenges him, doesn't he, to pull? And Lynch is ready for it. What a good knock. Nice big swing and a miss. We're going to last over here, I can feel it. I just think this could be a really close finish.
All the boundaries that he's hit have been 6s, 8 6s. No 4s in that 52. And not a good delivery. He strays onto the legs. It's the same area where he got dispatched for 6 before. And this one will go the distance as well. So they're getting closer now. They're almost home.
Well, yeah, almost. It's 13 off 7, still awkward. If you get a couple of small wins as the fielding team, keep a couple of balls on the park, it gets real quick. Wonder who's going to bowl the last over. They've got a few options. Last ball of the ninth.
It's hit hard. Fielder does well. Only the single from it. So we are going into the last. 12 required of 6. But Lynch, as he moves to 59, will be on strike. And I wonder if it's going to be Romario who's going to bowl.
Yeah.
He seems to be walking up that way, so it could be Roach. Romario Roach, maybe.
Yeah, Romario Roach, 1 over number 20. You've had Williams, but he's a spinner. He only conceded 8 off his over, actually. And then you've got McIntyre, number 17 off his over. You see him right there. So, I don't know. Two boundaries here. Pretty sure you win the game.
So, let's have a look here. So, yeah, they need 2 ball to do it. Lynch is on strike, 135 for 2. Now, some people might have a tingle. They might be thinking about the golden ball here, Vinny.
Yeah, well, this is what will happen if we get to a tie. We'll have our first tie in the Western Shield, and the batting team, in this case it's the British and Irish 11, will get 1 ball to try and score 2 or more to win. And we haven't had one since, all the time since, 5 days ago on Sunday. Anyway, it is Roach, 12 last over. And the golden ball odds have just gone up. This game stays very alive, 11 off 5, Rico.
Yeah. Roach, good start. And he does take Lynch off strike as well. So Niels Priestley, now, good striker on the ball. Not a bad guy to have out there at this moment in time, but he's has taken 4 balls to get to the 5 that he's on.
Yeah, but also he's really good, and he's been in good form. So he's thinking 2 hits and walk off. 11 off 5.
That one's not going to go to the boundary. Well, they're taking it on here. And they will get the 1. So it's only another single. Tiki-taka here, 10 or 4.
Here we go, Rico. We are definitely on golden ball watch here. 10 off 4 at 15 and over, which is basically what the rate has been in this tournament and even this game. Roach. All right, looks pretty cool. Looks like he's got it under control, but does he? 10 to win.
It's hit perfectly round the gap. What a good shot this is. I mean, when you look at this, you think, you don't read too much into it, but it's such an intelligent shot. Doesn't try and hit the ball too hard. He sees the field, he sees the gap, and he places this beautifully. 4 runs.
So
delightfully.
here's the thing: if you concede a boundary now, you're probably losing. So if you're the world, it's like you're walking the tightrope now. You've got 3 balls. If all 3 balls stay on the field, you win. That's pretty much what we're down to. So, okay, there's 4 and a couple of singles will win it. Obviously, a 6 wins it. There's 6 to win. And Roach, can he find the delivery that Lynch can't get away here? One swing of the bat can win it.
Yeah, bring it as Ross Taylor comes across to the offside. And that's what he's there for. He does make the stop. They get the single.
Oh boy, 5 off 2. 4 ties at 6 wins it. Well, that's 1 ball out of the 3 that they've kept on the field. Taylor, I think if he picked it up, he probably would have thrown, and at this level you expect it to be backed up, and maybe he can save a run there, maybe get rid of a guy who's up in the 60s. Priestley, again, he's thinking large here, I think. 5 to win, 2 to come.
And he goes after this, and he's going to get 6. That'll be it. And it'll be a victory with 6 runs coming there from Nils Priestley. And, well, you can see Roach there. He arches over, just goes a little bit too wide. He allows Nils Priestley to get the swing in. He gets it elevated, gets it all the way. And it's going to be another victory for the British and Irish 11. They continue moving upwards. That's 4 wins on the spin for them now. But World 11, they desperately needed a win there. They don't get one. They will take a point. But, of course, it leaves them in a pretty gloomy position at the bottom of the table. Remember, we will see them in action one more time. They'll take on the Asian 11 in match number 15 under the floodlights. But well done to the British and Irish 11. I would sense a slightly different approach for them in that match. It's almost like they sort of said, no, you know what? We're going to pace this victory. We're not going to go guns blazing. We're going to pace it, and we'll get there. And in the end, they do, but only just.
Yeah, I don't know if it was that or just they were restricted pretty well, but held their nerve. And well done, Priestley. That was the next game coming up in about 50 minutes. That is Chopper, as he's now known down under. But yeah, next game 4 p.m. GMT, 5 o'clock in Central Europe, and 9:30 in India. That's in about 45. We'll be back. But yeah, World 11, 0 for 2 today, and you just never know what's coming next. World 11 actually now find themselves on a 3-match losing streak, and British and Irish 11 find themselves on a 4-match winning streak. And even this run out, which I suppose you could file under you for unnecessary, that was the end of Smale. But yeah, Lynch came out, played a good hand. Connell, while he was there, thought he was pretty decent as well. Ended up making a half-century of his own. And Priestley, even though he probably didn't hit him that well early in his innings, still came up with the maximo when required. So, yeah, British and Irish 11, after losing their first 3, they've won their last 4. And, yeah, it's kind of a game of who's hot right now and who's not. And right now, Vixie are hot, the world are not.
Yeah, they just seem to be in control of the situation. I said this yesterday about them. They seem to be a team who, don't forget, a lot of these guys have not played together before, and you forget that. But yet, the way they bonded, the way that they're working together, they're upbeat, and look, they're enjoying themselves, and they're enjoying congratulating each other. They're playing well as a team. And they're looking like a team that could go all the way. They certainly are at the moment the team to beat. So congrats to them. World 11, better performance, has to be said. I mean, the only way it had to be up after they were bowled out for the 80 in the match before by the European 11. But, yeah, they've got to turn it around pretty quickly.
Yeah, look, they'll have a game off. They'll come back. And like I said, they're professionals. They know that dealing with misfortune is part of the job. And they'll come back, I'm sure. It's going to be a really big game coming up. Of course, we've got Asia against Europe in the next game. And look, if Asia lose that, you've got 2 teams against they don't just scrap for a win. And World 11 now, they are 3 points out of third. They're 6 points out of second, although they do have a game in hand. So, and they could be further behind third because Asian 11 play next. So you saw there a fantastic effort from Lynch, who ended up with 65 not out, 52 for Connell, and Priestley with a pretty important 12 at the end, including the winning runs. Bowling-wise, well, they battled, didn't they? The only wicket to fall to the bowlers went to Peter Hatsoglu, who took 1 for 30, and Williams, none for 8 with his wrist spin. We will take a break, and we'll be back after a bit of an extended break, of course, but we will be back in about 45 minutes, and still 2 matches to go. Well, the Asian invasion is here. They will play both of the games tonight, one against Europe and one against the world. Don't go anywhere. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Big thanks to you, Rico. I know you're back tomorrow, but Tina will be with me to close out the night here on day 3 of this European Cricket Western Shield.
The Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to the beautiful Hello Turf of the Cartama Oval. Well, it is Peacock Friday, so we're quite bright. The weather not so much bright today, but still it is going to be a fantastic night of cricket. The Asian 11 are here and they will play back-to-back to finish day 3. And first, they will take on the European 11 we have in Ramage with the giant coin. Let's see who wins the coin toss for match 14.
Asian 11, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. European 11 as the away team, you'll call. There you go.
Rado.
It's been called Rado. It's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss for Amish 11, who will bowl first?
So the Asian 11 have won the toss and elected to bowl. They will be on the chase here in the second last match of the day against a European side who've had a mixed day to say the least. In their first game, again, they went for big runs against BNI and ended up only just scraping to the point. They went down by 50 runs, but the next game they absolutely blew apart the World 11. In fact, it's the only 4-point result we've had so far. In fact, they chased not only in 7 overs, they chased in 4 overs, less than 4 overs, the European 11. Asian 11 have had the whole day off so far, so you'd imagine they'd be reasonably well rested. They've had a weird start as well. They were the form team on day 1. They won 3 games in a row. They lost 3 games yesterday, so this is a bit of a litmus test for them. This is such a crazy kind of table. It's topsy-turvy. I know these 2 teams would really love the win here. And the Asian 11, remember, they play here. They play the World 11 in the last game of the night. Tina Goff is standing by. Big thanks to Rico Full. I know he's already headed back to the Sunset Beach Club, but Tina Goff will be with me for this one. I can tell you, the Asian 11 are here. They've won the toss. They're bowling first against Europe. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start of match 14.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Welcome to the Cartama Oval. A bit of an extended break we just had, but we're back and raring to go for the evening session, and let's hope the Asian 11 are raring to go as well. As Vinny said, they've had an extended break this morning after a long day for them yesterday. You can see they've made a few changes to the side. Fahim Basharat comes in, as does Shahan Aga with the gloves. It will be the Asian 11 who won the toss, decided to go into the field. So it'll be the first we see of them on this day 3 of CN's Western Shield 2025. We're already in match 14, folks, so already halfway, or more than halfway through this magnificent tournament. You can see it's Demas Deploy and Max O'Dowd at the top of the order for the European 11 as carded. Khalid Ahmadi is the one change for Europe. They had those 2 games this morning. Noah Cruz will be behind the stumps with the gloves, and you can see it's all tight here. Every game in the Western Shield has been almost the toss of a coin. Europe just ahead on 57%, and that's probably down to the fact that Asia, they had a bit of a tough day yesterday. A hat-trick of defeats, in fact a hat-trick of wins on the first day for them, so that tells you exactly how tight it is in the standings, with every team capable of beating every other team, and kind of proved itself this morning as well. Team Europe, they were on the wrong side of a bit of a hiding from Bixie this morning, losing by 50 runs. And then it was Europe's time to dish out a hiding to the world, and it's less around the world in 80 days and more bowling the world out for 80 runs, as Europe did. They came storming back, won that, losing just 1 wicket within 4 overs. So it's been a mixed day so far for Europe. They'll hope to finish it here with a win before they head back to the Sunset Beach Club. As Asia, it's just the start of their evening. They'll have a long night under the lights as they come in for the first ball. It's Suman Khan with ball in hand. That's immediately called a no ball by the umpire. Must have been a front foot fault. As we look here on the a big one. Big no ball there from Suman Khan, so he'll have to re-ball that one. Big call by the umpire there. It's startled me up here in the box. He was the right call as we restart this game. There's going to be a chance of a run out here. Direct hit would have been close, and it would have sent Max O'Dowd packing without even facing a ball. He knew this was a tight one. Went straight to the hands of Yunus Ahmadzai. He took a shot at the stumps, popped up nicely into his hands. See here how close it would have been. Yeah, well, maybe Max O'Dowd there guilty of plonking his bat down rather than sliding it in. I think he would have been gone. Close escape there for the European icon as he faces up his first ball. That's well bowled by Suman Khan. Bangladeshi opening bowler. He's no stranger to success, won the gold medal at the 2019 South Asian Games with his country. The winner of the silver medal that day was his captain, Kavishka Anjula of Sri Lanka. So a lot of prowess in this Asian 11. I think particularly under the lights, these bowlers can be quite dangerous. Still bright out here. Actually, it's been the brightest it has been all day. The clouds have shifted. The sun is trying to come out. Oh, and that would have been an amazing catch there by Arav Shetty in the covers. It looked like it was soaring past him. So he just makes sure all his fingernails are still intact. He sticks out a right hand. Well, that would have been one of the catches of the tournament if that stuck. He saved a 4. See, that's some good screening work there by Furkan Shafiq, stopping the camera angle, but I can assure you that would have been an unbelievable catch. It was just a single, bringing Zima's deploy back on strike. That's a just chipped over wide long on region. And remember Zimas earlier in the day, he took a nasty blow right on the left shoulder from a vicious bouncer. He did actually retire her in that game before coming back later in the game, actually came back and secured that losing bonus point for his side, but he looks to be okay here. I asked him during the break and he says, well, it's a bit sore, but he's a fighter and he's fighting out there for his continent. Suman Khan ends up facing the sand there. A very warm welcome to everyone joining us on the live chat. Lovely to have you with us. I hope if you're on the western side of the hemisphere, you're just finishing up work for the week and that you're settling in for a great evening of Western Shield cricket. And that you've already cancelled all your plans for the weekend because there's only one place to be, and that's with us here on ECN, because we've got another action-packed day. Another game this evening, 5 more on Saturday and 5 on Sunday, culminating in the big final. So that's high in the air. It's going to be a chance. And it's taken. That's a brilliant catch from Yunus Ahmadzai. I thought maybe at first it would be a catch for the keeper, Shahanaga, but it kept on going, kept on swirling up in the air. And a big, big wicket falls at the end of the first over as the European icon, Max O'Dowd, he has to go. And look at this for a catch. He's pedaling backwards. Needs to make sure he knows where he is, knows where the ball is, knows where the boundary is. He does all of those things. Takes a brilliant catch. At the end of the first over, the European 11 are 4 for the loss of 1 wicket. And look at the stats for the Western Shield so far. 13 matches played. The highest successful chase is 160. That doesn't tell you the whole story though, because we did have almost a record chase of 203 in the game that did feature P&I. 400 runs scored in just the one game, but you can see it's pretty even Stevens when it comes to batting first and second. Team batting first is 1-6, Fahim batting second has won 7. The average par score here hovering around the 150 mark. That average was dragged down a bit earlier today with the world being skittled for just the 80 runs. Seamus Deploy has been joined out there in the middle by DDC, Daniel Doyle-Kayet of Spain. What a tournament it's been so far. I think the mark of any good tournament is the table is so tight throughout, and we were wondering a bit on day one whether World and Asia would be the two that would run away with it, but as you might have seen, Asia, they struggled on day 2 yesterday. They'll be wanting to put that right as Fahim Basharat, who we haven't seen too much of, comes in to the attack. Wearing 144 on the back of his shirt. Not sure what the significance of that is. It's about par score here at the Cartmore Oval. Quite a skiddy action does Basharat. Left arm over the wicket. A bit of width on offer there. Adam Patel sweeping on that cover boundary, keeps it to just the 1. And it has been a mixed day for the European 11. It's a tough start for them in the first match of the day, match 11, British and Irish putting on 188. A resurgent Bixie after they've had a bit of a roller coaster tournament so far. It's a big swing and a miss from Zemus. In fact, they've kind of done the opposite to what the Asia 11 have done. Bixie didn't win a single game on the first day, came roaring back on the second day, and it was a reversal of fortunes for Team Asia, who did the exact opposite, really. The European 11 then were undone by a great performance by BNI. So that's just flicked over backward square leg. It goes all the way for 6. That looked like a little easy shot from Zemus Deploy. It looks like his shoulder is working just fine, thank you very much. He just used the pace on offer there from Fahim Basharat. Not quite hitting his line there. Just opens the bat face to Zemus. Helps it on its way, and a bit of a misfield there by the blue crew, but he does the job. On a ball of the second. It's almost an action replay, this time along the ground, and again, the blue crew, the only ones doing the fielding because the Asian 11 are getting nowhere near that one. So it's a big 10 to finish the over for Zemus. The European 11 get to 16 for 1 off 2. We all know what Zemus Deploy can do with the bat. He showed it actually on the network earlier just this month in Malta. Hitting a big, big century for his country. And you can see here, just look how tight those standings are. European 11 at the top on 16, but the two teams at the bottom at the moment, they have a game in hand, including the Asian 11. So they'll really dearly want to get points from their doubleheader this evening. And joining me for their doubleheader this evening is Mr. Maximo. Vinny, welcome back from your little break this morning. I know you had the game just, but we're back in town together.
Strap me in, I'm ready to go. All right. Here is Sumon. He's found a way to keep his foot behind the line this time, and the ball's not going to stay on the field. Maximo! It's DDC who's going to take it downtown. Yeah, Europe. They've been the one team that have been a bit hot and cold. Others have been really hot or really cold for extended periods. But if you look at their kind of game by game, it's Jekyll and Hyde stuff. And we've seen that today already. They took all 4 points in that World game after they had a bit of a shock in the game before. All right, well, that's an edge, and that's going to be 6 as well. So swing hard, and DDC, he'll get the benefits. It's back-to-back Maximals, and, well, you can see almost a little bit like the, what's that movie? The Escape, The Great Escape?
Great Escape.
Gets under the net, goes on the merry chase.
He's been the most active fielder for the Asian 11 so far. That's the 3rd ball he's fielded down there.
He's actually a rookie ball retriever, so he's obviously showing a bit of movement. Just have a look at the technique here, gets under, actually never stops moving.
It's like
feet first slide.
It's like one of those assault courses, you know, where he's going to be lifting tyres in no time.
Yeah, I like it. Anyway, DDC likes it. That's actually 4 boundaries in a row, 6-4, 6-6. pop up here, but mid-wicket's back on the edge of the circle. Yeah, I was just saying about teams that are going in streaks. So World 11 went win, loss, win, loss, loss, loss. So they're on a 3-match losing streak. Asia 11 went win, 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 loss, loss, loss going into this. So
Very symmetrical.
2 streaks. British and Irish 11 went loss, 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 win, 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 win. Right?
The words have no meaning anymore.
Yeah, so it's kind of like streak of 3 losses, streak of 4 wins. But European 11's been a bit all over the place. That one is launched up and over. Backward square leg. Maximo for Zemus. Good to see his shoulders recovered.
Yeah, that was quite a nasty blow, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a nasty one. I know he came back and batted late in the piece. He stays pretty still there, hits it on the up, and he gets it out of here. Yeah, Europe have gone win, loss, loss, win, win, loss, win. So they haven't had more than 2 of either.
Well, I heard Zemus had quite the working on his shoulder. He got the Spanish treatment. Got a bit of a tough love out on the pitch, but it's good to see he's back out there. And we've kind of been waiting for Zemus to go big. I was saying earlier, he's done the big 100 for his country already this month. And he also went big in one game when he scored 36 or 32 runs in the final over to chase down a massive total. But he hasn't quite gone big so far.
Sorry, but...
Knock, knock, knock.
Did you hear that? That's the knock, knock. We know if you knock on the commentary box door,
our door is
you've got to
open.
be icon or bigger. The only thing bigger than an icon, of course, is a coach at this tournament. Last ball, the power play. Zemus banks it straight. Pretty good shot. Holds his shape that time. Maximo to finish it off. Max O'Dowd right there is the only victim of the power play. Europe ahead by a bee's breadth. It's the end of the 3rd over. It's 41 for 1.
Yeah, nice shot straight down the ground there. But I'm more concerned about who's raiding us in the commentary box.
So I am going to ask you respectfully to remove your headset. But you can go, maybe if you want to get us some snacks, you can. 25 run over, by the way. But I've got actually a couple of guests.
Okay.
So I'm going to keep it up my sleeve. But Tina, I enjoyed commentating
I won't
those
step
4
aside
balls
for
with
anyone,
you.
but it was nice to see you.
Waited all day to commentate. We'll get more time later. That's okay. But yeah, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, I'm back, and yeah, I'm actually going to have Tom Sky, their World 11 coach, to come and do a couple of overs with me, and then we might have another World 11 player. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air. That's going to be 6 as well. So Europe on a bit of a heater here. And well, that's Mark now who's having to do the chase. Yeah, Europe just seem to have found their form here at the moment. It's quite a good shot. He's nowhere near inside the line of it, but he just plays it on height. Anyway, yeah, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Tom Sky here, the coach of the World 11. Tom, welcome to the broadcast. It's great to have you here.
Thanks, Vinny. It's great to be here. What a beautiful setting. Playing cricket in Spain, or coaching cricket in Spain, what a place.
This is Najib, who's going to knock back the middle stump. I was going to say he brings the brute force, doesn't he, Najib? And I can't read his lips, and it's probably good. I don't think he was thrilled about getting hit for 6. But then he comes back with the big wicket of Daniel Dolkaya, who's going to have to go for 20. It's 47 for 2. And right on cue, something happens. You're no stranger to ECN cricket. You were with us right back in 2019, right? And it's chaos, isn't it?
Oh, well, yeah, it was a great experience in another part of Spain back in July 2019. I think it was the first European Cricket League tournament.
It was, yeah.
And the organisation, ECN, has just continued to evolve year on year, and a huge juggernaut of matches all around Europe. And it's such a pleasure to be back here, and this format is just really special, I think, bringing players from all over the world. So many different countries represented here, playing in February, which is essentially the winter here in Europe, in a beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, and it's a bit of an overcast day, but a bit of blue sky around now. And speaking of blue, a little bit of blue in your uniform. I do like the purple that the World 11's got. Congratulations on being nominated and fulfilling the role of World 11 coach. I'm quite interested about it and how it's all come together, isn't it? Jeep to Crows, who gets beaten for pace first up. So yeah, this is a question that I've had from a lot of viewers. How did you find this World 11? You've got
the
world
players
to choose from.
Yeah, well, exactly. So first and foremost, it was reaching out to just various people in cricket, managers, players that I'm connected with, and sort of telling them about what we were trying to do. This was sort of put together for the last couple of months. So speaking to a player who would then recommend someone else, and then I'd just sort of try and get a feel for the team, what we had,
Crows will get off the mark here to square leg.
What we had, what we needed. Obviously, we're trying to sort of fill certain roles. We don't want too many wicket keepers. We don't want too many batters, etc. So trying to make sure we get the right balance. We unfortunately lost one of our seam bowlers last week to injury, and we weren't able to replace them in time. So we're down a bowler. But yeah, just connecting with people from all over the world and trying to just get as many countries represented as well was a big part of it as well.
True, yeah, because I was wondering, how do you end up with players from South Africa, US, Vanuatu? Yeah, it's quite an achievement. And I know we've had Ross Taylor in a couple of times in the commentary box. I was asking him about, that one is going to fly. Well, that's the Jeeb, that's pace. That's the top edge that Seamus is going to hit straight down the middle of the reverse V. It's a maximum of 6 runs. And we'll just come back to that, though. Seems the guy's really getting on well.
Getting on very well.
They only would have just met a few days ago, right?
Yeah, well, a few of the Aussie boys know each other. Ross has done a bit of work in Oz in the Big Bash with Jack Wood. But most of the guys that sort of, first time meeting and have got on really, really well. It's a really special group. Everyone's here to win, but we're also here to have a good time and get to know each other and enjoy ourselves. And we're really, couldn't ask for a better group of guys.
Achieved to close out the over. This is cracked. It's going to get through the field, and that's going to be 4 more. So there was a wicket in there, but also 17 runs at the end of the 4th over. It's 58 for 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Tom Scollay, the World 11 coach. And I've thrown it open to our viewers as well. They're going to have maybe a few questions for you. The first one comes from Dave, who's watching from France. And he's asking, Tom, how did you and the team feel after the 0-pointer, sometimes we call it the donut, in that last game against the European 11?
Well, look, we were disappointed, obviously, but in T10 cricket, we're sort of trying to post as big a score as we can, and to do that, we've got to play our shots and take our risk, and we just seemed to nick it. We seemed to sort of clunk it to the fielders, and it just didn't go away. So it wasn't what we wanted, obviously, but that happens in this format, and we just moved on pretty quickly, and we had a game straight after, which I think was the best thing. We didn't have time to sit and feel sorry for ourselves. We just got back on the horse, and we batted much better in the following game.
Yeah, I suppose playing this kind of level of cricket, having professionals, there's a certain mindset, isn't there? There's Gauss, who's going to get pulled away first ball, up and into the jungle. Maximo Crows, who was red hot last night, and he's come out and he's made a good start here. I was going to say, I suppose part of being a professional is dealing with adversity and dealing with losses, right? And dealing with negative outcomes. So I would imagine your team would be okay to move forward and won't affect too much. Yeah,
look, I think that you've got to be optimistic and positive, and once the game's over, there's nothing we can do about it. We've got to sort of back ourselves and our teammates to get sort of back to our best, because we know that we've got a really great, dangerous team. It's probably our batting that's been a bit inconsistent and let us down a little bit. So I think that the boys are backing themselves and still backing each other. I think, as you were saying before, a lot of the teams are getting on streaks.
Yeah.
So we sort of want to be peaking over the next few days, hopefully.
Here's Gauss with the comeback to Crows. He's very strong in that area, but he might have found his undoing, and he has. Well taken down there by Manan Ali. Gauss just kind of got that cramping into Crows, couldn't really free his hands, couldn't get enough bat on it. So that's a really handy wicket. In fact, both the double Dutch Demons have gone in the first half of this innings, with O'Dowd out reasonably early for a single. Now Crows goes for 7, and the European 11 at 64 for 3. Nice little kind of understated celebration there from Manan Ali. And one thing about Europe, though, they will continue to play their shots. I suppose another question I've got is regarding the format. I mean, I know you've watched a lot of it. You were with us back in 2019, like I said, during the ECL. So what did you kind of pass on to the guys that really hadn't played T10 cricket, or even if they have played T10 cricket around the world? It's really different again, isn't it, when you come to the Garden Oval?
Oh, it's just incredible. Just the short boundaries and the astro-synthetic wicket, which the pros are sort of not used to playing on very often. It is really unique. It brings its own unique challenges.
Well, this could be another one. It's holding up in the air, just short of the fielder. It's Basharat out there, and Cass almost had 2 and 2. That's the informed Shahid Afridi Jr., Mini Boom Boom, as we call him. He will get off the mark. So, because it's one thing to have these tactics to be able to take risks from ball 1, but there's nothing to actually do it. Not all players are very comfortable doing it, right?
No, and the interesting thing is you play each team 4 times. So first game, you're sort of feeling everyone out. You're not sure what they do. And then by game 2, people are already starting to work out, okay, this is what this bowler does. This is how I can get him, and vice versa. So the tournament play where you're playing everyone consistently is really a unique challenge as well.
Gets beaten by the angle in. That looks like it stung Zemus. Already took a nasty blow earlier on. I'm getting a lot of questions from bowlers going, oh, Vinny, what can we do as bowlers? Do we just give up? But I just think the good bowlers stand out. And I think it's also about kind of adjusting your expectations. For me, in a way, the bar for the bowlers is low. If you can win the battle with 30 off your 2 overs, you've exceeded the average.
Absolutely, and that's what we said as a group, that manage your expectations, and you're gonna get hit at some point, whether that's every over or hopefully not every over for most bowlers, but you're gonna get hit for 6. That's okay. That's part of what we're here for, and try and move on. And exactly as you said, just lower the expectations. And wickets and dots are so valuable in this format.
The funny thing is, actually, we've had more wickets fall kind of pound for pound than any other tournament I've been a part of, and that's a lot of tournaments. So it will be the end of the over here, and the score is 66 for 3. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with the World 11 coach Tom Scollay. Great to have you back on the European Cricket Network after about a 5.5-year absence. I know you've been really busy. Your business cricket mentoring has been doing really good things as well, with some players that are going places in the professional game as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I've run a coaching business in Perth. We do a bit around the world, but I've got 5 or 6 boys and a girl who I've mentored since they were sort of 13, 14, and they've come up and playing professional cricket now. So really exciting.
I remember you were talking a lot about that when you were playing, maybe you didn't have that mentorship and how to deal with some of the adversity that you do encounter as a professional cricketer or a prospective professional cricketer. So I'm really interested just to hear maybe a bit more about that and what inspired you to get into this business.
Yeah, well, that's sort of what it is. You sort of said it there, and I've said it publicly, that I'm trying to be the mentor that I wish I had. I grew up in the middle of Australia with my dream of playing for Australia, and I sort of pursued my career and played professionally in the UK, but wasn't as successful as I would have liked and hoped. And it was, I was doing it all on my own. So when I finished my career, I was, just really keen to help others try and reach their goals and dreams, and as I say, be the mentor I wish I had.
Great to hear. Here's Anjula. He's played a lot of first-class cricket. He's going to get blasted through the covers for 4 here, though. It's a proper cricket shot from Afridi. Someone like Shahid Afridi. He's not a slogger. I think if you look at that shot there, it's a proper cricket shot. It's powerful, but the shape's good that he creates, and he hits it right along the turf. Look at it.
Yeah, hit that one hard. Beautiful view up here, piercing through extra cover.
Keeps that left shoulder in play. Anjula with the comeback. He starts to go fast. I thought he might go slower ball there. It's going to have a bit of thinking, a bit of a double bluff perhaps. So, got a couple of questions. Just really, we're going to rattle them off because I know we've got another commentator that would like to get on in a moment. But a question for Tom from Thomas, who is actually in Madrid. He's asking, do you think the players are finding it tough with the bat wickets? Because they'd be used to playing on turf.
Yeah, I think so. I think especially the bowlers. A few slipped on day 1, so they're off shorter runs now. And the batters, I think there's some positives of it, but it's also presents different challenges. So at times it's quite sort of steep bounce that they're not used to, and then we saw the odd one sort of stay a bit low. But yeah, it's definitely different. It's definitely different to what they're used to playing on.
The equaliser is kind of what I say as well.
Yeah, and so they've had to get used to it, and they're still trying to get used to it.
Yeah, for sure. Time maybe for one more question. Johnny Heason has written in. Oh, that was a bit of a miss hit, a bit of a slice job. Not an easy one. In fact, Shetty won't quite get there. He was running back with the flight. So a bit of a lucky moment. A couple of times that Afridi's popped up, but hasn't gone to hand. So yeah, Johnny's saying, hey, do you think after seeing this, a TV company in the Southern Hemisphere might start a T10 series?
Possibly.
What do you think about the format? It's quite digestible.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. 90 minutes, it's so over so quickly. There's so much entertainment. They got big shoes to fill if they're going to try and be a TV company to produce something as good as the ECN and what Mr. Maximo here does. So, but yeah, this format is great for the viewers. You can tune in and out in a sort of an hour and a half or however long it goes for, and yeah, get a whole heap of entertainment.
You can come and go as you like as well. We'll be here all day. Last ball, and it's a good ball from Anjula, who gets that Yorker through. Deploy was laid on it. Stumps akimbo. It's the fourth wicket down 72 for 4. What a good piece of bowling.
Absolutely. Stumps are rearranged nicely there.
Now, Tom, I'm going to say big thank you to you. Just have a quick look at this. You can see she took a little bit of a something on the way through. Not playing the full face there. Seamless deploy. Fourth wicket to fall. So, Tom, I want to say thanks so much for coming in, and yeah, I hope to maybe get you on the weekend. But I had another knock that you can probably hear. And so we're going to get somebody else in here now. But, Tom, thanks so much and best of luck. Obviously, a big day coming up against Asian 11 tonight.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Vinny. Yeah, and thanks for having us here at Cardamar. It's been a beautiful few days so far. And, yes, big game for both teams. Yeah, we need to bounce back and get a victory.
Well, best of luck to you. That's Tom Scollay, the coach of the World 11, who kindly agreed to join with me. And Tina just told me as well, there was a Baximo that almost took her out. She said it only just missed her. Somebody that we have been missing a little bit, but he's wandered into the commentary box again, so we'd love to have him on. It's none other than the World 11 icon, Ross Taylor. Hey, Ross, welcome back.
Thanks, Vinny. It's good to be back.
Well, you've come back at a good time because that's out of here.
Boom, boom.
That is boom, boom. Can you see how we get cult figures, though, in this format? So a lot of people have followed his journey. He plays cricket for a club called MSC Frankfurt.
Can I just say Maximo
Go
there
on.
as well? Yeah,
Call it.
Maximo.
I tell you what, you'd be pretty good at the play-by-play. Do you want to have a go a bit of the calling?
Hey,
the ball?
calling. Oh, jeebus, I'm colour all day.
Colour.
I've got a story about Freddie. I was talking to my wife last night. She said, "Oh, it's good to see Boom Boom's there," because she thought it was the proper Afridi.
Well, I mean, to us, he is the proper Afridi.
Yeah, that's right.
But we do call him Shahid Afridi Jr.
Yeah.
So I
was like, no.
Well, he's going to go again, and with the pace, this is out of the ground as well. If you saw necks out there, just saw them craning up. Maximo, call it.
Boom Boom Maximo.
You said it. You know what? We call him Mini Boom Boom, which is kind of a bit in inverted commas, because the guy's a bit of a mountain.
Oh, and I mean, it's the same with 2.0.
Yeah.
Well, 1.0, whichever way you want to say.
The OG, I think is what you're trying to say.
Yeah. I mean,
He'd be great.
Playing against Afridi.
I know there was
He's only one of the only players in the world that he would get an amazing reception wherever we played him.
Yeah.
Neutral,
Yeah.
away, home.
Definitely. A bit of bat in this. Let's see what the umpire thinks.
Oh, I think that was salmon. If he hasn't got a little inside edge on that.
Yeah, runs called. Yeah, no, there were some talks with Shahid Afridi, as in the Pakistani. The huge deflection there, actually. Yeah, the former Pakistan player. And yeah, unfortunately couldn't make it work with the schedule, but who knows? Maybe he's a co-icon in future series.
We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah.
About who would be a good icon to have.
Be pretty cool.
Lathith Malinga. Who else do we talk about? Sean Tate.
Sean Tate would be good.
Brett Lee.
Brett Lee, actually, he's been playing a bit of cricket in Estonia for an Estonian side, Talent Hippos. Yeah.
So he could play for Europe?
I guess so. That's going to be worked away by Shiriz Ahmed. Probably use a few runs, Shiriz. And he gets 4 of them there. Yeah, I know that, actually, I think he was part of the Mediterranean Cricket League. I'll give you another one. Brad Hogg is a guy who, he's been playing a bit of cricket in Croatia as well. There's a few of them that, like, there's this Mediterranean Cricket League that especially, there's a bit of an Australian connection there because of the expats.
Yeah.
Just
I mean, Vittori could play for Italy.
Yeah, 100%.
The
see, look, now you can open a few doors for us, right? Shane Bond, can he still get his arm over?
He can still get him over. Don't
I worry about these guys at Bowl Rapid.
No.
Like, what are they doing now? That's a good bouncer from House.
No, I played with Bondi not that long ago, and he bowled one of the quickest bounces on a placid wicket in Kanpur. Was a little bit sore for 2 or 3 days afterwards, but other than that, he can still get it.
Let's talk characters. How about I imagine like a Craig McMillan would be a
Macca?
Macca.
I played with, so we played, there was the same tournament. Macca was there, Scott Storris. Scott Storris did his hamstring
Just
in
commentating, Scotty,
the
isn't it?
9th ball,
Yeah.
taking a catch.
Ninth ball. Well, that's more like it from Shariz. He times that one up all right. It's up and away. Adios pelota, as we say here in Spain.
Maximo.
Yeah, they've been
I don't know
teaching
if he got all of that either. Just
But Gauss is pace in, pace out, isn't he? Shariz looks like
the bat speed through the ball.
judged the length perfectly, didn't he? That's the end of the over as well. So at the end of 7, it's 95 for 4. Just quickly, we'll have a little bit of a peek at what's coming up. And in 3 days, we've got the European Cricket League. Now, Ross, this is such a great tournament. I know we're heading towards the 20-team World Cup, but we have a 35-team European Champions League here. And these are all the clubs that have qualified from their different countries. The only country that gets 2 is England and Jersey, because they were the finalists last year. They got automatic invites. Everybody else is a champion of their country. And unfortunately, the Talent Hippos, that's Brett Lee's team, missed out. The Talent Strikers will be here. But great. Go on, pick a team at random. I'll tell you a bit about them.
Ljubljana.
Ljubljana are from Slovenia, who were the 35th club to join, the last country to join the European Cricket League. They've got quite a plucky keeper bat called Ramanjot Singh, who he likes the limelight, does Ramanjot. he's often comes in here. That's a pretty solid strike from Afridi. He's going to put that up the path. Maximal, hundreds up as well for Europe. But Slovenia, I know that they've kind of been around the setup, and that's also really great that we've been adding countries and more countries and more countries. It started with 8. Only 5 years ago. Now we're up to 35 teams. Yeah, but they're underdogs, not going to lie.
Why I picked Ljubljana?
4. Thanks for coming. It's Afridi.
Bob, let me hear you say Wayo.
Here's another thing we say on ECN. We say 6 and 4, hungry for more. And it is a hungry for more situation.
Afridi extending his hands through there. No, I played in Slovenia as an 18-year-old.
Really?
I got 5 wickets and got a golden duck.
Or a bowler back then, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure.
I've seen you bowl. You're a pretty good bowler.
Oh,
occasional, maybe.
Occasional.
At this level, I mean, you're not really gagging
for
a bowl.
If I had bigger boundaries, I think I might.
You're the captain. You can bowl any time.
Any time. Yeah, when 10 and 11 come out, maybe.
Good shout here from Ian Smullen in the chat saying, what about Tim Southey?
Tim Southey?
Yeah.
Oh no, he's too current.
Yeah, too current.
We need a couple. We need a couple of years
dust
out of retirement until.
Hearing it.
But no, give him 2 years. Definitely,
2 years?
definitely an option.
Like a fine wine. You think
you could. In 2 years' time, you could have Bolton Southey coming at you.
I was going to say, it's like when you're cellaring a wine, you think you're going to put them in, let them age a little bit, and just pluck them out when they're just right.
Very much so. But a good call.
So, Jula, like Tim this week, he's kind of understated. Not a man of many words.
Very much so. No,
but
he's a crafty operator.
Yeah.
He bowls to his field and slipperier than you think.
Pitches up. Shariz goes pretty much straight up. He might get lucky here. Oh, no. Almost a crazy catch. He was running at 120% of his maximum speed. Najib, who's an absolute firecracker no matter what he's doing. He had no right to reach this, but he just couldn't hold on.
I thought that's going to land in no man's land.
He was actually running so fast he couldn't organise a dive. You know how you need kind of 3 steps to organise a dive?
Good little face plant then too.
The Arabian Express going to overdrive more Shinkansen than anything else. All right, boom, boom, back on strike. Uh-oh, that's 7. That's not a good sign. Have a feeling this is high. I mean, we'll check it for heights, but just had a feeling we could be looking at a no ball +6. We call this a 7 up if it is a no ball. Oh, that's going to be a no ball. Remember, slightly different condition. It's harsher for bowlers if it's waist height or above. It doesn't have to be above waist height. So a ball that hits you in the belt is going to be a 6, and maybe a bit of an own goal there as well. So also, there's a phenomenon this week that I can't quite work out. It's like the free hit jinx. No one's able to hit free hits to boundaries.
Well, I think that obviously there must be something in that, in the fact that you know that it is smaller boundaries, but everyone's just
People
swinging.
just trying too
everyone's
hard.
just trying too hard. Where I think if
Normally-
you just hold your shape and try and make contact on the ball, if you strike it at 60, 70%,
I think
with
it's
these new balls and
He's
the
doing
bats these
decision
days.
making. When your wicket's in jeopardy, you tend to have an incentive to make good decisions as far as what shot to play. Anyway, for Afridi, he will hit this up in the air and he'll just get enough. That was a 51-metre job, really, but that ball's cost 13. Not an ideal result, and Jula finds himself up in the dirty 30s. So, big thanks to everyone for all your comments as well. And Anthony Razumilic had his comment deleted for being all caps. And there are certain rules in the chat, but before it was deleted, I did spot it. Last ball, the over, slower ball, and it'll just be a single. So Afridi will retain the strike. This partnership's worth 49, and with 2 overs remaining, Europe 121 for 4. He actually said, "Tell Ross Taylor." I was yelling it because it feels like that's how he said it. "Tell Ross Taylor to come and play the MCL in Croatia." That's the Mediterranean Cricket League they were talking about.
Well, that was the 3 countries I'd played as an 18-year-old. Croatia, Slovenia and Austria.
Is that right?
On an MCC tour.
Did you play at the Saban Cricket Ground there in Austria, the one that kind of looks like the Sound of Music?
Yeah, I think so.
Would
It
have
used to
been.
be 2 grounds, but now apparently it's gone down to 1.
Wow, yeah. So we actually spent a lot of time in Austria. We have been to Croatia.
And the backdrop
3 or
is
4
it
times.
is
Yeah, it's got to be
stunning in the back.
Well, that ground has a bit of a history. It's been in operation since 1997.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've been there several times. It's beautiful.
So that was 2002 when I was there, and it felt quite new then. So that makes it about
Awesome. right. And someone told me, one of my little birdie friends said that you've actually scored 100 there in Austria. Is that true?
Oh.
Or was that fake news? Or you don't remember? Just go with you don't remember. That's fine.
Yeah, I think I scored some runs. Whether it was 100 or not, not sure.
It wouldn't have surprised me at all. But it's a beautiful ground there. Just Najib has got one gear fast, and he's willing to. Isn't baseball terminology? He's just trying to beat you with his fastball. It's a challenge.
He's just going to blow it past you
Yeah.
each time, and he backs himself.
Are you a fan of any other sports apart from cricket?
NFL.
Yeah. Who's your team?
I don't know if I have a team. I think it's one of those ones where when I actually go to a game, I think, I don't know, there's a lot of...
I've got a suggestion just based on colours. Clever bowling. That was a slightly slower one, actually. He just rolls his fingers a little bit and off cut away. But I think for you, New Zealand, I think the Raiders would be a good shout. They've kind of got the black and silver.
Pittsburgh,
yeah.
Steelers.
Black and gold kind of colours.
Black and gold.
New Orleans Saints, another black team.
Yeah, I don't. Or Seattle Seahawks. I don't mind.
I don't mind the Seahawks. Yeah, I've actually been to that stadium. It's quite amazing. That one is 6, and so Najib gets it slightly wrong, and Afridi just hangs back. And another good contribution from Boom Boom here for Europe, who are on the rise. Expected 144 here, which is maybe a few shy of par, but not far away. Okay, so NFL, any others? What did you play growing up?
I played hockey.
Yeah.
Going up, I think. It was okay. I probably made a decision to go cricket when I was about 16 17.
Yeah.
And there was more of a pathway to a living, I guess.
Yeah, definitely.
Playing cricket over hockey, but no, going to the NBA next week, so looking forward to that.
Are you? Wow. Oh, this one, I think's off the glove, and Afridi's run, and he's forgotten to inform his partner, but eventually, because it falls safely, they'll get a single.
Yeah, so
That's
a
pretty
big
cool,
a big rugby league fan. Follow the Auckland Warriors, and they're playing in Vegas next weekend.
Wow. Okay.
So I booked a trip in with a friend. As Boom Boom gets a 50.
Yeah, just not the way he probably planned to bring up the 50, but he gets clunked on the glove and gets a run. So it's 50 off 19 balls for Shahid Afridi. He's been incredibly good for Europe in this tournament. Yeah.
So and then on the way there, going to go and watch LA Lakers play Minnesota Timberwolves. So
it's a pretty good one.
Obviously a lot of talk in recent, probably the last couple of weeks after their big trade of Luka Doncic and Anthony Davis.
Gives me a wide because it misses line leg stump. Well, that's going to be great for you. So you do get around. Retirement's not all kind of just, doing the gardening or anything, is it?
No, it's I got 2 presents from me in New Zealand last year. I only got one as a player. So
Is that
yeah,
right?
I've definitely done more travel since I've retired.
I love it. A couple more questions that are coming in. Big thanks to everyone.
It's another Maximal.
Yeah, it is. I think he was concerned for a second there. Sure is, but he gets enough of it. So this partnership pretty useful for Europe. They came together at 72 for 4, and they've now put on 63. It's the end of the 9th over, 135 for 4. Okay, I'm going to quick fire questions, so you don't have to elaborate. But that might be difficult. Question coming in from Shazad. Question for Ross. What did you make of a young Virat Kohli back in the RCB days?
Yeah, obviously they just won the Under-19 World Cup, and was a little superstar as captain. But Cameron White said, "Ross, you watch this guy. He's going to be a superstar. The way he asked questions, the way he went about his cricket." And I was like, yeah, he'd be a good player. But he's definitely gone even a step up on where we thought we knew he was going to be a very, very good player. But I mean, he's been world class in all 3 formats for a long period of time, and still doing the job to this day.
Fantastic answer, and yeah, absolutely spot on. This is more of a question for us that I think Tim's got the answer. He says, what do Ross Taylor and Mutaya Muralidharan have in common? Well, I don't know. Sounds like it.
Apart from him getting me out all the time. Yeah, I know the answer.
Do you?
Yeah.
Because we're in rapid fire round, do you want to just tell us?
Yeah, apologies. We've both got a wicket off our last ball in Test cricket.
Right. All right, Boom Boom. Oh, does he have enough?
Oh, fantastic effort.
Yeah, the double-handed throwback.
Shetty.
Yeah, that's Shetty. That's actually Adam Patel out there who saved 5 runs. I guess we'll have to check it. You can see their slices away. Definitely was going for 6. But yeah, Adam Patel, he's a bit of a specialist out there again. But I think, yeah, benefit of the doubt goes to fielders anyway. And I think he was inside.
Yeah, no, I think.
Looked clean to me.
So you wouldn't have guessed that one?
Once you said it, I knew it, but I didn't come to me off the top of my head. I thought it'd been like, oh, they were both born on the same day, or I wasn't thinking cricket. For some reason.
I'll ask you a question. Who was the other 3? 3 others did it.
Oh. Recent?
1 was recent.
Okay.
And 2 were right arm fast bowlers. Retired. One's a Kiwi, one's an Aussie, one's English. English was recent.
This is a good brain teaser. Maybe I'll throw it over in the chat. I've got Tina in the background playing the worst game of charades with me.
Okay,
she did wrist spin, then realised that she's left-handed, so she had to then do it the right hand.
No, Tina's wrong.
We've got more
so Richard
questions.
Headley.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Glenn McGrath.
Yes.
Muralidharan.
Yeah.
Myself, and then Stuart Broad.
What company to be in, bowling-wise?
That's going to get everyone for years to come, because they'll be like, what's Ross Taylor doing in there?
Brilliant. All right, that's up. It's in the air. It's got to be catchable, but not an easy one. A real steepler. It's caught.
Right. He looked comfortable under that.
That was a nice take, wasn't it? And sure is. Well, it gets a couple away. I suppose he'll be out for 17 in the last over. 138 for 5. Keep your questions coming. And yeah, very good. And Tim, well done for throwing that one in.
Unless Tim's got some other
Yeah,
thing that we're similar with.
I'm assuming that's the
assuming
answer.
that? Oh, he got Ross out the most.
Ian thinks your hockey background might be why you're a fantastic wristy player. And I think
100%.
comes into it, right?
Why I slice everything
Did
over
you
there.
use quite a light bat compared to others, or about the same?
About the same, I think.
Yeah.
My test bat is a little bit lighter when I played.
Yeah, that's the end of Shuriz for 17, 138 for 5. I have a bit of a hockey background. What was the position you played or something like that?
Glory hunter up the front.
100%.
Yeah, and no back tackling. Only back tackled when I got tackled myself.
I played
yellow carded or green
Maybe
carded.
a bit younger than me, but I remember I played just when they had decided to abolish the offside rule.
Yeah.
So when
I reckon I would have been prime. I would have been playing for 2 or 3 years, I reckon, when that came in.
I loved that.
I don't think I would have been able to play. I wouldn't have played the style I did if they did have the offside rule. I would have been offside the whole time.
Yeah, well, they then made a rule or something. You couldn't be within 1 metre of the keeper for more than 3 seconds. And I think I was responsible for that because I was just trying to block his view the whole time. Martins comes in at number 7. I've got a bit of a question for you as well. Just as we have 4 balls remaining here, and this ball is going to be lifted up, and it's going to be over the top. Shetty didn't have a play on it. Maximal for Martin's first ball, and it was to do. And again, cricket is a tough game. It's always a one-on-one game. I know you haven't had the best day with the bat, and you'll still have another opportunity. But young Mohammed Atif, who got you out. I mean, it's a great European cricket story for him to even be able to bowl at you. Obviously, something he'll remember for a long time. Playing in Barcelona, where there's not really infrastructure to train or things like that. Obviously, he gave you a good one this morning, early on.
Yeah, I
today.
think.
This is Basharat bowling. Up in the air. I think this is going. It's not, though. It's 1 metre short. So Martin 6 and out. And you're at 144 for 6. Take that 6 off the board because that was caught. Don't listen to me in the scorer's booth. I thought for a second that was out of here.
Oh, I mean,
but in the end it was taken.
I mean, when I came over here, Daniel said to help us out, you know, looking after the locals as well. So I was glad that I was able to help him out today. We talked about it today when I went out there. Before we went out there, I said, we're nicking all these ones today, so we must be in good form.
Yeah, that's true actually. Cricket's the only game where you get penalised for being closer to the ball, isn't it?
Where you'd rather just miss it, but yeah, I mean, as we've discussed this whole time, I think 150 is a par total.
It seems about it, doesn't it? Yeah. Martin's
So
at least
just a big last ball coming there for the European 11.
yeah, well, Martin six and out. He'll take the trade off. And, yeah, 144 for 6 with a couple of balls remaining now. Actually, still 2 to come. 52-48. Love those kind of odds. It's been a very unpredictable week. I think when you're watching sport, you want unpredictability, and that's what makes it interesting. And
Well, I think it's a
week.
nice thing for people who don't know cricket to sort of see where the game is, because there's nothing worse than going, who's winning?
No idea. You tell me. Slow ball. This is scatters off again. He's hit it mile high, seeded the clouds, and he's going to be gone. So, hey, we could be on another cheapie, hat-trick wise, because we got Basharat. This is the perfect time to have it be on a hat-trick. It's the last ball, you know, whoever comes out is going to go for it. That's 144 for 7. Nice catch.
That's well bowled too. Just change the pace. Just short enough as the odds go to 50-50.
Yeah.
It's actually a little bit fuller than I thought.
Yeah, turned out very well, though. Decided to get down. Didn't get too low on him. Poor Afridi. He's got FOMO at the moment. He's 51. He's stuck 22 yards from the action. That's a good rule. Actually, we brought that in before it was cool, that you don't get to cross in that situation.
I think it's added a new dimension to the game.
You haven't earned the right to cross.
Very much so.
Yeah. So this is going to be a hat-trick. We had one in match 5 on opening night, Harun Ashad. We had 2 in the season, just in a couple of weeks we warmed up with before the Western Shield, if you want to put it that way. So, yeah, could Fahim Basharat, 3 for 21 at the moment, take hat-trick number 4 of the season? We're about to find out. Do you want to call this one in, Roscoe?
Come on.
This is all you. Ready? I think the crowd can feel it building here. Because I think it'd be great.
Can Europe get to the par total?
Maybe. But I think Basharat, the only thing better than having a hat-trick would be to have it to be called by Ross Taylor. So you're on the mic here. Here we go.
And Basharat comes in. Oh! There's a bit of heat behind that.
Yep. Blasted out isn't a form of dismissal, but it almost was. As
the Europeans are 145 for 7, I think they're going to have to start well, but it's been that in-between total this whole tournament. So.
Yeah, I mean, I thought 145 par on the first day. It was just my blind guess. At the moment, it's kind of 150, 15 and over is the run rate. But kind of somewhere in there, I mean, you're in the game. But
just those first 3 overs, either way, you get 3 wickets.
you're spot on. I mean, you're ahead or you're behind, and then it sets up how you play the middle overs and the death. But yeah, Asia, remember, they're on a bit of a losing streak. They didn't win a game yesterday, and
they rely heavily on their top three to get them off to a good start, so it should be interesting.
It's been noted as well. Let's have a look at the highlights. Well, Shuby's, he was ready to open the bowling then. I don't think you need any pads to face him. But anyway, Zemus Deploy came out after getting his shoulder picked before. Jerry Martin's just explaining what happened. But Max O'Dowd, the icon, he's been in the runs, but he got undone by a very good catch by Yunus Ahmedzai, running back with the flight. So that was an important early blow for Asia. Daniel Dorkaya came out at 3. Hit some nice shots, but then had his middle stump tilted back for 20. Zemus Deploy would end up scoring 37. The main instigator was a Afridi who'd come later in the game. But I think for the most part, the bowling, the fielding was good enough. I mean, they took a few chances. I think they were very good under the high ball. I don't think these were quite as easy as they made them look. So, yeah, Asia, big game for them, because if they don't chase this down, they've lost 4 in a row.
No, very much so. And then also, it's a great bit of fielding by Patel on the boundary that would have made them get to that par total. So
it's a good point you make. You know, when you get these kind of par or close to par scores, you know, you start over-analysing or analysing deeper. That one actually lodged in the right hand. You can see that high ball. But yeah, that 5 runs could make the difference. And it goes the other way as well. If you give away runs that you should stop. But really, I think what I love about all of these games is they're all toss-ups, really. I think going into the first ball, and I think it's quite well done by everyone that we've had such even talent, I suppose, dispersed throughout the 4 sides.
I think we still talked about it in the team. We've had the 200 score or the 400 in a game, but when are we getting that golden ball?
Yeah, I mean,
they're going to come.
You just think so with so many close games. That was Hamza who he got actually whacked on the arm, it looked like, but they were able to get through for a single anyway, and Europe ended up 145 for 7. Just looking at the way the innings played out. 51 not out to Shahid Afridi, but he couldn't get the strike late in the piece as he went through a few different partners. And apart from that, you saw 37 with Zemus Deploy, 20 for Daniel Dorkaya, and 17 for Shariz Ahmed, 6 extra, so not too bad on that front. And looking at the bowlers, Basharat did a really good job on the 10th over and didn't go for too many, just went for 10, 3 for 21, his figures. All the other bowlers picking up a single wicket. We'll take a break, but he's standing here, Mr. Maximo Tinagoff will be back with me to take you through this golden ball adjacent game. I think we're due on. This could be it. Big thank you to Ross Taylor, who has popped off now. We'll see him later in the day, hopefully getting some runs for the World 11. But for now, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for European cricket. Quick break. Back soon with the second half of match 14 here in the European Cricket Western Shield.
The Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. We're halfway through match 14, the ECN Western Shield 2025. As we scan across this beautiful oval here, and the sun is now actually shining. It's the best part of the day. The lights are on. We're about half an hour from sunset, so the light will be fading, but there's nothing fading in this game as we see the European 11 put on 145 for 7. Asia, they'll want to go big, and well, if they win this game in 7 overs or less, they will get all 4 points. We did see a 4-pointer earlier in the day. The European 11 beat the World 11 in, well, not just 7 overs, but 3.5 overs. So the European 11 have tasted success today, and they'll want to taste success again here. As for the Asian 11, they playing for the first time today, the first part of their doubleheader. They'll come back in the night game against the World 11, and wasn't it great to have Ross Taylor in the commentary box just now? Don't often make moves to go out of the commentary box, but I like to make exceptions for players who've scored over 7,500 runs. And it was lovely to hear from the coach of the world, what a title that is, Tom Scollay. I'm sure he'll be gathering Ross and the rest of the troops around ahead of their game this evening. But before Asia can turn their minds to that, they have the little task of chasing down this total of 146 if they want to take home the points. They'll be dearly wanting those points after a bit of a rough day in the field yesterday, losing all 3 games they played after they came roaring out the traps on day 1 of the Western Shield, winning all 3 games. They were thinking, this ECN stuff, this is pretty easy. They came back to earth with a bump yesterday. Some tired minds and tired bodies out there, but they did have the benefit of a bit of an extended break this morning. We're in game 4 of the day, and this is the first time we've seen the Asian 11 batting. Some firepower they have at the top of the order, led by Yunus Ahmadzai. It's Hamza Salim Dar with ball in hand for Team Europe. And that's up in the air. It's going to be a half chance with the backpedaling fielder, and it's been put down. Shariz Ahmed out there, and that was such a difficult chance. He changed direction about 5 times. It was like a misfiring robot running out there. Someone didn't program him quite right as he scampered back, but it was a really tough chance. But what an opportunity that was to get rid of the dangerous Yunus Ahmadzai on the very first ball of the innings. This one's up in the air again. Second time that there's a chance to get Yunus Ahmadzai out, and this time Team Europe make no mistake, and it's Seamus Deploy who takes the catch. She dropped one in the game earlier today, but made no mistake with that one, and that's a big wicket for Team Europe as they get rid of the extremely dangerous Yunus Ahmadzai, who was only there for 2 balls, but he rode his luck on the first delivery. Dropped in the deep by Shariz Ahmad, but Seamus Deploy, the Hungarian, made no mistake there. Coming in off the long on boundary there. That's the early wicket that the Europeans so desperately wanted. Asian 11, meanwhile, they seem to still be suffering a bit of that hangover from yesterday, having lost 3 games in a row. Ahmadzai has to go. First wicket as well for Hamza Salim Dar. Just his second ball, and it's Furkan Shafiq, who is brought to the crease after that early wicket. Representing Pakistan here in the Asian 11, does play a lot of his cricket over in England. It's just sneaking close to that wide line, but the right side of it from a European perspective. There's quite a lot of drift in the air. It was a leave in the end by Furkan Shafiq, but safely inside that wide line. That's up in the air. It's going to be a chance. Well, no, it was a half chance for DDC, but ended up flying over his head. Might have been a chance if he was 10 foot tall. And that region especially, it seems to just drift, does the ball. So DDC, he was getting ready to gobble that one up. But in fact, it was the member of the blue crew who could do the fielding in the end. That soared over his head. The first Maximo of the Asian 11's innings. Furkan Shafiq gets a bit carried away there. Wanted another 6 to add to his collection, but just takes a big swipe. This is a great start by Hamza Salim Dar, right on the money. Straight away. Spanish opening bowler. A warm welcome again to everyone who's joining us on the live chat. It's great to have you with us on this Friday evening, wherever you're watching. Please tell us where you're watching from as well. We love to see how global European cricket is going, as that one's just whipped away by Shafiq through the mid-wicket area to the boundary, and that's the final ball of the first over, so that takes the Asian 11 to 12 for 1 off the first. Yeah, I know we've got visitors and viewers tuning in from all over the world. It's no wonder with this global tournament we're putting on here. Asian 11 currently playing against Europe, but they'll be playing the world in the game later tonight. Look at that. I know Vinny mentioned there was maybe a slight tingle in the air. 27 matches since a golden ball. The European 11 pretty much right on par for what we've seen so far in the Western Shield. Average run rate throughout the tournament, it's been around 15. European 11 scoring 145 in their innings. So we could be on for a famous GB, and how good would that be to have one in the Western Shield? The most talented players in the world. The game coming down to just that one ball. We've still got a few games left. This is just game 14 of 25. Jeremy Martins from Portugal comes into the attack. It's well fielded. A backward point there by DDC. Jeremy Martins has just been a really consistent performer for Europe, both with bat and ball. He hurt himself yesterday in the field. It looks like he's back to full fitness. At least he's charging in from the top of his mark. It's been a mixed day for the European 11 as well. He suffered a big loss in the hands of BNI earlier in the day, in the first match of the day, in fact. Seems a long time ago now, especially the way Europe fought back in their second game of the day, but they lost the first one by a big 50 runs. Resurgent British and Irish lineup. That's a really crafty shot, actually. It's hit into the ground, and that pings the ball over kind of slip backward point region. It goes for 4. It's Arav Shetty, who has been a bit starved of the strike. Didn't get on strike at all, in fact, in the first over. Just had the wicket and all the even runs, 2, 4, 6. Just faced a couple of dot balls off Jeremy Martins, but he managed to squeeze that one away for 4 to take his side 16 for 1 halfway through the second. That one's dropped short by Martins. There's nowhere out there. That's going to go all the way for 6, and Arav Shetty's first Maximo of the game. run rate for the Asian 11. It's hovering around 15. They won't want to see that go too much higher. Some big hitters at the top of their order. Maybe there is a weak spot to this Asian lineup, is that they lack a bit of firepower towards the middle lower order. So, especially having already lost Yunus Ahmadzai just the first over, Shetty and Shafiq, a big task on their hands here. Slower ball from Martins. I think it's picked there by Shetty, but it's just been punched away for one in the covers, and that brings the second over to a close. Asia 11, 23 for one. Just seeing some of the countries written in the chat where you're joining from. Estonia, the Netherlands. I know we have viewers tuning in from the US, down under in Australia, although now it's probably going to be very early in the morning, so maybe tune in with your morning coffee on a Saturday. It's about 4 AM there, so maybe a bit too early as we take a look at the standings. Just look how tight that is. The European 11 actually topping the table. They've played 7 games. The Asian 11, they've just played the 6, which makes this doubleheader for Team Asia so important this evening. Someone's up in the air, should be taken, and is. Bit of a fake juggle there. It's Jeremy Martins, who just putting a good over himself, just the 11 runs coming off it, and the very next ball, he thought he might have a little rest, but no, he's going to take the catch. Very high up on the bat of Arav Shetty. Complete miscue, so he has to go. Just 11 runs off his 7 deliveries, so both the Asian openers back in the hut. Somewhat floundering here on 23 for 2. Still in the power play, 5 balls left of it. Shows you just what scoreboard pressure can do, even when it's probably just around a par total. Get the runs on the board and put the pressure all on the chasing team, and that's what the Asia 11 are discovering here. As Usman Najib comes out to the crease. The man from Saudi Arabia, we know he can score a few runs. He's got a couple of runs for Saudi Arabia in T20Is. He's shown some big shots so far this week. That's a big swing at the bat, but the ball goes absolutely nowhere but into the grateful hands of Noah Cruz, who's got the gloves on for the European 11. This is where we've seen the Asia 11 maybe struggle somewhat. A few early wickets and they start losing their shape. I mean, that's a great delivery. Leaves Najib at the last moment. He gives himself whiplash in the follow through. That's another great delivery, and Hamza Salim Dar so far. It's a woo over so far with a wicket followed by 2 dots. This is just the start that the European 11 wanted. It's the final game for them today of their triple header. Now, if they get the win here, they'll be pretty happy with their day's work, especially the big 4-pointer they got earlier. On top of the world they were. Especially considering where they were at the start of the day. The wrong end of a heavy defeat. But they've come back well here. It's always a long day, these 5 game days for the players. As again, Usman Najib throwing everything at it. Nowhere near the ball, and this is 3 dots in a row now to follow on from the wicket on the first ball of the over. Make that 4. This is not action replays, this is live. We're live here at the Cartmel Oval, but we've just seen the same ball and the same shot. 4 balls running. That one again just tailing away from Usman Najib. He doesn't seem to want to do anything with his feet but plant them. They're going to be growing roots at some point if he doesn't move them a bit. And we're 1 ball away from a wicket maiden. And there it is, folks. That's not only the first maiden of the Western Shield, but it's a wicket maiden. What a time to come into the booth, Vinny.
Wow. We wondered if we'd seen it, and we've seen it. wicket maiden and Najib, who sent out, I think, strategically higher than he'd normally come out to attack the power play. He's dotted up 5 times. And there we go. Our first maiden of this Western Shield. Some people were wondering whether it would ever happen at all. There you go. The thing is for Hamza, he can't bowl again. Maybe that's for the best because all he can do is ruin his figures. But how about that?
Oh, I love how it looks on the scorecard as well because it was a wicket with the first delivery, so it's very much a woo.
It's a big woo it's a big woo for Europe supporters, that's for sure. Dear me. All right, so Shafiq is still there, and he is a danger man. Although I saw Ahmedzai go early, good outfield catch. Okay, Mohammed Atif, confidence high. It's that rolling cutter, and what a catch! Sikandar Zulfikar. Oh, he had no right to catch that. Almost a trampoline-like spring from Sikandar, the European skipper. He robs a Maximo, and he gets the dangerous Shafiq for just 10. Europe on fire right now. It's 23 for 3.
Well, I want to know what Europe had for lunch because I want a portion of that because they've come out absolutely firing. It was the trampoline catch there by the captain. Wow.
And he was smart enough to know, okay, didn't have to throw it away or anything. He could land. He had a bit of breathing space, and he wasn't going to touch the rope or go over. So Shafiq, the next to go. Atif's wonderful day continues. Well, there's his fifer, if you like. It took 4 in the last game. Shafiq was probably 2 centimetres away from getting away with that. Again, look at slight rolling cutter from Atif. Hit, but Sikandar, brilliant athleticism to pull it out of the sky. And Asia in trouble now, 23 for 3.
And that run rate up at 18, but it doesn't really matter what the run rate is at the moment. The wickets are tumbling. It's Manan Ali who's come to the crease and, well, he had a wicket on the first ball of the previous over and then 5 dots. We couldn't do it again, could we?
Yeah, well, that's 7 dots in a row. Make that 8. So let me just get my calculator out because obviously now were there any dots before the harms are over? I doubt it. The ball before. What an effort this is. It's a ground to a halt for Asia. Now up in the air. Well, they will get a run. It almost was another opportunity, wasn't it?
Asia 11 just, their heads are in the tumble dryer at the moment because whatever they're doing is not working. They're either missing the ball entirely or they're just clothing it. I was actually lucky that you mishit it because it was almost another catch on the rope for the European captain. This is really a rebuild job. They don't have too much time to rebuild because that run rate's just going up and up.
Yeah, look at it. It's all the way up at pretty much 19 and over already. That 102 is looking a long way off at the moment. Oh, that's going to help because that's hooked away, even though it's not right off the middle. And, oh, Corey's taken it. Oh, it went 2 hands, a little bit disappointing, but Corey's actually a very good fielder. And he's trying to play it cool, but he knows he's taking a brilliant catch. He spilled all the water bottles. He's dropped them.
That was his only job, and he's failed there.
Well, caught Rutgers bowled Atif. Put this one in the book. There he is, Corey. Takes it, protects it.
That was a dive for the cameras if ever I've seen one.
Loves it. How about the shorts, though? But, hey, what a great catch by Corey, who potentially now qualifies to play for Greece.
Yeah, he'll have the Greece president on the phone.
Greaser on the phone. Anyway, it's right in front of us as well. Meanwhile, Najib reaches, hits. Does he get enough? Oh, it's going to go for 4. Zulfikar called out the other fielder there, Shariz Ahmed, the other fielder. But to be honest, it's probably slicing away from Sikandar, so probably felt he was red hot. But in the end, this is going to be 4 runs.
Well, there shouldn't be any communication problems by the 2 Dutchmen there, but I think you're right. That was Sikandar taking the catch away from his compatriot as Shiraz just stood there and watched like a bit of a... He looked like that emoji of the standing man just waiting for the ball to come to him, and I think he would have taken it.
What action.
Wow.
Wow, that's 360 degrees of swing from Najib. It's the end of the fourth over, 34 for 3. Still a very good over from Atif. Had a catch put down there. Even so, he takes 1 for 11 in the fourth.
And look at that run rate. It started off all right in over 1, but then it just took a bit of a nosedive, and those 3 important wickets as well. It's the golden line they need to get up to. At the moment, well below it. As you said, Vinny, even getting that bonus point. We've seen Europe snatch all 4 points away from the world earlier today, and
if they could 4-point it again, it's kind of like it's a non-standard octopus, which is what we call 8 out of 8. I mean,
it's not a double header, right?
Yeah, true, but still 2 in a row. Well, that one is just a little deflection away past the keeper. It's going to be 4-leg buys, but I guess at the moment Asia will take them however they can get them.
That one just a bit misdirected by Khalid Ahmadi, who's coming on for his first bowl of the day.
A few people thinking there was a bit of mayo on Corey's catch, but hey, catch is a catch. Smiling Assassin. I'm thrilled about the result there. 4 runs to the opposition.
I love the juxtaposition of Dave Owen saying legendary and then Paul coming in with plonker. Do you use plonker in Australia?
Not really, but I know what it means. That's going to be 6 runs as Manan Ali goes up and over the top. We've got 2 Saudi Arabians out there at the moment. I'll be hoping they could do something magical.
Yeah, the cutter comes out there. It's probably a bit too short because it just turns it into a hit me ball. Well, not quite finding the middle of the bat yet, the Asian 11, but to their coach and manager, they'll take 6s any way they come.
Just checking, yeah. So we had 8 dot balls in a row. We had basically 2 wickets for none in 8 deliveries.
Wow.
Still on though. I think 3 a ball is achievable if you can get a partnership, if you can keep getting enough of those boundaries. But you kind of got to start now. You've got to look at taking every over for 18 plus. Win that battle with 18. Yeah, it's such an interesting tournament, this. Asia, if they lose this, which is looking like it at the moment, then you've got 2 teams meeting in a night game again 48 hours later, Asia and the world. All right, takes on the pool here, and he's going to get it. Going, gone. Maximal. Well, nobody saw it over there. 2 fielders in the ball retrieve. Eventually they do, and they find it in the jungle.
Zemus, he just heard the sound off the bat, and that was the last he saw of that Grizzly. As you can see, it's actually the nicest part of the day, isn't it, Vinny, with the sun out, but the sun is dropping behind the horizon. The lights are on. It's going to be tough to start picking the ball up out there.
Huge swing and miss this time. Yeah, no, I was just thinking, 48 hours later, we'll see Asia and the world doing battle under lights. And 48 hours ago, everyone thought, well, stop the voting now, put him in the final. When they meet again, it could be the case that they're both on the chopping block.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, everyone but you, Vinny, you called it. You've seen enough games to know that day 1 is not day 5. And I think, well, if we have an open Western Shield until the very final group game, then we'll have done well, wouldn't we?
You're not wrong there. That'll be the end of the over. And so that's 51 for 3 after 5. Hey, let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Teeing off. First time we've been together on the camera today. We are both Peacock Fridaying.
It's a lot of colour, isn't there?
The everything out of this. Yeah, so it's a bit of it's our tradition actually that on Peacock Friday we call it. We dress extra colourfully. I mean, we're always quite colourful, but yeah, generally it's with the shirt. I've got the kind of hot pink suit to go with it today, but I like what you've got for there.
This is a Picasso number because we are near Malaga, and Picasso born in Malaga, so I thought I'd pay homage to our neighbours here in Spain.
And you know what? We're creating art.
We are. It's life imitating art. We're loving it.
Let's get back to the cricket. All right, it's going to be up and away to start the 6th over. Asia, well, basically, they need 95 in the last 5. That's 19th. Now, Najib was retired out. They might have had to run a neck brace over there as well. Some of those swings were big. And so they tried Najib, it just didn't work. So that's what happened while we were creating art in the commentary box. So Najib is retired out for 16 off 11.
Yeah, less Picasso, and he's got to go. And that one's gone as well. Straight as an arrow. Over long off. And well, Manan Ali, he wasn't the one that was retired in this time, but he was retired in earlier in the series.
Yeah,
so clearly
true.
Asian 11 are using that tactically.
Just trying to think. We know European 11 have retired out. Asia have. Just trying to think where the other teams have.
I think that's the only two.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen BNI. Oh, Anjula, who was retired in. I like that term.
Retired in.
He's retired in.
So is that what happens when you turn 18?
I normally say strategically inserted, but sometimes people take that the wrong way. But he almost got run out without facing a ball. Can I just be a bit of a real cricket nerd?
Always.
I wouldn't have retired him out until he was on strike. Because what if he gets run out there? Anyway, that's up. It's over the top. That's going to be 4. And Corey just can't stay out of the game. This time it's one hand, one bounce.
Didn't fancy the dive, that one.
Thing is,
He had the water holder, though.
He couldn't act that happy when he caught it because it's 6 against his own team. Yeah. There we go. Watch it right in.
Well, it's good to see he's performing his duties with the water this time. He didn't sacrifice the bottles to get the dive on camera.
True. Yeah, so I probably wouldn't retire someone out to the on strikes. Little thing, but it could matter. Then you got a bigger problem if you run out without facing a ball. Skander Zulfiqar has become quite a key bowler for Europe. He almost gets a wicket here, but instead it's going to be 4 runs. Just a little bit of a sneaky French cut. I wouldn't say that's a work of art, but it will be 4 runs to Manan Ali.
Ali's quietly ticking along here. 28 off just the 10 deliveries. As you said, Anjula, he was retired in. He hasn't faced a ball yet. That's not what you want to see as well if your captain comes in. A bold move in any situation to retire a player, and if he comes in and gets run out without facing a ball, might have been a few dirty looks from Usman Najib. He was retired out, 16 off 11.
No fine leg really to speak of. And now this is going to go over the top. That's maximal 6 runs. Ali, maybe he's the man for the moment. Who knows? They need a huge finish here, Asia. But we know there are times that Europe have gone for big runs, even today.
Yeah, and someone's going to do it. We know Manan Ali, he can hit a long ball, over 500 T20I runs. He's in the middle of his season almost as well. He played in the Golf T20I Championship in Dubai in December 2024, and you can see here he's come in at 5. Only one putting up resistance so far. There's still a bit of batting to come. Shahanaga, the keeper, he can hit a long ball. And Anjula, if he stays out there, he'll finally get the chance to face the ball now, because that was the end of the 6th. Asia 77 for 4.
Yeah, kind of backfired to Cheap, didn't it? I mean, it's a classic case of you can have all the aggression in the world, but actually in this form of the game, if you're not hitting them, then yeah, it can go the other way. 77 for 4. Walking sticks after 6 overs. Here's Shariz, who's going to get a bowl. Haven't quite seen the best of Shariz this week. When young cricketers in Europe come up, at kind of top of my mind, he's pretty much at the top of the list. Very close to Hamza, another one. He's probably on that list. Does the fielding there, keeps it to 1. The thing with Shariz is he's very, very consistent, but he finds it, I think he finds it hard then to make subtle changes to his length. So if he's low full tosses, he's all low full tosses. If he's block hole, he's perfect, and he's all block hole, he's unhittable. Yep. And if he's a bit short of that, then he finds it hard to make that little adjustment. So,
yeah, well, as you said, he's still young. He's only 21, the youngest in this European 11, and how much experience will he gain bowling against some of these incredibly talented batters? And Manan Ali showing all his talent at the moment. 34 off just 11 deliveries.
Would have been out though.
Yeah.
That had hit. That one's in the air, but only momentarily. O'Dowd does the fielding. I gotta say, I enjoyed my ride in the Microlino with Max O'Dowd today.
That must have been, I mean, I don't know why they've chosen all the biggest players. That must have been another tight squeeze.
Yes, I even I was on my way in because I had the morning off, as you know, so I even had my bag in the back. And I can say it is pretty roomy in the trunk. Well, there's Jorge, by the way. I tell you, I didn't get any replays of that. All right, that's thick head. Well, top spin's going to take it to the boundaries. Anjula gets a bit lucky, he gets 4 runs. The Vests are getting plenty of fielding at the moment. But George, who you saw batting there, the Cricket Espana shirt, He played his first game of cricket recently for Sporting Alfaz, and he's watched a lot of it. He's a huge Spain supporter here, obviously. I couldn't see him getting in, and I know he's a bit nervous, obviously. Normally you are, even you don't have to be young to be nervous. It's more like it from Shariz. Can't let him be a single. But all the best. Could see him getting a bit of extra practice out the bat.
Yeah, well, it's pretty inspirational stuff out there. And any kids who are watching on TV or in the region, come on down and say hi. See some of the best players strutting their stuff, and Jorge, he's clearly been inspired. It's great to see the young ones picking up the bat, hopefully all across Europe.
There's that length again, see? Can't do anything with it. Kind of bottom of the bat. Mananali looks down at it. And even with a guy in form like Mananali here, who's going a good strike rate, if you're getting that ball, it's very tough to deal with it. But it's such a small margin of error for the bowler. Slightly fuller than that. We've seen full tosses disappearing. Slightly shorter than that. It's kind of just step hit, half volley. Last ball of the 7th. Very good over this. And they're going to run despite it coming off the stumps. They'll get away with it. So Anjula will retain the strike. That'll take the rate, I think, to 20 and over required. So magical pace required for Asia. 86 for 4 after 7.
That was a great over from Sharizama. Just the one boundary from it. Still had enough energy, the exuberance of youth here to put in the full sprint. I wonder what his plan was if he picked up the ball there, because the stumps at the non-strikers end were already splattered.
Yeah.
But, you know.
You can smash it. This is a little known rule. I'll come back to it in a second. Match 15 is on the way with the World 11 taking on the Asian 11. And there's rematch of match 5, which was the first 9. Asia winning the toss and electing to bowl. Good to see William Singh Nalisa back in the lineup. And Skandar Sharma likewise for the World, who are on a bit of a losing streak, and it looks like the Asian 11 could be in the same boat. The Asian 11 just need to kind of get that order right. I think, Yunus Amanzai picks himself, Shafiq picks himself at 3. Maybe you open him, maybe you don't. And Jula's been pretty good as well. Mananali scoring a few runs here, but that's coming up. That's the night game starting in 30 minutes time.
It's a big game as well, because if this game goes the way it's going at the moment, that will be the Asia 11 then 3 wins, 4 defeats. The World want to at least pull level with Asia to keep pace with those top 2 spots. So it'll be a big game under the lights. And how good was it to have Ross Taylor back in the box, but he'll be wanting to get out there this evening.
Exactly. Boom, boom time. 20 and over required in the last 3 for Asia, and it's not going to be a boundary here. In fact, could be a run out. Should have been a run out, you could argue. The throw, I think, might have even gone over the top of the stumps. Still, no harm, no foul. That's not a boundary. That's what Asian 11 need at this stage.
Yeah, that was Captain Sikandar with a bit of over-exuberance in that throw. He had all 3 stumps to aim at. It's quite difficult here to get the run-outs because you've got those areas of sand either side.
All right, high. Pretty much straight down his throat and gone. And Jula goes. Surely that's it. 10% as that ball went in the air, but I think it's a lot less than that after that. Europe, what a stunning turnaround here to basically lose the way they did, to concede 188 to British and Irish 11 and go down by 50 runs, to then go 8 points out of 8 to finish their day. They're going to be cock a hoop going back to the Sunset Beach Club.
Well, we've been talking a lot about streaks, and each team has gone on a little streak, and you kind of feared for the European team earlier in the day with that heavy defeat against BNI, knowing that World and Asia were waiting for them. They've just they definitely brushed the World aside, and they're going on a similar path here. Asian 11 struggling, 86 for 5, and this will be great afternoon work for the Europeans if they can see this one through.
I'm going to say a sentence, and then you have to repeat the last word. Don't ask me why. Ready?
Okay.
We're waiting.
Waiting
for the world to change, and we'll see if they will in match 14.
I mean, the World is a great name, isn't it? Because we kind of missed it earlier. The World had 80 runs, and around the world in 80 days.
Around the world in 80 runs.
Around the world in 80 runs.
Well, tries the short ball, regrets it. Aga puts him out of the park. Maximo. Plenty more of those required. I'm going to put this over to the chat. Give us all of the songs you can think of that have World
we'll try and get them
in
all
the title.
Yeah.
I'm not going to necessarily read them all out, but I want to see how many songs can you think of. I'll start off.
I've got another one as well.
Yeah, you know, get in the chat. we're not going to clog up the commentary with it. I'm free to pitch up here. Yeah, it does. Well, this should be out. It will be out. I don't know whether he didn't realise that Midoff was up in the circle, but that's going to be 6 and out for Aga, who got it back past the bowler. Nice little kind of sidearm sling from Shahriz Ahmed to hit the stumps, and so needless run out really. Aga's gone. It's 86 for 6.
Well, Ahmed was trying to prepare a run out at the end of his previous over, and you did want to mention the lesser spotted or the lesser heard rule on the run outs as well. That time he was the one that splattered the stumps down. In the previous over, the stumps were already hit. Ahmed picked up the ball.
Yeah.
What would he have had to have done
to
get the run out?
I did mention this, but okay, you need to remove a stump to then break the stumps. But you can actually do that by throwing the ball at the stumps.
With enough venom.
Yeah, with hard enough to knock it clean out of the ground. Some people think that you have to have the ball in your hands and lift it out. Normally that's the way you do it, especially on a turf wicket. But unfortunately for Aga, he doesn't get it right. He's out for 6. 92 for 6. The other thing is, just trying to think, it was 103, wasn't it, for the point? Now,
yep.
6 out. If Europe could go bang, 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 then maybe we're looking at another 4-pointer.
I'll spare a thought for Usman Najib as well. Retired out, strike rate of 145 for Anjula, who was retired in. He gets out 7 off 6 balls, 116 strike rate.
Slow ball first up, but good connection from Suman. Liked his batting actually. Manan Ali, pardon me. I thought that didn't really look like Suman because he's batting right-handed. But yeah, of course, because they crossed on the run out. So that is Manan. At least gets to the strikers end. Pretty good strike. That point looks pretty safe now, doesn't it, for Asia?
Yeah, and it's kind of thanks to one man at the moment. That's Manan Ali. He races to 42 off just 14 deliveries. The top score, apart from him, the retired out was Najib, 16.
Yeah. Yeah, what an interesting tournament. So unpredictable. Freedy with a comeback ball. Tries the Yorker, doesn't get it right either. That's going to go for 4. And so, this one on the replay. It's probably top of the pad height, so it's not going to be a no ball. But still quick hands from Manan.
It takes him to 46 as well, so just one hit away. And Suman Khan there was just, I thought he was doing a little tap dance to try to get the worms out to play, but he was just doing a bit of fast feet to get himself warm. Maybe he was not expecting to be out quite so early. The number 8 batter, the Asian 11, 102 for 6. Just the 2 overs left.
Yeah, so what do they need? Yeah, over 20 and over. 22 and over to be exact. Europe supporters, think they're pretty happy with how it's panned out. So I've got a few already. You can refer to the chat, but we've got World in Motion. I don't think I know that one that well.
Oh, well, that's a big tune in.
Is it?
In
UK?
UK, yeah.
World for Bailey. Another one?
I like The World Is Not Enough. That's an easy one to get into commentary as well.
All right, more coming. Anyway, Martins comes back. 9th over. So it would have been a wide. Instead, it'll be a single. That's a good trade-off for Europe. As Suman Khan, a bit like the headmaster's daughter, he goes after what he should have left alone.
So The World in Motion is so well known because it was sung by the England football team.
Ah, okay.
It's one of these, you know, the 80s, 90s, they went through this weird phase of football teams releasing singles ahead of big sporting events.
Yeah.
You know? They did it a bit. Have they done it a bit in cricket as well?
Yeah, I think so, but I think that the football one's pretty famous. I'll give us a chance while there's a shoelace tie. Wonderful World, obviously. Everybody wants to rule the world.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's what Europe did earlier.
Rocking all over the world.
Yeah.
Yes. The world is not enough. Mad World, World of Our Own. I actually like World of Our Own.
Yeah.
It's a guilty pleasure. I haven't listened to it in a while.
A Whole New World, that's quite good.
Whole New World's good.
Yeah.
End of the World, okay. As well. U2 song, World Machine.
Asian 11 harder to get into, or something like that.
Harder, yeah. What else? Man who sold the world. Okay, I'm learning a few here. The man who saved the world. Okay, which one is it? Or are they different songs?
It's not the same man.
If I Could Change the World by Eric Clapton. It's come into my head. Come on, chat. How come you didn't get that one?
Better music knowledge, guys. Come on.
Wide, just a bit away from the line. Good leave that one by Manan, who's moved to 46. When you hear us go silent, it's because we're thinking.
It's great for commentary, isn't it?
Yeah.
When both of us
Yeah.
are just thinking, not even out loud, we're just thinking. Wild World.
I'd like to see
Cat
the world to
Stevens.
sing. Is that Barry Manilow one? I'm the voice that makes the whole world sing. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. That's a good one. Thank you.
There is some cricket going on there at the moment. It's just the Asian 11 are kind of limping along, as that was called wide. Jeremy Martin's not too happy about it. He's put in a big shift today and probably just wants to get his feet up in the Sunset Beach Club, but there's still work to do here. 10 balls left. Asia need a big 41.
Steps across and won't get it out of the infield. This game's slipping away in real time now for Asia. Yeah, okay. There's got to be more. And keep them coming, even in the break between games. We've got 20 minutes till the first ball of the next one, roughly.
Well, the world will be playing as well, so we can try and, obviously organically, but see how many times we can get.
World Hold On.
World.
That's a song.
Hold On, yep.
Is that the title?
Let's go with it.
Martins. Slow ball, tries to go it, and gets it over. Well, the thing is, Zemus Deploy has had the best shoulder recovery of anyone I've ever seen. I was actually speaking to his dad, and he explained that Alistair Priddle had given it some of the old voodoo magic over there, and a couple of techniques he hadn't seen before. In an hour, he was good to go.
Well, I heard that it was quite a violent seeing to first from our friends at the Spanish ambulance worker, and there was a bit of prodding and poking going on. Zemus was howling in agony, but whatever Alistair Priddle did worked. And that one worked as well from the bat of Manan Ali, and he is the only one really putting up any kind of resistance for the Asian 11. That one, a bit of width, and he gave himself even more width by stepping across his stumps. He's opened up the blade, actually ended up in the proposal pose, knee down, foot in front. But whatever it did, it worked, because that went all the way for 6, back-to-back sixes as well for Manan Ali.
Manan Ali, yeah, and he's a bit distracted with the game, but 58 off 19. Now he's brought up his 50. He was inserted for a reason, and he's done a very good job. Maybe some kind of hope. 29 off 7 now.
If this one goes for 6, then you're looking at 23.
Sweeney, the 5-leg buys. This is what happened in the last Golden Ball match. We had Golden Ball 70 last Sunday. It's hard to, that was only last Sunday. It's only 5 days ago. It seems so long ago. Anyway, Martins to close out his spell. He wants to stay in the 20s. He'll have to keep it on the park to do it. That's 6. What a good shot. Well, maybe this game isn't dead yet. Manan Ali goes Maximo. And sends Martin into the 30s. It sends us into the 10th. With the game still alive, it's got a pulse. Asia need 23 off the last over. They're 123 for 6.
The devil comes out to play at the end of that 9th. It goes magical, 6-6-6. It's a bit of a telegraphed slower ball there by Jeremy Martins, and Manan Ali, he leans into it, but the unfortunate thing for the Asian 11 is Manan Ali currently not on strike, so it'll be interesting to see what Suman Khan does now.
There's the bowlers. Who are you bowling?
Sikandar, captain.
I'm bowling Shariz.
I mean, he's gone 26, Sikandar, on one on the ball.
I think Shariz was on, but Atif was the other one I think that they would consider. But I just think...
Atif, yeah, he's on 1 for 11 off his 1.
It's Atif's day, but Atif's day could get ruined with if he concedes 23 here.
Well, it is going to be Atif. He's got the scalp of Ross Taylor to his name.
Thanks everyone for all the world titles. I can't read them all out because it's only a 10 over match. If it was a 50 over match, I'd probably get through them. But yeah, fantastic engagement we've got from our fantastic people that follow European cricket, the comment section. All right, 22 to tie, 23 to win. Sumon can hit bombs. But I do think if he misses, they got to run.
Yep.
Or they got to find a way to get Mananali back there. He's on 64. Here we go with Mohamed Atif. 23 to win, last over of the game, and it starts with a big. That's a perfect one. Go.
Run. Yep.
It took a while to go. That's 2 runs for free. Yeah, I just felt that Shariz was so on that I would have backed him to keep being on. But this is sometimes the inexperience, I think, with this Asian 11 in the format. That's an obvious run as soon as you see it's that wide. There's a bit of hesitation. They get there in the end. So now basically 21 off the last 6.
Even if Noah picked that up cleanly behind the stumps, he was diving to his left. He would have had to have done some kind of contortion to get the direct hit there.
100%. Anyway, where he's standing, hiding the stumps with his body, daring Atif to bowl at the stumps. Oh, good ball. Really good ball. It was the rolling cutter there from Atif, and I think that it was just a little bit quick through the shot.
That's a swing and a miss. So you're looking at now 21 needed. Still off the 5 balls after that wide on the first one, but we need a 6 off this one, I think, for the Asian 11. Right
off the Q end there of the bat, wasn't it? All right. So you're looking 2 4s, 2 6s. There's 5 balls left. Mohamed Atif saved the game for Europe. Oh, that one's going to go. I think that'll be 4, so it'll keep the game alive. This time he gets a little bit too close to Mananali. Look, I suppose the thing is, even with him standing there, I think Atif's best bet is to try and make him hit offside. I think Manan is making up his mind. He wants to go leg side at all costs. Even standing there, if you can pitch the ball on the tram line, I think it's probably your best bet.
Especially as a left-hander, if you're cutting the ball across the right-hander and he's looking to hoik everything to leg, force him to play on the offside, and if he smokes one over the covers for 6, just say, okay, well, good shot.
Bit of housekeeping. Next game's delayed by 5 minutes. We're running a little bit over. So we'll start in 20 minutes time. But right here, 17 off 4 required. Hits it, and out of here, Maximo! What an innings by Mananali. 74 of 23, and he's not done yet. 11 off 3. We were wondering who they'd bowl. I mean, team's had a brilliant day, but right now, even with all the great things he's done, he's under the pump.
We were distracted by the World game, and we thought this game was petering out to a close, but far from it. Just 11 needed now in 3 deliveries, and there might even be a tingle going on.
All right, 6 and a 4 will tie, 2 6s will win. There's still 3 balls to come. Miles in the air and Miles out of the ground. Maximo! What a comeback this is. They were dead, they were buried, Asia. They have come back, and now they are 5 runs away from the victory. And Atif, he's gone for big runs here. He's gone for 18 now in 4 balls.
Mananali is single-handedly making us look a bit foolish because we thought this game was gone. We were talking about the 4-4 for Team Europe. At this point, they'll be lucky to go home with 1.
Biggest ball of the match coming up. The other question is, do you take a single here or not? I've got to say I probably don't. I don't think I do, because I think you're still in a situation where you need a boundary to keep the game alive or win.
The 4 gets you the golden
ball.
Not
that Sumon's not capable of it, but I just think this matchup is belongs to Ali. 5 to win it, 6 will win it. Oh, it's gone. It's right in front, and Atif, he's going to come up with a big wicket. Well, Mananali can't believe it. I think he better believe it, because this pitch is for me on the stumps. And so, we'll check this one out. I actually liked it. Let's see it from straight on.
I'd quite like to see where this one pitches, because it's, speaking as a left-arm over bowler, it's often
But look at where he's standing. It's full enough for me. Look, if it bounces on, I think it does. It's umpire's call for pitching. I think if you were to review it, I think that some of it for me is getting at some of leg stump. That's in my opinion. And so I think live, I thought it was out. I thought it was full enough. You can slice it, you can dice it, but in the end, Manan, take nothing away from that. It was a brilliant innings. 80 for him off 25.
Yeah, well batted Manan Ali. I can absolutely see why umpire Steph gave that one as well, because it was crashing in to the stumps. It was just a question of where it pitched, but
let's go. 4 for a golden ball, 6 to win. Here we go. It's Patel with the bat. And he's going to miss. And Europe are going to hold on. It's not a wide. And the margin will be 4 runs. High drama here at the Khartoum Oval. Asia gets so close but can't get over the line. The final score, Europe 145, Asia 141.
Mohamed Atif's great day continues. He has almost been spoiled there by the Asian 11 and their fight back. But as it is, that final over goes for 18. The all-important wicket. Mohamed Atif finishes 2 for 29 and more importantly gets his European side over the line.
Yeah, you know, going back to LBW, I think it's a classic umpire's call if they went to review.
Yeah.
Because maybe not half the ball was pitching in line, but some of that ball, I think, pitches in line with some of the stump. And that's kind of the way I think it probably would have gone. This is what's coming up. Asia, so close yet so far. And this is a huge match now between the world and Asia with a 5-minute delay. So 5 minutes past what you see there. It'll be starting in about 15 minutes. With Asia winning the toss, electing to bowl. So they elected to do that. I was a bit surprised when they played in the night game a couple of nights ago. I think they had success bowling second against the world. But hey, got to bowl sometime. Let's go back and have a look at this very entertaining and surprisingly close match here in match number 14.
Well, we thought that the Asian 11 were dead and buried at halfway. They were 51 for 4. That wicket of Najib fell, well, when he got retired out halfway through, and we thought, well, we started playing the world song game, but it was one man and one man alone who had other ideas, and that was Manan Ali, scoring 80 off 25 runs, including 10 Maximos. But it was some great fielding again, and Europe have really stood out in the field today, and they were holding on to their catches, and that meant that there was wickets falling consistently. And that, what a grab that was. That was probably the pick of the lot, and he just picked that one off the rope, did Sikandar, and that really was the story of the innings. A lot of catches, and well, including ones either side of the rope.
That was well taken. Yeah, let's go back. I know we'll focus on the LBW late in the piece, but I've got to say, umpire's got to make his decision in real time. You know, it wasn't, you know, it's debatable. I think you could see it either way. And so I just think that's just one of those things that if he hits the ball, there's no dramas as far as that goes. And I suppose, yeah, he would have been on strike still to face that last ball. That's the thing. I don't think they would have run off it, obviously, but still, it was a really high quality game, wasn't it? Again, the unpredictability of this cannot be doubted. Shariz came and sidearm sling there. Naga rethinking his life choices. Maybe didn't notice the fielder was just creeping behind big Shahid Afridi. But what an innings from Manan Ali. Talk about making a name for yourself. 80 off 25. I know they have struggled a little bit, I suppose, when you get out of that top 3 for Asia. But he really stood up and gave his team a fighting chance.
Yeah, just 4 of his runs, 4 of his 80 were actually run. The rest, 14 of them, came as boundaries, including 10 massive sixes. And he almost single-handedly dragged his team over the line. We were talking about possibly a 4-0 victory for the European 11. It was almost 3-1 to Asia. As it is, Europe will just squeak home. But what a show Ali put on for his teammates.
This is the one.
Yep, there it is.
I mean, if you look at that, even at that speed, it's hard to say.
Yeah.
You know, like it's for me live. I thought it was out. Obviously, looking at the replay, you could make a case for it pitching outside the leg stump. But I think the umpire's there. It's not a shocker.
No.
You know, it's one that could have gone either way, and then Patel needed the boundary. 4 to tie, 6 to win. Unfortunately, he couldn't make contact in Atif. Well, his day will finish on a high, even though he got whacked for 3 boundaries in the middle of the over. Does hold on, and 4 runs the margin. We've had some real thrillers. Kind of one big belting today as well. A couple of big beltings, you could argue. 80 for Manan Ali. Without him, their innings would have been a right mess, because Ahmedzai went for 2. Shafiq, who's been really good, went for 10. Shetty for 11. Najib just didn't work. I bet they'd love to have their time over again. Maybe send Manan out a little bit earlier, but you never know how that would have worked out. 141 for 7. 2 for 12, including the first maiden In fact, it was a wicket maiden for Hamza Salim Dar. And that is pretty important as well, I think, in the wash-up. Atif with 2 for 29. Held on in that last over. Afridi took the other wicket. Shariz, not a good over, only 9, but he wasn't called upon to bowl the 10th. So we'll take a break. We have about 10 minutes before we're back. So don't go anywhere. Keep the discussion going. The world are back against Asia. 2 teams that were on top of the world 2 days ago now find themselves struggling for survival. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We'll take a quick break. Back soon in Spain with more European Cricket Western Shield.
The Western Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. Well, time for the last game of the day, day 3 here at the Western Shield. Now I'm here in the Microlino Cube. We have the protective net up here, so hopefully we're not going to be hit with any balls. But this thing is amazing. Big thanks to Microlino, our official mobility partner. And watch out for some of the interviews we've done with our icon players right in this baby right here. But anyway, time for the last game of the night. It's match number 15, and this is a rematch of the first night match, actually, between the World 11 and the Asian 11 a little bit earlier in Ramage. Had the two captains. Let's see who won the coin toss.
World 11, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Asia 11 is the away team, you'll call. There you go.
European.
It's been called European cricket, it's come down European cricket, you won the toss.
We bowling first.
Okay, toss from Asia 11, who will bowl first?
So the coin toss has been won by Asia, and they haven't decided to bowl first. A little bit surprised. I thought maybe they'd like to bat first. I think the darker it gets, the better their bowlers seem to go, I think, especially with pace. But one of the issues with the Asia 11, I just think some of these pacers might not have the zip they had on the first day. I know that they came into today, obviously, on a bit of a downer. It's a big game for them, I think, against the world. Well, I know that Tina Goff is ready to get going. Maybe random questions, maybe food chat as well. I'm going to get into this. Where's the door? Somewhere. You know what? I didn't bring the keys, so I'm going to go over to Tina Goff. I'm going to protect this baby. Let's get ready for the start of match 15.
Protect that Microlino with your life, Vinny. Hidden the keys from you because you cannot be trusted. Meanwhile, we're on match 15 of the Western Shield 2025. Welcome back to the Cartama Oval. What a glorious sight. You can never get tired of that sight. And it's the World 11 against the Asian 11 of the final match of the day. Skander Sharma, William Singh, Nalisa, they will both be in action for the World 11. The Asian 11, they have just suffered, what is in fact their 4th loss in a row, their first loss of the day. First half of this doubleheader, they fell by just 4 runs to the European 11. And well, for the world, it's been a case of the world is not enough so far today as they fell to the European 11. They got skittled for just 80 runs. And then in their second game of the day, they were on the wrong end of a tight score, losing to B&I by 8 wickets in the end, but it was almost a final ball finish. The Asian 11, they've brought in Suleiman Safi, and look at that, almost exactly 50-50. Both of these teams actually on a bit of a losing streak, as I said. Asia, they've now lost 4 in a row. The world, they've lost both their games today, as well as losing their game last night. So they're on a 3-game losing streak. So one of these teams is going to break that duck under the lights here at the Cartama Oval. And it was the Asian side that won the toss. They've decided to have a go under these lights with the ball, under the fading lights here in Andalusia. It's not quite dark, it's usually the case by the middle of game 5. The darkness has really set in, but the lights are on and shining. One of these teams needs some of their stars to shine. They're going to break those losing streaks. It's Joshua Trump who will be facing up the first ball. He'll be joined by Barbados' Raishan Williams at the non-strikers end, and it's Suman Khan who again has the ball in hand for the first over from the Asian side. Not a great sign when the ball is dropped before a ball has even been bowled, but it's kind of how Asia's luck has gone recently. 4 games in a row they've lost now after they came absolutely flying onto the European Cricket Network with a hat-trick of wins on their first day. They thought this cricket lark was easy. They've come back to earth with a bump, and now it's not the earth they're bumping against, it's the world. Bosh, first ball. Tromp, he wastes no time under these lights. That's a lovely shot. Hit straight over, long off, 4 or 6. Let's take a look at this one. It's just all about the balance. Look at that footwork. Those feet aren't moving anywhere. It's solid at the crease. Stable as Jack Wood looks on. He'll hope that he'll be sitting down for a while yet. His services are not required. That's not an action replay, it's not a mirror image either, but that has also gone all the way, this time over long on. Joshua Tromp, he's playing all through the V so far. 2 balls, 2 sixes. That's exactly the start that the World 11 would have wanted. The Asian 11 maybe just still reeling from that tight loss they just suffered moments ago against the European 11. Went down final ball. They were still in it until the last ball. They needed 4 to take it to the golden ball. Didn't manage it. That's a good comeback there from Suman Khan, man from Bangladesh. This is the kind of caliber of players we're talking about at the Western Shield. Khan, he's just got over 120 first-class wickets. His best is 7 for 18. I'm sure he'd like that here. That would actually be a record here on the network. What a time that would be to do it. Meanwhile, Joshua Tromp, he's played in Major League Cricket. The likes of Pat Cummins, Josh Inglis, Faf du Plessis, Marcus Stoinis, to name a few. Now he's playing at the Carter Oval and he's French cutting. Somehow squeezed it through. Not exactly sure he knew where that went. Bit of a shake of the head. Maybe he's just getting accustomed to these lights here. Shares a laugh and a joke with his teammate Ryshawn Williams, but the end result was a 4 that came flying off the bat for the 3rd boundary of this first over. 16 runs already on the board after 4 deliveries. Joshua Tromp scored 56 not out versus the San Francisco Unicorns, playing for the Texas Super Kings in Major League Cricket. We were talking in the chat. Welcome to everyone who's joining in the chat. Lovely to have you with us on this Friday evening. We're talking about names of the world, song titles with the world in, and I love the names that you have in Major League Cricket. The Super Kings, the Unicorns. What are the kind of names you would have in the Western Shield? Obviously you have the world. What could it be? The world. Fill this blank. Well, Joshua Tromp, he's filling in a blank and he's filling it in with, I think it's gone for a 6. Just going to have to check that, but from my eye as it was flying down towards the boundary, it did just plug the right side of the boundary as far as the World 11 are concerned. That does bring it to the end of the first over, an eventful first over. 4 boundaries from it. Has it been a 6 signalled by the scorers? It was right under their eyes as well, so I'm sure they called it. 22 for no loss after 1 over. As we take a look at everything that we have in store in 2025. See, we've had Malta already, we've also had Portugal, and right in the middle of the Western Shield. And look at that, European Cricket League. We've spoken a lot about that already. The Champions League of cricket, that's starting the day after the Western Shield, so you should just keep the stream going, because Sunday evening we'll have the final of the Western Shield. Monday morning, Group A, VCL. Action never stops here at ECN, and it's Basharat who's into the action here, the left arm seaman. Ryshawn Williams, he just watched his teammate Josh Tromp score 22 runs in the first over. Williams starts off with a swing and a miss. The World 11, they're wrapping up there, all smiles. Peter Hatzoglu. A swing and a miss. Good bowling by Fahim Basharat, just cutting across the right-hander with his left arm seam. Temperature here at the Cartmel Oval does drop. As soon as the sun drops behind that horizon, the lights come on, the monsters come out to play. It's the grizzly that they're out there playing with at the moment. Ryshawn Williams almost takes his teammate Trump's head off there. Bit of a duck and a weave from Josh. Made sure to get out of the way of it because it was destined for the boundary, and it was 4 runs. The first off Williams' bat. It's taken him 2 balls to warm up, but the third one gets hit firmly, almost straight through the helmet of Trump, but thanks to a nifty little sidestep, goes to the rope. All the runs so far, all 26 of them, dealing in boundaries. Wowza, and that took off, and what a piece of keeping that was from Shahanaga. Watch that again. He absolutely launched himself off the imaginary trampoline. Shahanaga. Still called wide on the field because it probably would have gone over to Ryshawn Williams's. That's guided nicely. Actually, it's going to go all the way. That's through the slip point cordon. A bit of deftness there from the big man. I've seen a ball fly 10 meters over his head. That one's pitched up by Fahim Basharat, but just gets a lovely guide through the point region where there actually are 2 fielders out there, but he bisected them perfectly to take the world into the 30s. 2 balls left of the second over. And gone. It's 1 hit and out for Ryshawn Williams as he sees his furniture rearranged. He has to go for 8 off 5 deliveries. 2 fours, it was all that he could contribute, and it's well bowled by Fahim Basharat. He goes through the old adage of you miss, I hit. Hit a couple of the stumps there. Enough to send Ryshawn Williams on his way. It's the first wicket to fall for the World 11, 31 for 1. 1 ball left of the second. Fahim Basharat hasn't had too many opportunities so far this week. He's making the most of the one he's been given so far. There's 1 ball left of his first over, just 9 runs coming off it. 2 dot balls and that big wicket there of Ryshawn Williams. He has to depart. Still, it's the wind predictor saying it's a good enough start for the World 11. Get them right to the tip of the Goldilocks zone, 60% in their favour, because despite that early wicket, they've raced ahead, thanks in most part to the batting of Joshua Tromp, the wicket-keeper who's still at the non-striker's end. He's now been joined by Jack Wood of Australia. That's flashed through that same cordon we were just talking about. Those half-hearted shouts of a catch, but it went straight through the 2 fielders. If there was a 3rd fielder, he would be exactly where that ball just flew through. As it was, no one there. That's another boundary added to the collection. The World 11 dealing entirely in boundaries so far. Not a single run scored between the wickets. Takes them to 35-1 after 2 overs. As we take a look at how important this game is in the standings, it's the bottom 2 facing off, and who'd have thought that after the first day? But of course the World 11 have, well, at least 1 game in hand, 2 games in hand on B&I, who are sitting proud at the top of the table. And that shows just how much of a big clash this is. Adnan Gauss with ball in hand in 3rd over. And it's a delicate little flick from Joshua Tromp. I say delicate, it's still gone probably about 70 metres. Adnan Gauss, he has a bit of pace about him, and Tromp uses all of that to his advantage as he adds another big 6 to his collection. Just levers it up off leg stump towards that football goal. He's already raced away to 28. Just 7 deliveries. Vinny mentioned it in the pre-game preview that these Asian 11 bowlers, they looked so fearsome under the lights on the first day, but they've been a bit toothless since then. That's a good response actually from Adnan Gauss, a vicious Yorker. Maybe it's just the reality of T10 cricket hitting them. It's quite a taxing schedule. They had a big game, a big set of games yesterday. They played games 1, 3 and 5 in the day, so it was a long old day for them in the field, and especially when you get on one of those losing streaks, it's hard to get yourself out of, and that's what Asia are suffering from at the moment. This has been a good couple of deliveries from Gauss. Pummeled for 6 on his first delivery, but responds with just a 1 and a dot. Welcome again to everyone in the chat, wherever you're joining from this European Cricket Network gone global. We have Asia playing against the world in Europe. That's a vicious bouncer, but Trump gets a bit on it, and if you're going to swing, swing hard, and that's exactly what he did. As it flew over the diving Shahanaga, who really had no chance to get on the end of that. Despite his imaginary trampoline under his feet, Trump gets another 4 to the collection. He's raced into the 30s, just 9 deliveries. This game is already swinging firmly in the favour of the World 11. Still 2 balls left of the power play. We always say if you get to around 50, then you'll be very happy with where you are as a batting side. Still 2 balls left. That's well bowled from Adnan Gauss. He's been maybe one of the pick of the bowlers for the Asian 11. We see Tom Scully there, who was great in the box earlier. Vinny had a good chat with him, as well as Ross Taylor. It's now almost a feature in the box. I'll have to watch my back. But Ross Taylor, he's still got some work to do with the bat before he can put his feet up in the commentary box. I'm sure we'll be seeing him at some point later rather than soon as the world are concerned. As that one goes high up in the air, it's not going to go all the way, but it's going to zip off the surface despite Fahim Basharat working his hardest there to try and stop the ball. And it's the members of the production crew end up doing the fielding there rather than the Asian 11, and that's the end of the over. 4 runs coming off that final ball, taking the World 11 past 50 there, 52 for 1 after 3 overs. Someone who is putting his feet up in the commentary box, but of course working hard at the same time, is Vinny Sandhu. Hello.
You can do both.
Yeah.
52 for 1 off 3. Interesting power play. Always interesting to see the stumps go flying. A few balls going flying as well. Yeah, I suppose the jury's out whether it's tougher to bat now in the transition or maybe when it's completely black sky artificial light here at the Cardamore Oval. But yeah, you don't win tournaments on day one. Something that always rings in my ears after we had a good first day in tournament play. And now Asian 11 staring down the barrel of 4 in a row, but yeah, they're not alone, are they? Because the world have had their problems. Anyway, this is Najib, who likes to bring the heat, but the heat gets turned back on him. Trump goes Maximo! Now World 11, got a point to prove here, and especially with the bat, especially getting rolled for 80, wasn't it performance they'll be proud of? And they did come back, post a more healthy 146 game before, but yeah, Asia 11 coming off 4 losses, World 11 coming off 3 losses.
Yes,
wow.
Something's got to give.
Yeah. Who saw this coming? If you know the answer to that, put it in the chat.
I think the answer is you, Vinny, because you,
I said it.
I heard that in the smug tone of your question, because, you know, people were saying day one, oh, what's the point? This is going to be a World versus Asia final, and yet here we are. They're scrapping in 3rd and 4th place.
This is good cricket advice, but good life advice. Don't rush to judgment.
No.
Don't rush to judgment.
Those chickens have not hatched yet, so do not count them or something like that.
All the cows coming home to roost from 40 off 12. Najib has visions of putting a ball straight through him. Here we go. But Trump goes to the skies, and this is going to be a tricky one. It's under the lights, but it's taken. So Trump's going to have to go. Najib, such a good record this week of striking early in his spell. This is no exception as Furkan Shafiq that takes the catch. Trump on his way for 40, and it's 58 for 2.
I was thinking a little start from Trump, and I'm sure he'll be a bit annoyed with himself that he doesn't double down, at least get to the half century. It's Najib who struggled with the bat in the previous game. He got retired out, he got retired in here, and he's taken a wicket. Just his third delivery. Good catch as well.
Yeah, Trump tried to kind of muscle him down the ground, but got the elevation, didn't get the distance. Still, he's a good player, isn't he? Joshua Trump done his reputation no harm here this week. He'll go 5 sixes in his 40, 58 for 2.
I think the World 11 will still be happy with his contribution there. And look, he was going all around the ground as well. Love a wagon wheel. It's got colours going in every single direction. And it's North American connection now as Ben Callitz comes to the crease. And I like the fact that World 11 have quite a nice balance of left-handers and right-handers as well.
Would have been awkward if you had USA and Canada batting together at the moment.
Yeah, less said about that, the better.
Don't get political.
No.
Have to take 25% of their runs off each other every time they crossed.
It's just, well, we haven't got any Mexican players either. The Gulf of America / Mexico.
And they're lining up at the wall right now. It's going to be Callitz who gets off the mark.
We like being a politics.
Maybe they can get a good 2 for 1. This is random question time, random comments time, so that's why I'm letting this go, my own conversation. Get a good 2 for 1 wall installer. You could do both of them.
At the same time.
Where is this thinking? Is this the kind of Elon Musk thinking which is going in?
Tesla building up there.
Yeah.
Elon, if you're watching.
Get a half price. You build the Canadian wall as well.
Just a big circle.
It's got to be ice
Maybe
proof.
just wall in America. Keep everyone happy.
Keep the ocean out. Ocean's always trying to get in as well. That's going to be 4. Up and over the top from Wood. Who is good player. He's multi-talented as well. We talked about the fact that he's very musical. He said he looks a bit more yoga instructor than cricketer. Rico thought he looked like Brad Pitt, which isn't a bad thing. I know that I get George Clooney a lot.
Yeah, well.
Who do you get?
Not too many, actually. I'll have to have a think about that. If anyone knows in the chat, be kind.
Oh, tight.
Any lookalikes for me? I mean, obviously, Vinny, George Clooney, then. Nothing's off the table.
Get George Clooney a lot. Stopping the street quite a lot as well.
It's
End of the
tough,
4th over. It was 64 for 2.
It's one of those beauty tax things, you know. It's a tough life, being so pretty.
Wear the responsibility like a badge. All right, 16 and over. Not a bad start. But, yeah, hello to everyone in the comment section as well. Deborah Hall, hello to you. Any update on the empanada coma? Well, I wasn't going to go last night, but I know was this last night?
Yeah, it was last night, and I take full responsibility because I know I said the E word and then there was no stopping.
Once you said it, I was in.
I mean, I would say you buckled. I mean, you could be pushed over with a feather as far as
you had an
empanadas were
important
concerned.
meeting there, so I just took 3 away. And you know what? Moderation.
Yeah.
I enjoyed my 3. Could have had another 10, but sometimes good things come in small packages.
It's just like having a nice 20 not out rather than going for the full 50, you know?
Exactly. It wasn't really my style, though. All right, here's Patel, who's going to come on and, well, he's got a flat kind of delivery. Occasionally, he'll throw one up. There you go. The first one curves nicely inside the line. Wood gets locked up.
Conrad Greenshield saying, he looks like well, I don't know if this is Wood, that he knows he's a diving instructor, but he kind of looks like a diving instructor as well. He's got that kind of surfer dude vibe about him, doesn't he?
He's a cool dude.
Seems cool. He's too cool for me.
He is. I was having a chat to him before. Hopefully, might even get him in the box tomorrow. I won't say why, but I know there's talk that we might have a present for him.
Okay. Should he be
I'm
worried?
not going to jump out of a birthday cake or anything, don't worry. So, anyway, Wood, I suppose he's been on the fringes for a while. I suppose it's the time to be a professional cricketer. Even you could argue more so than even during the World Series cricket years and all that, because there's all of these pop-up tournaments around the world now. There's a bit of a circuit. So even someone like Wood that might feel, okay, he's finding it hard to break into first-class cricket and things like that, there's opportunities for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
To make a living. And also kind of extend into women's cricket that we support hugely here as well, bigly.
Bigly support for the women.
Yeah, and I know you've been involved in the Fair Break tournament before as well, and I think it's great. More cricket, good cricket.
all cricket, best cricket. Cakey Bakey numero uno in the chat.
100%. Thank you. That's who I was thinking of.
Really?
Renee Zellweger. Thank you.
I assume that's a lookalike for me rather than just a random comment from Cakey Bakey.
You had me at Cakey Bakey.
Oh no, we've said the C word now.
Well, here's the problem. He forgot how to walk. And that's why Fahim Bashrat is now picking it off the fence. He just lost his footing. The first step, he looked for grip. And that's 4. I don't know if we can see Fahim, but he just basically lost his footing. Even though it was only about 3 or 4 metres from him, he couldn't make the stump.
Cakey Bakey, more slippy slidey there.
Conrad, I hope you enjoy this timeout, because Conrad said I look like Danny DeVito. Hey, he's a good actor.
Love Danny DeVito. What's that movie with him and
Twins.
Yeah, you and Rico maybe do a remake of Twins.
So so you're saying if Rico and I are in the remake of Twins and I'm Danny DeVito?
I think you'd have to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, surely. On the height.
I'll take that. I'm not allowed a housekeeper, put it that way. Mainly because it's not in our budget. Hello to any celebrities we might have offended in the last 5 minutes. Last ball of the 5th, and it's high, and it's Bermuda Triangle time. Falls right in the middle. It's the end of 5. Callett survives. Wood survives to the 5 over mark. It's 73 for 2. Hey, let's welcome you into the commentary box, because we are having a bit of a party in here. And yeah, sometimes the conversations, they do get a little bit random at this stage of the night. And
slightly delirious.
Even though I've had it half day, so I'm actually pretty cruisy. But hey, throw your random questions in, your random comments. We're doing lookalikes. Renee Zellweger.
Thank you.
Are you a good actress?
Absolutely not.
No?
Unless I'm going for, I've caught Nick behind.
Oh, yeah.
Then I'm a perfect
That's different.
actress.
Yeah, I'm a bad actor, I got to say. Because, I don't know, I just always think, I look at the other actors' eyes and I'm like, can you believe that we're pretending to?
Yeah.
And I think people that win Oscars, they commit to it a bit more than that.
You're too authentic, Vinny. That's
the
the
problem.
problem.
We're genuine. Yeah. You're genuine. Thanks for coming into our place every day and sharing some of the fun. Cricket is meant to be fun. And this is a fun format of cricket. We've got so many fun people out there as well. And hopefully you're joining in on the fun at home. Great Peacock Friday it's been as well. As we start over number 6, it's going to be hooked away. And it's going to be 6. Maximo sees Carreras. Oh, that one, if it was golf, it was... There might have been a hole-in-one. I don't know if we can track this one down to the flag.
Yeah, it was Ben Callett coming in on the action here. Goes for the old hook.
Look at
We
this.
see it.
Closest to the pin, through the bunker.
Oh, yeah.
Dunk, slam dunk, straight in.
I'll tell you what, the footballers need the net that we've got on the Micolino, because that will actually stop cricket balls.
It's more fun, though, watching go through the net. All right, Callett. 9 off 4 and counting. Sumon Khan. Huge swing. That's one thing with Callett. He does. I mean, mid-off's up. So that's obviously something I think he can work on, is hitting straight through the line. He's practicing it now rather than hitching your wagon to the mid-wicket zone. Because, any ball that's kind of outside your off stump, if you can get forward and punch it over that mid-off, you've got a bit more margin of error. Kind of in the shot selection, and of course, because that fielder is closer. Can't get hold of this full toss. They'll have to settle for a single.
There's pure bribery going in the chat now. Paul, I love you. Steffi Graf, I'll take it all day long. I mean, wow. I don't see it.
I have played paddle against you, which is kind of
I thought you were going to say you played paddle against Steffi Graf, and that would have been quite a claim to fame.
I actually thought it was Steffi Graf.
Andre Agassi, look out.
Maybe I could be Andre Agassi.
Well, similar haircut.
Yeah, eventually.
Stephanie, she's got the same middle name as me, Maria. She's German, blonde. I see it, Paul.
That's a strike. That's a really good shot from Wood. It was right in the slot. Guess what? Danger money. It's even harder to see at night, folks. Let's not break anything up there. Maximo. Or I think that was the 3 wood from Jack Wood.
He's a musician and he's got a lot of strings to his bow, and one of them is hitting the ball hard and long. And that one has disappeared into the night sky. Camera crew there, lovely 2 circles friends. Under fire here, I hope they've got their hard hats on.
This one's in the air and that's going to be gone. So 6 and out for Wood. Well, well, what's happened? Was it chopped into the ground?
Oh, I thought it was a...
Well, we've got 3.
Dearie me, what's happening? Dee?
Has everyone lost the plot? I saw the ball in the air and I looked up as soon as a catch. They've got 3 runs. Is it a chop down?
How many times have we seen a 3 in this
All right.
tournament?
Well, it must have been a bump ball. And I apologize because I was looking at the... Okay. Is
No
it
ball?
no ball for second and bouncer in the over? Had to be. Because normally if you catch the ball, they're out. And then everyone... But no one really appealed in a serious way.
The previous ball was a no ball. The one that...
Okay.
That must have been for a footfall, or as we go back to live, because it's all happening here. And they're going to run through for 2, so we've got a 3 followed by a 2.
So we had a sneaky... It must have been front foot no ball and got hit for 6. So that's why no one was excited. We missed the call. So
I thought we collectively lost our minds.
Yeah. I thought they just, completely changed the fabric of the sport. But so we had 3, including 2 separate overthrows in the one ball. Yeah, there it is. 7 up, 3, 2. 1 blast off, Callets.
I'm glad the scorers are paying attention.
All right, that's going to be out of here. Forget it. Maximal. 6 for Callets this time. All right. This is classic Game 5 happenings, isn't it?
It's all happening. We're just wondering who we look like. And meanwhile, we're calling wickets that were just... I mean, it was definitely a catch. I thought I was beginning to question life itself.
Yeah, 100%. But anyway, we missed the call. It wasn't like a... Obviously, the ball before wasn't no ball for height or something obvious like that. Had to be a front foot no ball, and the free hit ended up having a weird 3 off it. Anyway, it is 98 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, and expected score 160, so World 11 before the game, it was more or less bang on 50-50.
Hey, speaking of lookalikes, this is a cricket lookalike. Kaushik Das says that Adam Patel looks a bit like Axar Patel from India. Maybe not just in name. And here he is actually, Adam. Just misses the mark on the first one. See what he's trying to go for though. Hello to Rob Thompson. And good morning to you. I suppose you're watching from New Zealand. It's already Saturday morning. Welcome to the weekend.
Yeah, he's got similar facial hair, Adam Patel and Axar Patel.
All right.
Not Rob Thompson. I don't know what Rob
well done
Thompson's
to 3. He
facial
saw
hair
the
is
umpire signalling, but obviously we didn't. But anyway, at least everyone's all over it. Explains why there was no celebration. But the funny thing is, on a lot of free hits, the players forget and they celebrate anyway. I told you about the one where they threw it over the boundary.
And
on
I
this
said
ground.
there should be penalty points if you celebrate on a free hit, or runs as they call it in cricket.
Wood goes large again. Well, that's that Callets, pardon me. The lefty who's going to put this out of the ground. Maximal, says Mars.
Callets is building a nice innings here, is the Canadian. Races to 24 off just the 9 deliveries, and Adam Patel's first 2 balls of this over have already gone for 8 runs.
That one was a bit more outside off, so Callets was willing to go over long off. Shows he's got that in his arsenal, doesn't it?
Quite a strange batting stance, this Callets. It's almost like...
He's Croucher.
Yeah. It's like one of those toy fighters that are just bouncing on there.
Like you wind him up.
Yeah, or like Street Fighter. They're just bouncing, ready to go.
Well bowled by Patel. He knocked out to mid-wicket for 1. Good to see Callets maybe at some point getting a shot of the top 3. I think he's often coming in this situation. He's done reasonably well. I'd love to see maybe how he handles himself in the power play.
Well, the World 11 have been quite adventurous. I know James Baisley opened one of the games. Skander Sharma, he opened. So they've had a few pairings.
That's true.
Hatsoglu's, they've had their turn at the top of the innings as well. So they're sharing it round and seeing what works, and it works in this game for Tromp.
It's a good long-term strategy, but I guess you still need to make it in the top 2 to survive to the final and have a chance of winning. Hello to Chandaram Kalyan, watching from Saudi Arabia. I'm sure he's tuning in to see Manan Ali and Usman Najib. Good effort from the keeper to get across, but he wasn't able to actually make the stop.
I hope he was tuning in the previous game. Manan Ali, the man from Saudi Arabia, he almost made it a thriller for the Asian 11. 80 off 25 deliveries. We thought he would see his team home. An improbable victory. In the end, they fell 4 runs short, but he's really impressed with the bat.
Patel. Gets it right. Last ball. And that will be the end of Patel. Does a good job. Up for 22. Adam, good to see him having some success. And World 11. 1-1-1 for 2 after 7 coming up tomorrow. Hey, it's our last day of 5 games being all group games, because although we have 5 games on Sunday, it's finals night, and we'll actually have the final at the end. But we have matches 16 through 20, and I'm a little bit sad, Tina, because we've had such a great time together, but tomorrow's your last day before you head home.
It is my last day, so I'm hoping, beyond hope, that maybe we even get a golden ball. I know I'm being greedy here.
GB, send you on your way.
Yeah, pack me off with my bags and a GB in my back pocket.
Declare it when you get to customs.
Yeah,
so it starts same time, 9:30 a.m. GMT. It's 10:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India. Just checking that out. You can see B and I have a big day. They play 3 games. The World 11 once again. They'll play 3. Have a look at that. It's a Bizaway blast off there. Anyway, we've got 3 overs to go here. A lot of people impressed with Adam Patel's bowling, included. Anyway, this is pretty good from Andrula. It's the first one up in the block hole, and Wood just has to take his medicine and knock it out. So, yeah, we've had a great time with you, Tina. What, you got 2 games tomorrow, is that right?
2 games tomorrow, so the first 2 I'm hoping for some good ones, and actually I'm going to see all 4 teams in action.
Beautiful.
So that's what I like to see.
All right, wants the leg side. He's going to get it this time. Well played by Ben Callett. That one was kind of there for it. I think that's the key. Don't go looking for the leg side, because it's when it's there to hit, you'll just instinctively know, I think, at this level of cricket. And you can see Andrula here. It's a bit straight. It was kind of a leg stump line. Ben jumped all over it. Maximal, 6 runs.
That's a proper golf shot there from Ben. Sent it into orbit. Andrula, the captain, double teapotting at the top of his mark. He's going to have to come up with something here, because both of these batters now set in their 30s. Not using up too many deliveries either, and the World 11 are quite well placed here for a big finish. 2.5 overs left.
Big question as well, by the way. Oh, that's proper hook that time. Gets his hand through it. Nice shot by Callett. Actually overtakes Wood now. So Ben Callett's really making a name for himself here. Gets a hearty fist pump from his partner. Maximal, 6 more.
That one tried to go bigger, did Kavishka. and Andrula went shorter. Callett's obliged there with the big old hook. Sent towards his teammates. In fact, over his teammates. They were taking cover just in case.
So I had a bit of a thought. We were hoping that Saeed Ajmal might make it here by the weekend. I wonder if he sorted out his paperwork situation. All right, that's up in the air. I think that's going to go as well. It does. It carries. Well, at least 1 bounce for. Quattro Mas found the hole. See, fielder signaling here.
Bit of fielder umpiring. It looks like it went for a 6 as we get the replay here. Let's take a look.
That's going to be 6. And there's no doubt about that one. I'm still thinking, I don't know, I saw that as 6. It was signal 4 on the field.
It's now been changed to 6 on the score, I think, and I think that is the right call. Ball's flying all over it. You can see there it was a good few centimetres over the line. Brilliant camera work there from 2 circles.
Well done. So yeah, I think they'd already kind of overruled it. You must have missed that. But that's actually now 4 6s on the spin. So Callett's is 49. And Jula, his over's gone for 25 now. It has gone magical. 11 now, looking 172 expected. What a partnership this is. I said Callett's going to go higher. I mean, he is batting number 4 when I look at it here. Just he's batting late in the piece. Difference is, World 11 haven't lost a bunch of wickets this time.
Yes. Big Ben doing the business here. Just one short of his half century, and well deserved it would be. He's going for 5 6s in a row.
That one is 6 more. It's supersonic stuff. 31 off the over. And World 11, 142 for 2 after 8.
Big pat on the head there for Ben from his partner Jack Wood. He was wide-eyed admiring this shot, as were we all. He just whips that over cover all the way for 6. You could hear the crack off the bat from up here. That was probably the pick of the lot of those 5 6s in a row.
50 for Ben Callets as well, 55 off 16. Have a look at where he scored his runs. Yes, of course he's strong off his pads, we know that. But the fact he's been able to get those Maximos over long off, see 3 big 6s there.
Yeah.
And that last one, obviously off the offside, really shows you he's a multi-dimensional player. It's just about making the right decision at the right time. 142 for 2 off 8.
It's the left-hand, right-hand combination that the World 11 use to their advantage as well. And it's never easy for bowlers at the best of times, especially now under the lights. The ball's probably getting a bit wet out there under this moisture. Usman Najib, who comes back in, his first over went 1 for 12.
That's hit pretty hard as well. Microlino effect almost takes it out, but luckily it goes over the other fence, and that's a Maximo to get going. And well, it just keeps on keeping on. Well, that's Leon. He's loving it. He's actually a world-class mime, Leon, and also a part-time DJ here at the ground. But yeah, lucky the Microlino's small.
Well, that would have really tested out the structure of that net. I have full faith. I'm sure the Microlino is bulletproof as well.
6 6s in a row, that is.
Make that
and
7.
make that 7, yeah. I think we had 9 as the record earlier in the week. So Wood, a bit of the FOMO, though. I think he was enjoying it at the other end. These two just, they got a real kind of natural synergy together. They're out there, they're having fun, they're relaxed, hitting some big bombs at night. In fact, that brings up the 150 for the World 11.
Yeah, these two are really vibing. Canadian-Australian relations through the roof. There's a few big 6s going through the roof as well. Usman Najib, he had a good first over. He's already doubled the runs off the first 2 balls. His first over went for 12. His first 2 balls at the second over gone for 12 as well.
Wood on 45, Najib bringing the heat. The run of 6s is broken. Just be a single. But now, with this crazy run, they're actually on for 182. That's big runs. And an Asian 11 lineup that has had, I suppose, with a couple of exceptions, notably Mananali last game, but their batting lineup is coming in with low confidence, I think.
Well, it was Yunus Amatai at the start of the tournament when they got those big 3 wins on the first day. He was the chief hitter on that occasion, but those 4 losses since, just been lacking a bit of confidence, lacking a bit of firepower. They're going to have to put some logs on the fire if they want to chase down this total, because it's already probably above average.
Mid-off up in the circle.
Yep.
From Callets, I'm thinking short ball, getting across and hooking. Short ball, hook, 6.
Yep.
Yeah, it's quite easy from up here, but I think that telegraphed field change, I think Callets, if he's smart and he is, he knows to stay deep in the crease, get under it, get those hands free, Maximo 6 more.
I don't think that was the right choice, especially after the slightly fuller pitch delivery. Previous ball went for the 1 to stem the flow of 6s, and then they just decided, I'm not going to do the right thing. I'm just going to do what I want.
Mid-off goes back now. I'm worried because I think I'm getting on front foot, but I also might be wearing it in the forehead with the pace of Najib. So off-speed delivery actually gets away from the keeper. They'll get a bye, but that's quite skillful from Najib. Doesn't use the change pace that much, so it does come as quite a surprise compared to other bowlers that do it more often.
Well, I think when you're a fast bowler, Najib does have some heat. When you have a slower ball, it's more the threat of the slower ball rather than the slower ball itself that actually does the damage. And when you don't use it too often, it can surprise a batter, as it did there.
Wood gets another crack at a half century. Here's 46 off 18 balls. Deep wicket goes back. It's set for a full ball, but will Najib surprise? It does go full.
Well bowled.
See, bowlers, just do that 12 times and you'll be fine.
Easy as
Back
that.
to the nets. It's the end of the 9th over. It's 162 for 2. Does help if you can bowl kind of 85 miles an hour plus, I think.
Anything done at 85 miles an hour, like, almost the top speed of the Microlino, it's always going to be pretty lethal. That was a good recovery actually from Usman Najib. He got hit for 3 sixes, but then came back with a bye that probably should have been a dot. And then the dot ball to finish off. So that's the end of the 9th, and you can see, oh, who do they turn to now, Vinny? Fahim Basharat, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. He bowled a good 10th over last time
as
well. Let's not forget that. 1 for 13 when he bowled the second. 162. I mean, already, if you walked up the stairs now, the 162, I think your favourites.
Yep.
So these are all bonus runs, I think, for World 11. 10th overtime. Lights, camera, action. Basharat to try and pull things back. Khalid's on 61. Big slow ball first up will just be a single, so Wood will get another chance to bring up a 50. Of course, let's not forget, he scored that 85 not out, which is still the highest individual score in the tournament.
Will we see 100?
Yeah, we're only halfway through, basically. I think so. I think at some point we will.
Maybe it also shows the skill of the bowlers and also the fielders that you get fewer drop catches.
I'll tell you something else as well that comes in. There's the old hand warmer, the old-fashioned version, not the cool ones we have.
Yeah, get on the electric hand warmers, folks.
47 forward. I was going to say that at this level, you have batting partners that are so competent that there's never any kind of mild farming. There you go, cheap massages there. That's Tom, coach and expert masseuse. I was going to say that sometimes at ECS level, or even international level, you have one player that can really dominate an innings and they're facing kind of 2/3, 3/4 of the balls. That's out of here as well. Khalid's having a real good time out here. Keep bowling into that zone. It's not wide. He's got such a good eye. And he slammed that one into the night. Maximal, 6 more.
The World 11 are loving that. Most of them have been sitting down all this innings. Only 2 wickets to fall.
So this is a good example. These two are kind of competing with each other. Not in a bad way, in a good way, really. So, yeah, the odds of one player having the opportunity to reach 100 is low because their partner isn't just clunking a one. Their partner's going on a run of boundaries themselves. So, Khalid, 68. Can be stranded in the 40s. He won't mind as long as the runs keep coming for the World 11.
Saw that Ben Khalid's had a Bible verse on his back there. Jeremiah 29:11.
It's working for him.
For I know the plans I have for you, said God.
I thought you meant said Usman Najib for a second, but anyway, that's going to be another boundary. This time it's going to be 4. So, Khalid's he has been all over it. Well, whoever's helping him, it's working. Again, into the pads, maybe trying to cramp him for room, but I don't know. He's been less destructive in the offside. I think I'd be trying to bowl out there. That'd be way too straight to him. This is a big score now. 174, 2 to come.
Yes, the left hand to left hand, because anything that comes straight is just going to be flicked off the pads, especially at this pace, and that's what Khalid's is banking on at the moment.
Try and hit that tramline on the full. A slow ball, and well, he's going to pick it. He's going to jump all over it. Khalid's, he's golden right now. Maximal takes him to 78 now. What a fantastic innings, given the opportunity to bat at number 4.
Well, getting a 6 now would take him to 84 not out, so 1 below the man at the other end, 85 not out.
Go a 7 up maybe. I know Luke in the chat was just saying, would you have your best players at the top of the order? For example, Ross Taylor, but I think it comes down to why Ross is playing. I think he's also trying to develop other players. Maybe a wide, or who knows, maybe they get the best of both worlds here because they're going to sneak an extra, which means that Wood will get an opportunity to bring up his half-century.
And that's exactly what the World 11 players have done really well, is game awareness, something that the Asian 11 maybe weren't so hot on in the previous game. Just as soon as that ball's gone down leg side, run, because the chances of the keeper picking it up cleanly, throwing down the stumps are so low. At
this stage, definitely. And also you can force a keeper error there. If they look up, might go to the boundary. Last ball, and Wood, unfortunately for him, he won't make the half-century, but he won't mind because have a look at that score. 182 for the World 11. Well, they're back with a bang. In fact, it's over 100 more than they scored earlier in the day. This time only 4 batters required. World batting out of this World and Asian 11. Again, their batting lineup hasn't always fired. They'll need something very, very special to challenge in the second innings. And when you look at a score like that, you're talking kind of 130 or something like that. even to keep your point. So plenty of results possible. But Ben Callets, let's acknowledge his effort for a moment. A guy born in Canada, he's played a lot of cricket in Ireland, we know that. You look at that innings and you'd say, yeah, this is a guy going places. It's a guy that should be playing some international cricket. As the Asian 11 had a few plans that they were discussing. Roshan Williams, good to see him back at the top of the order, but unfortunately got castled by Basharat. Nice ball that splayed the middle and off stump. Again, Basharat's emerging as a bit of a weapon, as some of the other bowlers haven't quite had the success that they would have hoped for after a very positive opening day. You can see it's a frustrating time for the Asian 11 at the moment. And, well, let's put it this way. If they don't chase 183, which, by the way, has only been chased, I think, twice in ECN history, then they are staring at 5 losses in a row since opening day.
Yeah, and it will be 5 defeats, meaning that they haven't even won since that day one. And we thought they maybe come back firing, having had a bit of a morning off this morning. It looks like a case of the world holding on to at least 3 points, if not 4. And that's thanks to the batting in the top order. Only the 4 batters needed. Jack Wood and Ben Callets did most of the damage. Their partnership was worth over 120 runs, 125 in fact. And Joshua Tromp, we thought he might go big. This was just in fact a cameo, 40 off 13. There wasn't too much joy for the Asian 11. It was the world that was rejoicing as Wood and Callets had that unbroken stand. Look at that beautiful scene under the lights now. So it's going to be tough for the Asian 11 with the bowling attack that the world have. And look at that scorecard. That's what you want to see in a T10, top order doing the business.
Yeah, they're all going quickly, aren't they, as well? I mean, Jack Wood, he's a bit unlucky not to make the 50, but he still was good for Callets, who just really had a heater. And he didn't use up too many balls, Wood. If he didn't get a boundary, Would get a single, we'll get Callets on, and Callets just whacked them all over the place. 78 not out for him off just 22 balls, striking at 355. 47, as I said, to Wood, unbeaten. And then Tromp, let's not forget his contribution at the top of the order, 40 from the opening position. Bowling-wise, well, as you'd imagine, there was a bit of pain in those figures. I think Basharat has done his reputation no harm. 1 for 33 for the left arm, or 1 for 31 Najib. Again, continues to impress. But there were some pretty expensive ones. In fact, Anjula, the captain, had a bit of an off-over. He ended up going for 5 Maximos and going supersonic 31. We will take a break then. Last innings of the night to come. Can the Asian 11 pull off a miracle under the lights at Khartoum? 183 required. Can the world get the win? Can they get all the points and make up the point that they didn't hold on to earlier? Plenty can still happen. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff. Peacock Friday comes to an end when we return in just a few minutes for more European Cricket Western Shield.
The Weston Shield is proudly presented to you by Ria Money Transfer, money where you need it, and supported by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. This is the Carter Oval under lights, and we're watching Asia take on the world in match number 15. Good sound to hear Mr. Maximo for ECN. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. You might be watching on Fan Code in India. There's umpire Sully and umpire Shub leading the players on. World 11 coming out to defend a mountain of runs, 182. There was a bit of discussion in the comment section and how this compares to a famous game here. The highest ever chase here at the Cardiff Oval is the same target, 183, was chased down by the Netherlands back on the 20th of October 2023. That was qualifier 2 for the rights to make the ECC final. Spain made 182 and lost. The world won't want to do the same thing. There's the equation, 127 or less. If the world want all 4 points, that's what they need to restrict the Asian 11 to. I think we can throw the 7 overs or less out, but the world, they did drop a point. They're the only team that's dropped their points that they basically go into the game with. They get thrashed. That was earlier today when they got routed for 80 by Europe. Going out to bat, Yunus Ahmedzai. We wouldn't put it past this guy. He's been incredibly effective. That's Suleiman Safi, who's been elevated to open the batting here. Left-hander. James Baisley, the Queenslander, is ready to open the bowling. Age 11. A few smiles over there, maybe cautiously optimistic. I tell you what, they're a good advertisement for their dentists, that Asian 11 bench. Yunus has forgotten his box. That's what I'm thinking here. No, or is he got 2 right gloves? Well, it's pretty rare, but I always wonder, can you get the time penalty if you're opening the batting? Or he's blown a pad. Well, signs of Angelo Matthews here getting timed out, not ready to play. But he's got his spikes on, so they can't do that. Oh, we've got a bit more time to chat. And you know, one person I enjoy chatting with any time of day is Tina Goff. Tina, welcome back into the commentary box.
Thank you very much. Always happy to chat, Vinny, and I mean, that's definitely a fine. He's not going to get penalty runs. He's at least going to get fined by his teammates here,
when he pointed downwards, I thought it was that he'd forgotten.
One thing. Well, that's the first thing you think about as a bloke, isn't it? It's not your feet.
100%. Yeah. If you've taken a ball in the feet, you'll know that the pain will go away
quicker.
A little bit quicker. Anyway, let's have a look at the equation again. So 183, then 18 and over. And the world is focused right now on Yunus Ahmedzai. And yeah, they think it's pretty hilarious. Luckily they knew which shoes to run out. Let's pick a team, any team. What do you like?
I like Christiania because it's almost my name.
Christiania, very good. Tiania. Yeah, Norwegian champions, Raza Iqbal will be a key player for them. He's played a lot for the Norwegian national team. But I'm excited for Christiania because it's their first time as a club on ECN, not just in the ECL.
Really? Okay.
So I actually think I did a count. But I think that there are only a handful of clubs that haven't played at all on ECN.
Okay.
And Grange actually in their group are another one.
So it's a bit of an unknown quantity group.
Yeah. But we know from Norway that the quality of cricket is pretty good up there, and I think they're in a Group C, where I think probably Grange and Skanderborg are the favourites for that. but we'll see. I just think it's funny that this doesn't incur a penalty. Seeing we're so harsh once it's underway, but I suppose the clock hasn't started yet, so you can see the funny side of it.
It's his time he's wasting, as his school teacher probably told him back in the day.
I mean, I'm not going to say it's hilarious if you got out first ball, but it would be the longest golden duck, I think, that I've seen for someone that has faced the first ball of a game.
Dramatic irony, I think.
First ball of an innings. Anyway, Paisley was made to wait. Now he's ready to go. 183 to win under lights.
Oh, it was almost a first baller. Big swing there from Ahmadzai. Now he still needs to readjust his equipment. His helmet's not quite on right. His gloves are not quite on right. He's not seeing much. I don't know what he was expecting to happen after the first innings, but it's usually the second innings that comes. Ahmadzai not quite ready.
Santosh remembering Ross Taylor's heroics in the 2011 World Cup. In the air and gone. What a great catch. And Ahmadzai, after having to take his shoes off and put them back on, now he's got to use them to walk off the field. Paisley with the early wicket. Ahmadzai, well, sometimes he delivers, sometimes he makes an early exit. This time it's the latter, and a horrendous start really for Asia there. None for one.
Those spikes weren't made for Astro, but those boots will be made for walking off the pitch. He just cloths one there, and I think that's definitely a record on ECN for more time spent doing up shoelaces than playing cricket.
You got a feel for Yunus, but he just didn't get too much of that. It's well taken out there. Yunus will be disappointed, but he has to go. Kalitz, he can't do anything wrong at the moment. He's the one that takes the catch. 0 for 1, and if Derek was here, he would be toddling along behind Yunus Ahmadzai.
I'm sure he'll be making an appearance sooner rather than later. This is extensive work. He's been having reconstructive surgery, I heard, to the beak.
Oh yeah, beak job.
I wonder if he went to Turkey.
Might have a wing enlargement as well. Anyway, this is hit on the up. Pretty good shot. But one thing about the early exit, just a 2-baller, means Shafiq gets out there earlier. And I don't know, I might see Shafiq opening the batting, just attacking the power play. He's been in there early enough a few times anyway. But that was a nice way to get off the mark.
He seems to have this steady position at number 3, but there's been a few early wickets in the Asian 11 in their last 4 losses at least. More or less playing the role of opener in the first over still, as Asley gets a bit of height and width on that one. There was a bit of a dummy signal there by the umpire, but ends up being a dot in the end.
Paisley. Tall timber, isn't he? Slower ball this time, but hit into the gap over the top anyway. Maximal, 6 runs. Shafiq started well. Yeah, I think Paisley now he's worked out there's no point running in off the full run. He'd rather just kind of go off a half run and just try and get it right with his action, because he doesn't have the spikes on. He's not able to go the full kind of delivery stride, the impacts at the bowling crease. So he's just trying to, I suppose, bowl slightly differently than he might bowl otherwise, using that change of pace, trying to use a few tricks. He's going to get good bounce regardless out of this pitch.
A lot of footwear chat so far, but especially when you're a pace bowler, it's difficult when it's wet on the AstroTurf.
That's up and over the top, and that should run away for 4. So Shafiq's attacking it. Basically, you're looking at 18 and over required. Nice fence hurdle as well. All the players don't have to do that, but very nice of Romario Roach.
Some of the ball retrievers have taken shelter by the fire because it's kind of dropped significantly, as we always kind of see at Khartoum, that even when the sun's shining during the day, which it tried to do by the end of the evening, when night falls, the hand warmers come out to play.
Yeah, we've got the USB kind. I was showing them some of the World 11 players. They were quite interested. I can understand why. Into the first over, by the way. I think the score will be back momentarily, but right now it's 14 for 1 after 1. So they're just a fraction behind where they need to be. Peter Hatzoglu looks like he is going to get the second over. 28 matches since Golden Ball. We had a 177 Golden Ball last year. How about a 182?
I think if you gave the Asian 11 the golden ball right now, they would snap your hands off. They're a long way away from that though, still 169 needed, 54 balls, so that run rate creeping up towards 19 as Peter Hatzoglu. They turn straight to a bit of spin. They've used him a few times in the power play. I quite like this move. If you've got such a skilled bowler, a big bash winner no less, then why not use him first up and see if you can do some damage.
All right, so double big bash opening attack here. That's up, it's in the air. Has it got enough? Oh, he's just palmed it over the line. Oh, well. I'll say Callis couldn't do much wrong. That's it. For some reason, that part of the ground, when we've seen players go over, it's been that part of the ground. Don't know if he slips on the rope here. It's a long way from us. But the result's going to be 6 runs.
It's the cursed evening of the footwear at the moment, as Callis has really landed heavily there on his ankle. And, well, the fielders, if they're just going to field, they're not going to bowl. They can have spikes out there, but it's like Callis has just got the trainers on and he's gone into the slippy zone over there, slip and slide, and just walking it off. Hopefully he'll be all right. That one does go all over the rope. There's a half chance there.
He hits this, he's going to be gone, 6 and out. So, Safi, after such a good start, this time it's Baisley who stepped into that position. He'll take an easy catch. And Asia leaves another one in the power play, 20 for 2.
And this is looking ominous for Asia. Top of the world is on top of them at the moment. Second wicket falls at the start of the second over. Still need well over 160 runs here to chase down that total. 128 just for the 1 point is looking like quite far away at the moment. Still over 100 needed for that. So it's another wicket to fall.
Yeah, the world. The only 0-pointer that could really come back to bite them if they finish on the same amount of wins as another team. I mean, they may get some more 4-pointers, who knows, but...
Well, the world are looking in good position here to maybe pick up 4 points, so that would maybe cancel out the 4-pointer.
That's exactly right. If they can get it back, can they get it back?
The old reverse octopus, they chopped off 4 tentacles and reclaimed them.
I like it. It was better than the double donut anyway. It's the other side of the octopus if you get 0 out of 8. Anyway, Hatzoglu comes on, and Jula comes out at 4. A little bit higher than we've seen him previously, but they're trying to get guys that have scored a few runs in the week. Here we go. This is going to be a top ball to get Jula going.
Some chatter going on in the live chat about different teams in ECL. Beveren from Belgium, they'll be involved. There's been a lot of talk about wild cards as well. I'm sure, well, that one's going to go wildly to the boundary off the bat of Anjula. It's going to sneak through the hoardings. The Grizzlies just going to creep towards the edge of the woods. And there'll be a few more needed of those from the Asia 11 captain if they're going to chase down this big total. There's 4 of them, and already 10 off the over of Hatzoglu. 2 left in the second.
Hatzoglu goes over the wicket. Fraction short. That's going to be hit out to the leg side. That's going to be 4 as well. And Jula gets 4. Certainly playing from behind here, but Asia just needs to see how high they can climb.
Yeah, it seems like they've pushed the captain up the order, put the responsibility of the world on his shoulders. They've got a few batters to come. Usman Najib, well, he hit more air than ball last game, but he can come in and do some damage. That one has been thrown down leg side, will have to be re-bowled. After that, Manan Ali, of course, he went big in the previous game, scoring 80 runs off just 25 deliveries. Not enough, though, to see his team home against the European 11, and that's why Asia find themselves on this losing streak.
Goes up and over the top, plays his shot well, Anjula, and he's going to get 6 runs. And so, Maximo sees Carreras, and oh, they're not really that far off the pace now at the end of 2 overs. It's 35 for 2.
Nice little start from Anjula there, as Soglu's over actually goes magical. You can see on the standings just how important this game is. One of these teams will stop the rot and get off that losing streak, and if World 11 win, actually they will draw level with Asian 11, at least in terms of wins and losses. And if they do get those big 4 points, they will be level on points as well. What a turnaround this is from day one, where we thought really these were the two teams to beat. As it is, both find themselves on a bit of a negative downward spiral. The importance of this game as we start a new over. It's Dodd who is bowling it, really bustles in. He's not the tallest, but Joshua Dodd, he really uses all of the tools he has. He goes both over and round the wicket. There's a lot of variations as well, and it's really clever bowler. I think that's what the World 11 do have at their disposal. It's a lot of bowlers with a lot of experience, a lot of variations. Well,
that's variation.
Yeah, not really one of the tools I was talking about, Joshua, but that one goes wide, carries on, goes even wider. Will have to be re-bowled. Looking through the shrubbery there, I don't know where that camera's placed. It looks like it's a bit of a stalker cam looking through into the Asian 10. Still all smiles there. This game is delicately balanced. That run rate 18.4.
Nice little wrists there from Shafiq. We'll have to settle for one.
Surfer dude, Jack Wood, does the fielding out there.
Conrad actually said diving instructor.
Diving instructor.
I can see that.
I mean, we're giving him a lot of talents here, Jack.
You know, he probably could do every single thing that we've said. He's a multi-talented guy. And Jula faces up. Dodd full toss, and adios. That one's up and over the top. Maxwell, 6 carreras.
This is a handy little start for Anjula. Takes him to 20 off just the 5 deliveries. As Joshua Dodd over has gone for 9 runs off the 2 balls, starting up with those 2 wides. It's certainly not an impossible position for the Asian 11, and we've definitely learned our lesson from earlier in the day, match 14. We thought the team from Asia were dead and buried. They were chasing 145 for 7. They found themselves at 51 for 4, 86 for 5. That was even in the 8th over. And then out came Manan Ali. Hit a massive 10 sixes on his way to 80 runs. Just 25 deliveries. Another 4 fours as well. Just a handful of runs he actually had to run for. That took that game down to the final ball. 4 runs needed for the golden ball, 6 to win, but he couldn't manage it. That actually topped off a good day for the European 11. So they brushed aside the world. That lowest score of the tournament so far, the world bowled out for 80.
I think this is a wide down leg side. I don't know. Just if you look at the line of this, it's not between his body and stumps. It goes, that's wide. I don't care if it's for height or not.
Yeah, the umpire looks to his partner.
Might be anyway. I don't know whether they didn't pick it up. It's exciting, but if you actually, yeah, wide called. I don't know how they got there, but they got there in the end.
Pick your poison there.
Yeah. I know it's a bit of a grey area because if it goes straight over the head, it's probably not a wide if it's down leg side, but if the head's inside the line, it goes down leg side, probably isn't wide. Now next one, it's a big swing and a miss.
Just the one big boundary off this over so far from Dodd, but he has not quite found his lines and lengths. And he's actually been reduced to a D and a bit on the back of his shirt.
Die. He's died now. DI.
It's DI, but
Diana.
Lady Di comes into bowl.
Goes up and over the top this time, and this is, oh, that would have been an absolute snare from Taylor. It was go-go gadget, hope for the Velcro. And look at him, he's saying, I just can't believe I touched that. We did, and he almost held on.
Yeah, and his hands go straight back into his pockets. I'm pretty sure he's got some sneaky hand warmers in there, and we've had a Statue of Liberty catch from him earlier in the tournament, and I think he maybe thought the ball was further away from him than it actually was. He could have gone out with 2 hands. As it was, didn't quite hold on, and that's going to go even further. The only one holding on to that is a member of our ball retrieval team who's put on the afterburners to chase down that grizzly. It's always the way when you get given another chance. Got to use it, and Furkan Shafiq made the most of it there. 6 runs to the total. 1 ball left of the third, 1 ball left of the power play. The Asian 11, 52 for 2. As D comes in to bowl his final delivery of his first over.
And he gets walked at and he gets smashed. That's going to be 1 bounce 4. It's a bounce straight off the Rhino. By the way, Rhino, he'll be part of our commentary team in the ECL. We're looking forward to him being with us once again. And this is the Rhino that supplies the lights here at the Cartama Oval. Nice shot. Does that really well, doesn't he? Keeps his balance quite well. That's the end of the over. So back-to-back magicals, and it's 56 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Actually, if you look at that, Asian 11 ahead on the power play. Yes, they've lost 1 more wicket, but 4 runs ahead. But look how the World 11 finished. 4 of the last 5 overs went, well, at least magical. The 8th went supersonic, and that's why they had that big flourish to finish, especially thanks to the batting of Jack Wood and Ben Callitz. Those two putting on well over 120 in their partnership, and that's why this total is up at 182. The Asian 11 probably would have hoped to keep it back down more towards 140. As it is, they still need 127 runs for the win. They still need to reach 128 to even get the point. As Mario Roach comes on for his first bowl of the game. Captain Anjula on strike. Both these players going well, but they've both just faced the 7 deliveries well into the 20s. Both of their individual scores. Just some adjustments to the field here, and World 11 are certainly taking their time, making sure to get these placements right, especially now we're out of the power play, so 5 fielders allowed outside the ring.
Oh, that's very funkalicious from Anjula, and it's going to disappear. And Roach has come on. Look, it just uses the pace here. Just checking. That's 1 bounce 4. So 4 runs to start the over. Tough, but they're hanging in there, aren't they, at the moment, Asia?
Yeah, there's been a few extras so far in this innings as well, which is 4 wides. Given that we're only in the 4th over.
Right, it's up in the air. Can anyone get there? They can, and they can hold on. That's Peter Hatzoglu that takes the catch. Now Anjula goes. Big piece of the puzzle is complete for World 11. Anjula, the captain's a dangerous hitter, but he'll have to go for 25, and it's 60 for 3.
Bit of a rabbit in the headlights look for Peter there, as he had to look up into the headlights to take that catch. It's up in the air for a long time. A miscue there from Anjula, came off kind of the side of the bat. Hatzoglu proves himself to be an Australian, takes it, reverse cup. It's a good catch in the end, got well under it, which is important here when the ball disappears above those lights and then comes soaring back down at you below the lights. But a great grab. The Asian captain, he has to go 25 off 9 deliveries, and that's the partnership broke, and it looked like they were building quite a partnership. 40 runs coming off it. Still only in the 4th over, so there's plenty of time left. But it has the Asian 11 now needing 123 runs, 40 balls. A little Lou Bega, 1, 2, 3 off 4-0 balls. So
very good.
That run rate's above 18, and you think, where is the firepower coming from? Well, it could come from this man, Manan
my
Ali.
ideas. Yeah, if you saw him last game, he was absolutely amazing. But, I suppose time will tell.
I wonder if World 11 have a slight eye on the clock here, because this is quite a pedestrian pace that the whole innings is going at.
The clock didn't start for a while because obviously the helmet side spike incident. Anyway, that'll do. That's 6 runs, and maybe we'll pick up where he left off. Manan Ali goes large. Maximal 6 carreras.
And the Saudi Arabian man comes in and picks up exactly where he left off, and I hope they're tuning in Saudi Arabia. It's just after 10 o'clock at night there, so perfect time to get on ECN cricket because their man, Manan, is threatening to go big just like he did in the previous game where he was on the losing side despite I think probably only the second score of the Western Shield into the 80s after that man Jack Wood. Just pivots on this one, will be just the one fielded by Baisley. So as long as that run rate for the Asian 11 hovers around 18, that's still within kind of 6 hitting distance of the World 11. They maybe just don't bat quite as deep as some of the other sides. If you think that the World 11, well, they only lost 2 wickets, but the players who are still in to come, Big Bash winner Peter Hatzoglu, James Baisley, Ross Taylor, no less. But if Furkan Shafiq is going to join Manan Ali in the big hitting, then they don't need any more batters. That one is another massive 6. Romario Roach's over has already gone for 17. 1 ball left in it, and that takes the Asian 11 to 73 for 3. 1 ball left of the 4th.
Yeah, that was large, wasn't it? Just pick that up and put it over the trees. Thanks for coming. This game is very, very much alive.
Fool us once, Vinny, and all that, because we thought that the previous game with the Asian 11 against Europe was dead and went to the final ball, and we're not going to make that mistake again, are we?
2 informed batters, although this could be trouble. It's a miss hit and it's put down. But not an easy one, greasy kind of evening here. Hatzoglu had to run in, had to run to his left, but he drops Shafiq on 31.
Certainly the more difficult chance after the pretty regulation catch he took on the second ball of the over. As it was, he took a big slide and he's looking like he's struggling a bit. It's actually, he gets that ball right in the midriff after he shells it. So double trouble for him as that over ends up going for 18. The lucky escape though for the Asian 11. It could have been there, or maybe should have been their 4th wicket as it is. Well, they're still hovering on in there. They're actually right on the run rate, but it's difficult to maintain that run rate, especially with scoreboard pressure.
Yeah, for sure. Can they maintain it? I hope they can. It'll be a memorable chase if they can. It'll be a defining moment in the week if they can. Yeah, if you had to choose 2 players to be at the crease for the Asian 11 right now, these would be the 2 you'd have. I think based on kind of recent form and kind of consistency in the case of Shafiq.
Absolutely, and I think that the slight worry for them is it's these 2 and maybe these 2 only. I'm not sure who's coming in later to score the runs if needed, but I'm more than happy to be proved wrong, and I'm sure Najib, Aga, Khan, they all want to get out there and score the winning runs. As it is, they are not needed because Shafiq launches another one into the Khartoum night sky. It's the first ball from Raishan Williams as he comes on to bowl. He gets deposited straight into the woods. Just the wrong line there from Williams. Actually, with his left arm bowling coming around stumps, that means he's kind of cutting into the right-hander, and anything that's slightly offline will get hit into the trees, and that's another one. And is this the over that really gets the Asian 11's run chase up and running? If this one can go magical or even supersonic, they'll be right on the run rate. That run rate dropping down towards 17.
Yeah, dare to dream here. Just keep bombing them. If you do that, you've got a chance.
I think that could be ECN's new motto.
Keep bombing them.
Yeah.
The opposite to probably what most of us learned when we were learning cricket. But hey, you do what you have to do.
We're all about pushing boundaries here at ECN, and there's a lot of boundaries being pushed here. It's already had 9 6s, 6 4s, just 4.2 overs so far as the Grizzly returns from its hunt. Put back in the hands of Raishan Williams, who's gone 6-6 so far in his 2 balls. The man with the headband. What has he got in return?
Right, comeback ball for Williams. Goes after again. He sits it, can't get under it. Have to settle for a single.
This has been a great innings by Furkan Shafiq so far. gets himself off strike, but 45 of just 12 deliveries, and you've got the man in form, Manan Ali, supporting you. Anything is possible for this Asian 11.
That's in the air. Didn't really get picked up straight away by Hatsoglu. Just has to take it on the bounce.
I think it's really difficult under these lights to judge the distance that the ball is flying, because if it goes over those lights, really staring into the light, look for the light, and then it comes back down underneath it and the ball's suddenly on you. It's not an easy position to field in.
Well, that one looks pretty clean to me. It's up and it's out of here. Shafiq reaches 50, and he does it in pretty quick time as well. And yeah, can you believe your eyes here? They're potentially on for 100 in the first half. And Williams, he's been pretty tight in this series, and this time he goes the journey. Maximo. This would be an amazing chase. It would be the equal second highest chase of all time. It would be the equal highest chase on this field. Have a look at that, all in front of the wicket as well for Shafiq. 13 balls for a 50. Tells me he's not done yet. Launches this one as well, but he finds the fielder, and so that will take us to the end of the 5th over. It's 95 for 1. Let's welcome you into the commentary box for the last time while the game's on, at least, and a very happy Peacock Friday night to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Thanks once again for all of your wonderful comments and for introducing more and more people to European cricket. It is a family, and it's a family that keeps on growing.
Yeah, welcome to the family, and we're inviting different continents every tournament, it seems, and we've got 2 new continents. Well, the world is not a continent. We've got the whole world here, but we've also got the Asian 11.
It used to be. If we have the Pangea 11, then I'll be impressed. It's when they're all together.
Get all
Renee
geological.
Zellweger here with me as well. It's always great to get a few celebrity commentators. Thanks for the lookalikes. That was a lot of fun earlier. We have so many different threads and so much fun in a day, and it's different. I know some people, but depending on the time zone, they watch early, they watch late. Some come in or out, but we're so pleased to have such a wonderful community, supportive community as well.
Yeah, and we love reading every single comment and seeing where people are tuning in all over the world. So let us know in the comments, and any random questions as well.
Ahead at the moment, Asia 11. Surely they can't do this. There's so much pressure on these two.
What do you
Hatsoglu, he's a handful, and he's going to bowl here in over number 6. Big over in the context of this game. Or bowled. It's that overspinner, maybe a little bit of Roman on it. It's only a single. Ali, he's going to have to try and take it on. Shafiq doing a good job, needs support. Manan Ali is in form. Good heavy length there.
Ooh.
Actually makes him do some sort of contortionist maneuver there, Shafiq. I don't know if we got this in the replay.
It's a bit early on Friday night for those kind of dance moves. I think he didn't contort himself quite enough the way he's gone down. Oh, there he goes.
I think he's done something unnatural there. We'll have to have a look. I don't know if it just kind of grazed him in an uncomfortable area, but I'd love to see a replay.
Let's put it this way.
And I know we will.
Put it this way, it's not the footwear we're talking about this time.
What do you got for us here? Oh yeah, it actually got a little bit of the inner thigh. That can be quite a tender area. Calling it the inner thigh, because I hope it is.
Oh, I'm not sure it is, Vinny.
A very inner thigh. I hope he's
middle
all
of,
right
the
there.
middle of the thigh.
Yeah. Oh, you have to laugh. No. Just waiting a second for his voice to come down a couple of semitones.
Oh no, is that 2 and 2?
I think it's getting a bit higher, but jeez.
The way he went down, like crumpled like a pack of cards, I was fearing for him and his future children.
It's all right, actually, I think. All right then.
Destructive over from Hatsoglu so far, not for the reasons you think.
It's going to be wide. Well, has the umpire seen it?
That's the classic one that probably wouldn't be a wide in the Big Bash and other formats that Peter's used to bowling in, but because we have that fixed line here on ECN, doesn't matter how far across the batter takes a step. The line's the line, and Peter bowled over it.
That's true. Okay, now it goes around the wicket, but This should only be a single, it will be. So every time the ball stays on the ballpark, that's a win for the World 11.
I'm thinking here that Asia will at least get that 128 target. That's 1 point, sorry, on the board. That run rate is creeping over towards 20. They can't afford too many dots and ones, and that's what they've got in this Hatzoglu over so far. But there will be a 6 to add to the collection. That's more like it for the Asian 11. Manan Ali hasn't quite gone all guns blazing so far, but that will do him a world of good as he goes to 15 off 5 deliveries, and there's still 1 ball left of 6th over. 105 for 3.
Yeah, much better there. Much better. And that one was never in doubt from the moment it left the bat. All right, straight up in the air. I don't think anyone can reach it. No, they can't. So a bit of luck there. Pocket of suerte. Manan Ali survives.
Maybe that's just a sign that luck is going Asia's way here at the moment. That is the end of the 6th. 106 for 3. So that run rate, we said if they'll be happy if it's around 18. It's always bargaining with the devil at the moment. If it's below 20, they'll probably feel like they're still in it, especially with these two at the crease. Furkan Shafiq in particular, impressive 54 off just 17 deliveries. And Manan Ali, well, he proved just a few hours ago how destructive he can be. He's not quite gone full Manan Ali mode yet, but we know he's capable of it. And if these two stay out there, anything is possible under these Khartoum lights. And it's not quite fingernail biting time, but maybe the Asia 11 know how important this game is.
Far off. All right, here we go with over number 7. It's Dodd. That's a good ball. It's definitely got some of the line. Ali pleads his case with very little evidence. Need a good lawyer to make this one stick. Have a look at it with the angle. It only matters where does it pass the crease. I think it goes over the line. I think it's a good call. Remember that we'd have to miss the whole line.
Still a slightly guilty look here over his shoulder from Joshua Dodd.
That's a good call.
Yeah, definitely.
Coming up this, Ali. 20 and over required here. Is it still on?
We're of course in the final inning, so random questions coming in. There's one I'm going to self-question because it's for me.
Go for it.
Sada. What do I prefer, batting, bowling or fielding?
Question?
Fourth option, commentating at the moment, but I think probably batting. I definitely don't want to be fielding under these lights. These guys hitting it hard, and that one's hit very hard. And there is a fielder out there. He's going to get nowhere near that, is James Baisley. That's going to be a 1 bounce 4. They're still clawing their way into this, the Asian 11. This was a good over so far from Joshua Dodd, but spoils it somewhat with that pretty rank ball, which gets the treatment for 4. You see he's really cleaning it there with his beautiful Western Shield shirt. So he's getting a bit wet out there, and that's, yeah, I definitely prefer batting. I definitely wouldn't want to be bowling here. It's not the easiest. You can see the shadows forming on the pitch from those artificial lights of the rhinos. So that one should be cut off by Ryshawn Williams, and is just the 1. So even though Dodd had that 1 false delivery, this is still turning out to be a really good over, actually. That if you bowl 4 balls and 3 of them don't go to the rope, then I think you can be happy.
Yeah, I think so. It's creeping away. That one's actually bounced off the pitch. The thing is, it's definitely bounced off the pitch. I think what they're checking is it a wide or no ball? Because if it bounces after the stumps, it's going to be really close.
Manan Ali certainly wants the no ball.
That's a no ball. I think it's bounced. It hasn't bounced past the stumps. It's bounced in line. So I think.
Well, we know exactly what Manan Ali thinks.
That's the first one I've ever seen. I think if you look at this splatter pattern of the sand,
crime scene analysis.
I think it's a no ball. Because it says if it's bounced past the stumps, but it's not past the stumps. It's in line with the stumps. So again, calling the lawyers. I think that's what we've decided.
MCC hotline.
They can bill us. Yeah, MCC hotline. You play for the MCC. You get a discount.
Yeah, I think it's a free phone number.
Is it?
Yeah.
1-900 it's laws or 1-800. I have sometimes. expressed chagrin that people that get really uppity when you call them rules, when laws are just rules.
Yeah.
I said no judge will enforce them. Anyone's ever done time for pitching a ball off the pitch? Steps across and slams it. Shafiq, he still believes. It's lifted up and it's lifted out of here. That'll be the end of 7 in Asia. 120 for 3.
63 runs needed in the final 3 overs. So they're definitely looking at a magical over here needed in the 8th. That Joshua Dodd over actually only went for 14 in the end, so that was very much a win for the world. The run rate, my maths is the greatest all the time, so even I can work out 21 runs needed, and look at that. What we've got coming up tomorrow, and this game is actually going to be repeated in match 19, but 3 more games before that as well.
Yeah, Tina's last day. And remember, each of these teams, they're essentially playing a 4-match mini-series against each of their opponents, so it's pretty interesting to track those. For example, Europe seem to have the wood on the world, for example, and they know it, and they're kind of scratching their heads going, how are we doing this? But that's coming up in the morning, World versus Europe, and 5 matches. Tina will be with us, her last day. I know it's a shame she's got to go, but we really enjoyed having her here once again in the commentary box. Rico will be with me as well. 9:30 a.m. GMT, 10:30 in Central Europe, and 3 p.m. in India. Get your weekend off to a good start with us here at European Cricket. And yeah, special shout out to everyone who is watching on Wrong Age National TV partners as well. Of course, we're on Fan Code platform in the subcontinent, and plenty more. We're on Fox Sports Australia, ATN in Canada. I know they'll be very proud of Ben Callets. Start Times in Africa, SSC in the Middle East, of course. The Saudi Arabians in the side. That one will be a wide. And also, we're on Sportsmax in the Caribbean. So, Romario Roach, I'm sure he's got some family and friends tuning in. Sport Deutschland in Germany, streams through in Austria, and Swiss Sport TV, Switzerland.
Roach going round the wicket here, but he didn't quite find his line. There is the line, and there is a 6 as Manan Ali, he's threatening here. We know exactly what he did in the previous game. If he can go just 4 runs better, he might be in for a golden ball or even an Asian win. His first ball of Romario Roach's over has gone for 7, big 7 up after that wide. And our ball retrieval crew still got a spring in their step. It's been a long day for them, a lot of ball chasing.
They're brilliant, they really are.
I imagine them like, you know, in the Olympics you have the spotters when a javelin gets thrown and they run and point exactly to where it goes. That's what I imagine our ball retrievers, they would excel at that as well.
You know, they've got good turn of speed. That's good turn of speed as well from Ali, who is over 100 runs now without being dismissed. So it's the old non-standard 100. Asia still believe they can do this. Actually get it back down below the 20 and over. Couple of good hits. Hanging in there.
If Roach is going to go around the wicket here, I think he really has to push it as close as possible or even onto that offside wide line, because at the moment he's going far too straight. He's just hitting it into Ali's hitting arc, and anyone who saw the game earlier knows exactly where he wants to hit these balls, and that's into the jungle.
All right, goes for this straight. Does he have enough? He sure does. Maximal, 6 more. That's what I like about him. He can hit everywhere. I would say the merch has been worn well, but you might need more than just the bucket hat.
Yeah.
The amount of balls have been flying into that area.
This was a lovely straight shot. Maybe I didn't do Manan Ali justice because I know he likes going leg side, but he's gone the old devil 666 straight on that final one. The best shot of the lot so far. Little nod of approval from his captain there, Kavishka. There's a bit of a brains trust situation going on at the top of the mark. Romario Roach, he's got 19 off just 3 deliveries so far. Can we see another 37 run over? Max O'Dowd was the chief suspect that time. Manan Ali at the crease now. Wow, and that's going to be a massive wide. It's actually a great stop from Joshua Trump. That was destined for 5 wides.
It was almost more, wasn't it? That would have been a total disaster. Yeah, good stop there by Trump. It's quick to jump all over it.
Trump got on his trampoline there to pick that one up. But this is still a dangerous over for the world. 6 sandwich at the moment, sandwiched by 2 wides.
Matt's out here as well, Tina. Thanks for coming. Maximo, they are attacking this. They believe that they can do it. Now 37 or 14 balls.
Be on for a 38 run over here. We've had 2 wides. We've had the 4 sixes. Look at that. It's now 37 runs needed and 14 balls. How quickly the equation can change in just one big over. It's gone magical. Very much threatening to go supersonic here, and that's thanks to one Manan. 42 off 14. Slower ball. It's in the air, but that gets the treatment, and that flies away into the fan zone. Another big 6 for Manan Ali. That takes him to 48 off just 15 deliveries, and suddenly, out of nowhere, Asia in the driving seat. 57% win predictor.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, we've only ever had, I have to get the highest chases up maybe, because
Supercomputer Vinny needs to go into overdrive here.
This is big if they can pull this off, and they're definitely in it at the moment.
It's no wonder Roach is taking a bit more time here, because he's called up his half century. Not one you want as a bowler. His 8th over so far, 32 runs off it, and 1 ball still to come. Could we be facing a 38 here, Vinny?
Maybe. Wow. That's 6 more. Well, it gets even more likely now. This partnership 98 and climbing. Maximo Seis Carreras is 50 for Manan Ali, but he's not stopping there. I don't think so. That's the end of 8, 158 for 3.
Smiles all round for the 2 batters out there, Furkan and Manan. Furkan hasn't faced a ball in quite a while. Well, it's been this whole over, because Manan Ali has gone 6 sixes and 2 wides in there as well. I mean, that over from Romario Roach has gone supersonic. 38 runs coming off it, and that's exactly what we said they needed. And look at that spike in the run rate, just the 1 over doing the damage. Suddenly, the Asian 11, their run rate is down to 12.5, 25 needed off 2 overs.
This would be amazing. Let's have a look. These are the highest chases of all time.
Wow.
All time. Sorry to go full Kanye on you, but hey, 186. That finally broke the record. Netherlands 11 chased 183 in the game to make the final in the ECC 23. But they're the only 2 180 chases we've ever seen. Now, we've had a few more 170s becoming a little bit more regular, but it's kind of the old bell curve. Once you get it that high, it's rare, and this is high, and that's 6. 164. 19 off 11 with these 2 there. They've got to fall over to lose, you think. And now it's the World 11 staring down 4 losses on this spin, despite making 182, despite all that good work from Ben Callett, from Jack Wood. But, well, they might have relied on a couple, but the couple are delivering for Asia.
Well, this Asian 11 do not know when they're beaten, and they fell just short in match 14, but they're threatening to go all the way here. So that's 4 sixes in a row, well, plus the wides, so 7 sixes in a row. It's James Baisley, meanwhile, who's come into the attack, and, well, this is kind of the story of the last few overs. If it's not a 6, it's a wide. And that one, I think, well, they're going to check it for a no ball. I think it's just a wide, yep. It's Baisley.
Yeah, I mean, definitely bounced on the pitch.
Yeah.
I think
they're maybe checking it for height, but yeah.
It's not too high. It's pretty wide. Oh boy, oh boy.
3 hits away now. 18 needed.
Another wide, I think. It is. 17 off 11. And World 11 just cannot pull it back, can they?
The world is crumbling around our ears at the moment, because halfway and even a few overs into this chase, 60 for 3 when Anjula, the captain, departed. I mean, they were always there or thereabouts on the run rate. They just needed one pairing to go big, and that's exactly what Shafiq and Ali have done here. And that's the ball Baisley wanted all the time, and even then it wasn't cleanly collected by Tromp. The 2 batters out there thought about cheeky single, but realised, well, actually, we just need the 17, and why don't we just do it in big 6s, because that's what's been serving them well so far.
Well, that's going to go as well. Forget it. Maximo. They could do this easily now. This is quite amazing what we've seen. What a partnership. It's gone past 100 now. And the Asian 11, remember, they're on a 4-match losing streak themselves, but it looks like they're about to snap it in the most dramatic of ways.
It's turning into a 6-off between these two batters, as both of them have hit 8 of them. Well, no, Shafiq now has got 9. Manan Ali's got 8. 17 between them. Just a handful of runs needed now. 11 needed. There's another 6.
That's bad. That could be a no ball as well, because he kind of takes it from the hip and he flicks it. Remember, anything that's hitting him in the belt or higher is going to be a no ball. Oh, poor Callix, he's right in front of us. I wonder what he's thinking here. Check it out in the replay.
Why you?
They're
Not sure.
They're the type, if there's doubt, they get called. Maybe they say it's just okay, but if it is, it's just. I tend to think they should be called only because they're dangerous. It's a letter of the law. Maybe it's a fraction under anyway. It'll only be 6. And now this, it's in the air. It's going. It's going. It is gone. Maximo in an unbelievable chase here. Equal second highest chase ever and equal highest here at the Katoomba Oval. Asia have chased 183 to resign the World 11 to a 4-match losing streak. They can't get a win today. The world's turned upside down here before our very eyes. And what a partnership between Furkan and Manan. They walk off victorious. And this tournament just keeps on getting crazier.
Furkan Shafiq with that 6 to finish the game. He also finishes on 89 of just 25 deliveries not out, and that takes him to the top of the leaderboard in terms of high score for the Western Shield, leapfrogging Jack Wood, who's on the losing side here for the world. And they just crumble to their 3rd or 4th defeat in a row. And what a turn up that is from the Asian 11. They threatened it earlier. Knew we kind of had a big chase in them, and boy did they deliver there. Chasing down 182 with ease. There were still 7 balls left of the innings.
Yeah. It's an amazing game. And, you know, we talk about batting under lights and out and see, we often used to say, and I suppose we still say, that the scores come down maybe 10% under lights, 10-15%, but I think it depends. The World 11, it may be difficult conditions for someone like Hatsoglu, but it's hard to pinpoint where it went wrong, because remember the start. Yunus Ahmadzai, first he had to change his shoes, then he got out second ball. Then Safi got out second ball as well, 6 and out, and things were looking really troublesome. And let's go to the highlights, and I suppose this is about as good as it got for the World 11. Despite those early wickets, they end up getting pounded all over the park, and they'll be scratching their heads on the way back to Sunset Beach.
Well, the one thing you'd say for the Asian 11 is the smile never left their faces, so they clearly knew something that we didn't, because we thought that they might be even staring down a 4-0 defeat here, but boy did they have other ideas. Despite that early, well, there's a few tumbles out there on this outfield, that early tumble that Yunus Ahmadzai took to change his shoes, he went second ball. Suleiman Safi, he didn't last much longer, he was caught by James Baisley in the deep. And then out came Furkan Shafiq. He was first, ably supported by Captain Anjula. He stuck around 25 off just 9 deliveries when he fell to the bowling of Romario Roach, as Ross Taylor almost took another Statue of Liberty style grab. It was down to the 2, Furkan Shafiq and Manan Ali, who steered the ship home. As the Asian 11, from nowhere really, we were talking about 4-0 as it was. It's a 3-1 victory for the Asian 11, and they've stopped the rot. Meanwhile, the world, well, they have stopped spinning for now, because they are now 4 defeats in a row. And it just didn't quite happen. If you have Big Bash winners dropping catches, then you know it's not quite clicking. It certainly clicked for Shafiq and Ali, as they hit 19 Maximos between them on the way to chasing down this mammoth total of 182.
Yeah, once they got together, it just didn't seem to have any answers. It's kind of been mentioned in the comment section as well, that just it was absolutely insane what we were seeing, and I suppose that one just crept away. You could see Asia, I think they couldn't even believe it. They came back from a situation where the rate had gone over 20 and over for a little bit, but then, hey, bang, 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 thanks for coming. It is all over. And Asia, thanks to that incredible partnership, was worth 124 believe it or not, in just 33 balls. And I think for Mananali and Furkan Shafiq, two players that probably never thought they would play a game together, probably their best of friends for a long time after that, because they've made some ECN history.
Let's not forget that one Romario Roach over that went for 38 as well.
Yeah,
so it was
most expensive over in the tournament now.
Yeah.
He'll burn past the 37 we saw yesterday. 89 not out for Shafiq. And yeah, as you mentioned, the top score now of the week. And number 3 has been in some sublime form. And Jula with 25, but that 54 from Mananali. Well, interesting they bat him above Najib this time. Najib stole a few balls off him last time. Who knows how that might have ended up. So yeah, Mananali, no disappointed. Went to a kind of 50-50 LBW in real time. But, you know, he'll go back and he'll be feeling pretty good about himself. And it's the World 11 really with not too many positives to grasp out of day 3 here. Looking at the bowling, you can see they all kind of went the journey. Wickets for Baisley, Hatsoglu and Roach, 1 for 56. I think that's the most expensive figures even for 2 overs, but he also went for that 38 run over, almost went hypersonic, which is 40 plus. So, yeah, you got a feel for Ben Callis there. 78 of 22 was in vain. Wood with 47. But Shafiq, he was able to engineer a memorable victory for the Asian 11.
And it will be a day that lives long in the memory for him as the record chase is put on by the Asian 11. And what a finish to day 3 here, Vinny.
So good, it actually knocked my mic out. Unbelievable. And I want to say big thanks to everyone out there as well for your support. I know we're probably running a little bit over tonight, but an amazing spectacle. You just always got to believe. And we've got players this caliber, you know, you need 20 and over. You just need to kind of get 3 sixes and over, 50% of the balls for 6. You know, you just got to kind of make the right choices. Obviously need a bit of luck as well.
Yep.
But yeah, World 11, they find themselves bottom of the table and with a bit of ground to make up. And they can only win this tournament if they make the top 2 after the group stage. And yeah, it's hard to believe, but we're just kind of, what is that now? 9 matches away from having to make that cut. And it's still impossible to work out which way it's going to go.
Well, we said that World and Asia, they were the early favourites. And World, well, they've got some rebuilding to do. Asian 11, at least they've stopped the rot. They're 4 defeats in a row. They've now got that big W, but it's all still to play for tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah, well, speaking of tomorrow, let's have a look what's coming up. Tina, I know that you're going to be up bright and early because you're doing the early shift and you can do the first couple of games. The World taking on Europe. And can World just come back against the European side that's knocked them over the last 2 times they've played and knocked them over comprehensively, a 4-pointer earlier today. And I'm also looking forward to the Asia versus World rematch in match 19. But so many great games to come. 9:30 AM GMT, which is 10:30 in Central Europe, and 3 PM in India. Once again, big thank you to everyone out there, to all the crew here. I know the covers are on because there's a slight chance of a little shower overnight. Hopefully it's nothing that's going to hold us up in the morning. Just a reminder to all of you out there, if you are watching on YouTube, please like this video, subscribe. If you're not watching on YouTube, that's fine, but go to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. There's player of the match videos, there's highlights videos for every single game. So if you miss one, you can catch up and get up to date in the tournament. Also, of course, you can catch up on all the live streams as long as you like. Into the past. So it's great games in the archives, over 6,000 games now. So if you also our social media at European Cricket, and don't forget the home of European Cricket, europeancricket.com, to check all the scorecard, stats, standings, all the players, and also have a bit of a peek about the European Cricket League, which is coming up on Monday. Tina, great job. Last time we'll see you with the lights on.
Yeah.
In this light, you do look a bit like Renee Zellweger,
Just in this
actually.
light, though.
That was probably the biggest thing that came out of today. But yeah, all set up. It's going to be a great couple of days of cricket over the weekend.
Well, I might be finished with my commentary stint tomorrow, but I'm absolutely not going anywhere. I'm going to watch every single one of those games because I can't wait to see what happens over the weekend.
We've seen a lot of players step up so far, but maybe some new players that haven't really performed so far will be keys going into the final stages. Thanks so much for joining us. Thanks to Two Circles as well for another fantastic production on behalf of everyone here at the Khartoum Oval. We're going to leave you with some of the best bits of day 3, but we'll see you tomorrow for more action right here in Spain, right here at the European Cricket Western Shield. For now, it's hasta mañana.
Move my body.